All right. How's it going, folks? We need some wins. So we're gonna put something together, I think. Really want to try out some decks here and see if we can't get some traction. Let's try this one here. Yikes. We'll go ahead and stick with this one. See what this gets us. So far, not horrible. Ooh, that coffee's hot. One more mana, I'm gonna be cooking with bacon. You know what I'm saying? Cooking with butter. What's up, Frexy? I just said hi. Heading into work. All right. Well, keep you company on the trip if you like. All right. So, what happens with this? Yikes. I think we're going to go with Shieldred. Pardon my cough. Good on you, Frex. Yeah, I still have yet to catch one of your lives, man. Yeah, it kind of felt like this was on the... Jeskai Aura deck. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. Alright, let's go. I'll take my avatar back. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and get a Lelian out. You must be an East Coaster too, then, huh? Or maybe you're Central. Hope you have a wonderful day at work. Well, I don't know if that's a... what do they say? Work. This is a dirty 4-letter word, right? Oh, let me turn my fan on. There we go. Let's get some breeze going up in here. Keep the computer cooled off. All right, let's see. Now I'm in Colorado at 6:30 a.m. Okay. Oh, so you're mountain time. All right. Colorado's beautiful country. Beautiful country. Absolutely beautiful country. I don't know, chat. It's not looking good. Not looking good. He should attack with both if he'd be smart. Yep, thought so. Get rid of that one. Alright. Let's go. Okay. Yikes. Yikes, chat. Excuse me. This could be bad. So I got 6, right? So I can get myself a blocker. And I can eliminate one of his creatures.
When I win, you're telling me what... Off you go.
I probably should have put down my Shieldred to try to get... No, don't attack. Because, I mean, if he can trigger that again... Well, he'll have 2 attackers. Okay, here we go. That's game. Good game. Alright, good beats, opponent. Man, I'll tell you, I've had a rough patch last night. I'm down to 84% Mythic. I was all the way up to 90%. So I dropped 6 percentage points. It was just one loss after another last night. It was crazy, chat. I don't know that I could have really done much different on that one. I don't know what I could have done different. Yeah, I think I was pretty much stuck. I mean, I didn't get any of my... I mean, look, I got some... Yeah, we'll keep this one. I got some decent removal. It'd be nice if I got my Unholy, though. That's what I'm really looking forward to. Well, drive safe, man. I'll just keep you company. I'll just chit-chat with you. Please don't try to respond, especially if you're driving. And, yeah, just keep you company, man. Playing Thanatos. Good old Thanatos. No crabs. We don't like crabs. Crabs are bad, okay? It's probably a deck with, what's his nuts? Yeah. Oh, come on, man. We're gonna stall mana, right? I should have known. When will I learn, chat? What am I gonna learn? Alright, what does that do? When will I learn, chat?
A fight? And you think you can drop it?
I'll start draining them. What's up? Rats to the Moon's up early. Hey, we're supposed to get some really severe weather here in Kentucky. It's supposed to be the morning, afternoon, and then right around dinner time. That's what I'm understanding. I say no attack. All right. Yeah, it's definitely a deck. I need my ghost vacuum. All right. Well, this is fun. Let's go.
We all have things we'd rather forget.
Let's throw down a Leliana. And do this. Bring back this. Rough night last night. For you? Oh, you couldn't sleep? I'm sorry to hear that. Well, is it from all the work you've been doing in the yard? I got my whole lawn mowed again. It was so much easier. It was so much easier.
Nothing more.
Because I didn't wait till it was like too long in a way, you know what I mean? So that definitely helped. Dude, where's the mana? That's what is going on, bro? Oh, cancel. This is getting ridiculous, man. Yeah, good game. Good game. It's like what the 83 percentile, man. I'm going the opposite damn direction, chat. All right. Gonna put me on tilt, you know what I mean? Yesterday I went with baby girl to an appointment. It is a drive to get there. My gosh, woman. You put in more miles than a truck driver does. Coffee don't taste so good this time. Coffee's a little meh today. Little meh. Yeah, I know what you mean about mowing the yard, but it is so hot and I don't want to do it in the first place. I constantly wait too long. Yeah, it just makes for a lot more work, man. Like an insane amount of work. Alright, so that's 4. You're gonna get double strike. And then all attack. Oh, what the? Wait, what the hell? What the hell just happened, chat? It didn't give me a fast effects. Like pre-attack. What? Did you just see that? Did you just see that? I was gonna cast all this shit on it. What the hell just happened, chat? It's not good game. Because the game just effed me, dude. You can't see anything? Sorry, rats. I was like, dude, it just skipped right past attack fast effects. That's crazy, man. Alright, well. We won. I wonder what happened to my other deck. My other deck had like a 71 win percentage, and it's just going down and down and down, dude. It's like ridiculous. Crazy things have been happening the past few days. Strike that, months with the internet. Yeah, it's just everything's strange, dude. I feel like it's over, bro. I feel like this weird timeline we're in is coming to a close. You know what I'm saying? We got that, flying. I will do this, but that would have gave me a card back. I don't know if that was well. shoulda. Yeah, everything's getting weird, man. I feel like we're on a weird timeline, chat. We're on just some weird like the Hadron Collider and the particle collider just went absolutely bonkers. You know what I mean? Like just everything's all upside down now. Funny that I do understand what you're saying on that weird. Okay, chat. Well, that wasn't very nice. That wasn't very nice at all. Oh, I probably shouldn't have done that, but... Oh, that would have been nice if I could have just sacked it right there. Let's see if he's got a removal for it. I feel like he's got something in his hand, chat. I really do. I feel like he's got something in his hand. Went to another Asian market yesterday. Oh, nice. Did you get any kind of cool stuff? He's got to have something, chat. Right? Nothing? Oh, he's going to have something, chat. He's going to kill it. He's just waiting. Isn't he? Maybe. I don't know, chat. He's gonna kill it. Maybe. He's gonna kill it. Oh, he's just... Look at him. He's gonna sack that, maybe? No? Do I have him? Did I flang him? I flanged him. We did it, chat. Gonna make some more dumplings. Oh, you gotta give me a dumpling recipe. Goiza? Guys? What is Jaz? What is that? Gaizo. I don't even know how to pronounce that. I don't even know how to pronounce that, chat. I got chili oil, dark soy sauce, little sponge cakes. Dumpling. Gyozo. Hey! Wait, what the hell is this nonsense? Not a single creature? Great mana curve, though. One creature, chat. Oh, we're screwed. We are so screwed, chat. How screwed do you think we are on a scale of 1 to really screwed? Let's put that in there. Go here. Let's go here. Okay, whatever. I don't care what sound your little weird Asian cakes make. Whatever. I don't even care. I don't even care. How you like me now? Yeah, there goes your ramp. Take 3. I'll gain 3. Our dumplings. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Hello, Mrs. Fancy Pants, with your little fancy schmancy like words for things and stuff. Let's go. Can't do that. Let's do this. Make it flying. Let's go ahead and swing for 5. Boom. Just depends on where you're from. Gotcha. Well, I'm from the land of coffee. Oh, you come from the land of coffee. Sorry, I probably just blew somebody's ears out. Sorry if you're got earplugs in right now. My bad. Oh, there's mana in my deck. What do you know? Of course, some red mana would be awesome right now. All right, chat. We are at 36. If I did have them, if I did have them, you would have. So I am right now. What? What kind of crazy talk are you talking about, lady? What kind of crazy talk are you talking about, lady? Oi. Ooh. This thing's already got trample. Okay, that's game. He's getting it now. Baby girl is sleeping in the other room, so you are down. Oh, if you would have had him in. Oh, got it. I'm talking about the earbuds. Yeah, I am so slow. I am. I forget what I just said. I am in coffee land right now. Yes. Oh, you're joining me. Yeah, like I forgot what I just said. I'm on to the next thing, chat. I don't have time. Look, I'm like a shark. I gotta keep chatting. I can't remember what I just chatted about like 10 minutes ago. My goodness, what am I, encyclopedia? Good, I didn't have to explain the other one. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? By the way, if you ever want some really good soap, store.therabbit.info. Not a sponsor, but place your orders today. That is store.therabbit.info. Place your orders today. I still love that named one. One of them, Mother Pucker. Yeah, Mother Pucker is my favorite, dude. Mother Pucker is like really good. I've got like half a bar left, man, so I really gotta place an order or something. All right, I'm at 85%. Opponent's at 86%. I think he's waiting me out, chat. I think he's waiting me out. All right. Oh, opponent is on tilt, chat. 85 percentile, working our way up. Guess the opponent didn't like what he saw. That was easy. I hit the staples that was easy button. We'll take it. The amount of times I've been mana screwed. Look, it's going to get my hopes up. I'm going to get to like 89, 90 percentile, and then I'm just going to crash right back down again. No, I won't. We're going to think positive. That's what we're going to do, chat. We got positive vibes, chat. 2 creatures. So if I lose these 2 creatures, I may be skunked, chat. What do they call it? High risk, high reward, something like that. Oh, I gave it wrong thing, chat. Got another flavoring too. She suggested. She said it was hard to explain what it was like. Probably umami. But said try it when you do. You'll put it on everything. Yeah, umami is probably what she was trying to explain to you. All right, so we're gonna go here. No soup for you, buddy. Yeah. Go ahead and double strike. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go back to my room. We can do it all night. I can make you feel right. All right, opponent's seen enough, chat. Opponent's like, nope. He's so mad he just quit playing the game. Take my Ashford. All right, chat. Man, I'm getting pretty lucky today. You'll send me a picture of what the flavor. Umami is like basically what most of my mixtures, like my marinade. Umami is kind of like the Galbi recipe that I made. I gotta make that again. I gotta pick up. You know what you should do? Rats. London broil is a good cut of meat that if you would cut that up. All right, I'm checking out the picture. Liquid seasoning. It's probably like MSG, which is basically umami. Or does it have monosodium glutamate in it? Check the label. That looks interesting. But oh goodness, my hips, my hip. Yeah, I'm mulliganing. Yeah, okay. Keep this one. Well, what am I gonna get rid of? I'll get rid of a land, I think. Chat. What are you doing, Finny? Come here. Did I tell you I can't see right now? Oh, like you have like some kind of stuff in your eyes. It is so tiny. Oh, well, get a magnifying glass, old lady. My God. You have a zoom quality on your phone, don't you? Like you can like hold the camera of your phone and then like pinch open. This is how technology works, boomer. Oh my God, you're such a boomer. I can't believe you're Generation X. I cannot believe you need to turn in your Generation X card stat. I'm teasing, Grandma. I'm teasing. Slow your roll. Take it easy. I love boomers. Boomers are awesome. Yeah, boomers are awesome. We could just take a picture of the back part of it and I can zoom in on it. I still have sleep in my eyes. My God, you know what I hear? You know what I hear? I hear the reason why there's allegedly a wage gap between men and women. I hear that's why you make 83 cents on my dollar. Because I got to do your job for you. I've got sleep in my eyes. GS. My eyes are sleepy. Do my job for me, GS. Do it for me. I see what's going on here. All right, let's see if he kills it. I'm not done with my first. Okay, all right, fair. That's fair. Fair. No, cancel. Let's do this. Oh, let's cast that. Ooh, Chad, he's hurting, dude. He's at 12. He needs some milk. I know I can zoom in on my phone. God, you're such a boomer. You're such a boomer. This guy's being like really rude right now. I don't like it at all, chat. I wonder if you think he's got another split up. What's up, Stefan? Early start. Good morning. Yeah, I've been going at it for almost a half hour now. Good to see you. Glad you finally woke up, Stefan. Welcome to the land of the living. How dare he, chat? How dare he clear the board like that? How dare he, sir? Let's see what happens here. do you think he's got, chat? Next turn, he'd be able to activate his little land thing. Oh.
I like a good fight.
Notice I didn't say fair.
I did notice that.
I could use a little help.
What should I do, chat? Okay, so you'd have to target. So let's Okay, hold on. Hold on, lady. Yikes. If I do this, then I'm I mean, I could kill that, but I'm going face, chat. I'm going right to the dome. He's gonna block, okay. Okay, opponent's at 4. Yeah, it's got a water hydrogenized soy protein, which means it's a phytoestrogen, glucose, so sugar, iodized salt, so salt, flavor enhancer, MSG, yep, ribonucleotide, yep, no more sugar. So it's basically just sugar and salt. Sugar, salt, and savory. It's sweet, sour. It's got all the different flavors, right? Sweet, salt, sour. I don't know if it has any oil in it though, because that would be fat. Food acid, citric acid, right? Preservative, potassium sorbate, natural. Yeah, you're just eating slop. Contains soybeans, so it's letting you know it's letting you know that it's just phytoestrogen. That's good for ladies, but that'll give men bitch tits, if you know what I'm saying. If you know, you know. All right, well, he seems pretty angry, chat. Watch what he's gonna do. He's gonna try to sacrifice one of those. Oh, sad face. Sad face.
This
Whoopsie.
deserve. I've got a lead.
That's it. Rage quit. Rage quit. Oh, he's pissed, chat. Oh, he's super salty right now. He's more salty than the load of you-know-what that was in Chris Ryder's mouth this morning. Ooh, that's gross. That's gross, GS. How dare you, GS? I dare. I do dare. I do indeed dare. I heard G2 likes it salty. I also got my miso paste. Yep, that's nice. That's why I went. Miso is, yeah, that's good stuff. Like, make a nice miso broth. Mm-hmm. Well, look at you, rats. I hope you're going to take a video of it. You should take a video of you cooking it, and then we still got to figure out how to upload some of this stuff for you. We got to figure out what we're going to do with that situation. I should have probably re-rolled this. We'll see though, chat. We'll see. Gag. Yeah, sorry. That was a little aggressive, I admit. Oh, he's gonna be so mad, chat. Oh, he's gonna be so mad, chat. He better block it. Oh, he didn't block that. Chat, he didn't block. He didn't block, chat. Why didn't he block? Did he not know I had that card? Oh, he wouldn't have survived anyway. All right, like that, we're at 87 percentile, working our way up. Working my way back to you, babe. With a burning love inside. All right, what is this thing? Let's see. Master Guide Mural. When this artifact enters, create a 4/4 white and blue Golem artifact creature token. Create a 4/4. So if then I craft it with an artifact, create a 4/4 white and blue artifact token, activate only if this artifact or another artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn. That's pretty cool. Is it time for me to make a fun deck? What does this thing even mean? What does that mean? Yeah, let's claim that. Masters. Oh, that's 5 mana for that. At least I didn't have to explain to you why I said gag. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I've totally forgot what I just said. Now what? Now what? Chicken butt. Burt Lancaster. That's an oddly specific name. Alright, lots of mice on this one. So we're going to go ahead and keep this. Cool gold dragon you got there, sir. I have my creepy cat. I see your cool gold dragon, and I raise you my creepy flying. I have no idea what the hell that thing is. Cat thing? I don't even know. I don't even know, chat. I don't even know what it's called. Let's go. Double strike. Double strike. All right, opponent. Opponent chooses the block. Probably a wise idea. Fair enough. Rude, but still fair enough. I understand it. Okay, fair enough. Go double strike. Alright, well, let's hope he doesn't have a board clear, chat. That would kind of suck for me. Yeah, my butt. Ugh, my hips, my butt sore. Kind of. He seems like he might be getting a little desperate, chat. Oh, damn it. I probably should have waited. Yep, should have waited, so I could have thrown that down. You get double strike. You get double strike. Everybody gets double strike! Boom. Boom. And turn. I found 2 cops that are critiquing stuff from the Karen Reed trial. Interesting to find that 2 well-seasoned cops are calling out the ineptness of the cops on the case. Yeah. Well, speaking of which, once that starts, I'll probably just throw it up over here. Yeah. You guys are all turning into like true crime lovers and stuff. How dare you guys? Oh, that's game. think that's game. Double strike. And okay. Swing, swing. So wing, bada. So wing. Does he have a removal, chat? Does he have the removal? He does. He does have the removal, chat. That's why I diversified, chat. That's why you gotta diversify, chat. Oh, can't do that. Hold on. Question is he gonna sweep the board? I think we gotta. Yeah, let's do this, chat. You women are just so obsessed. Kill is all into the Karen Reed trial too. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, let's go, Brandon. He's tapped out. He's gonna gain. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Hold on. We got this, chat. Hold on, chat. We're gonna go double strike. Tramp. Double strike. All attack. The Lori Vallow one was interesting because she is such a bimbo, and it was entertaining when she got up to do the question. I don't know. Feels like gossip to me. What do I know, chat? What do I know? I'm just a silly goober. Whoopsie! Alright. 88th percentile. You know what that means? Histler confirmed. It's funny that Connolly guy, who's actually Osen. What a piece of crap, dude. He's such a little like little slimy eel. He comes in, he changes his name, and then he tries to act like a decent human being. And then some of the folks in the chat realize that that's actually Osen because it's the same profile picture. I don't really pay attention to a lot of that stuff, so. I guess. It's not really a great start, but. Watch, he's gonna kill my creature off the bat and I'll be screwed. Watch. He's got this. Yep, here he goes. Cut down. Oh, maybe not. What's he gonna take? Is he gonna take my monstrous rage? He gonna take my feather of flight? Which one is he gonna take, chat? My ethereal armor? Which one is he gonna take, chat? It's probably pretty smart. Alright, there we go. I don't know what it is about with most women and that murder corn stuff, man. They really love it. They love the mystery and the danger, and it's quite fascinating to me. I find it super fascinating. I was on the fence about Karen. I didn't know much about the case. What I heard from defense opening was very damning for the state, but after hearing some of Karen's text with John, I thought, yep. Do you think she had something to do with it? What does that mean? Do you think she had anything to do with it? Oh, is he gonna kill it? Oh, he's gonna kill it, chat. That dirty dog. Oh, I'm screwed now. That's all right. Well, at least I got 3 damage. Ooh. And that. Nice. Ooh, chat. Ooh, boom, baby. What? Oh, he's so pissed right now. He is so pissed right now, dude. Oh, I didn't get a rank up for it, but he's so that he just chucked his mouse across the room, chat. He's like, that's it. He rage quit. He's like, oh, I'm so sick and tired of these stupid mouse decks. Blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, I'm right there with you, buddy. I'm sick of them too. Nothing like getting your ass kicked by turn 3. That just makes you really sour to the game, you know? Gone are the days where people used to have fun, like, 15, 20-minute matches. Or it was a back and forth, a struggle session. I mean, I did it last time with just a Heartfire hero. Maybe I can do it this time. No, it wasn't just a hero. See, that wasn't true. Uh-oh, chat. We got a ramp deck. Excuse me. Uh-oh, Gelgari. Alright, chat. We gotta take away his ramp. Some of his ramp, at least. 3. Now we need something to make this thing fly, baby. Make it fly, baby. Make it fly. Want to make it fly really high so it touches the sky. See, who would have had 5 mana? He probably would have casted an overlord from his head. How dare you, sir? How dare you, sir? Oh, how dare you, sir? That was a continued thought. Check the message after that. We like a good puzzle and whatnot. No, I think we are armchair detectives. She was trying to get into an affair with another man for revenge. Yeah, well, hell knows no fury like a woman scorned. Or at least that's what they say, right, chat? You ladies are very duplicitous. Very duplicitous. I was on the fence about Karen. Didn't know much about the case. What I heard from the defense opening was very damning. Yep, okay. I don't take orders from a woman. I take sandwiches, though. I take sandwiches from a woman, not orders, rats. Get it right. What? What now? Now what? There's a huge delay in the chat showing up on your screen. A huge delay? No, it's just I'm probably not looking at it fast enough. All right, chat. I think I'm cooked. Oh yeah, I'm totally cooked. I got like no creatures. Totally cooked. It's what I get right there, chat. I deserve that. Chat, I totally deserve this. All right, I need to mix it up. Get too many wins. The game won't let me get too many wins, chat. You know how that goes. All right, let's have some fun here. Let's try to make this deck into an amazing deck. Actually, counterpoints. Let's do this one. Let's make counterpoints into a winning deck. All right, counterpoints. Yeah, I don't take orders. I take sandwiches from women. Ah, triggered. Hashtag triggered. What? Are you gonna have an affair on me to get revenge for me getting you with that little witty comeback and retort? Are you gonna start messaging some random man to try to make me jealous? Is that what you're gonna do? Oh, this might be a winner. You women are so silly. Silly women. Tricks are for kids. Let's do this. Let's do this, chat. Looks like we're up against Golgari again. Take that. What I was saying is that after I heard some of the text between her and John and then her and Brian, I hate her too. She's a player and one of those that plays games. Yeah, fuck them. They're all manipulative. I mean, almost every woman that I've ever met. Like I said, man, I hit the lottery. I mean, my wife's not perfect, but she ain't that. She ain't that, chat. She ain't perfect, but she ain't that. Alright, chat. We'll see if I can build up fast enough with this. Let's do this. Why didn't it tap that? It's not gonna do it. I can't believe it. Why the hell? That's annoying, chat. I blame Anya for watching Karen retrial. I blamed Anya for me watching it. You guys are just really too interested in other people's lives. You're not interested enough in your own life. Y'all need hobbies. You ladies need more hobbies. What's up, number 2? So you ladies need hobbies. All right, no, I'm not blocking that. Why would I block that? That's silly. That's foolishness. Maybe I should have blocked it. Maybe I should have blocked it, chat. That's probably why Mist hated her, because radar is better than her. Radar is better than mine. Hated who? Why Mist hated who? Karen Reed? What? What are you talking about? Hated who? I don't know. My wife really hates anyone. My wife's not really she doesn't give people enough time to hate them, if you know what I mean. She really doesn't. she just moves on. It's kind of interesting, actually. It's really interesting. Ooh, nice. Karen is definitely being framed. More attention should be on Mass State Police. Hard telling how many people they had done this to. Done what precisely? Like murked or something? Alright, opponent's got one card in their hand. Okay, fair enough. Okay, no block. Ooh. Ooh. Ouch. I'm at 6. Opponent is at... We'll see. Oh, he's got me, chat. He's got me. Oh, I didn't even think of that, chat. That's my bad. My bad. That's game. Good game. Damn it. Oh, so silly of me. Local police unalive a man, and Massachusetts State Police helped cover it up. Oh, I've seen some pretty disgusting behavior. I just saw a video of like some black dude like had his neck basically broken by these like correction officers, and they didn't even realize it, and they just like were tossed. They left him like handcuffed in his cell, like lying. They put him in the thing, and then because he couldn't even support his neck, they just let go of him, and his head cracked against the... Well, this is after his neck was broken. Just absolutely disgusting behavior. But this is what I try to warn people. I try to warn people. They don't listen. I'm like, people, listen. There's people out there that don't give two rats' asses about you. It's all about the force. It's all about the force doctrine, chat. It's all about the force doctrine. Right? Apartment stinks to high heaven. Yeah, we call them massholes for a reason. I'm telling you, man, people don't realize it, but people in the Northeast, we don't fuck around, bro. People don't fuck around in the North. I mean, that's why some of these people, man, they keep playing games with me and shit. They don't realize, dude, I don't fucking play, dude. You know? The chances are, if I say I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna fucking do it. Yeah. People just, they don't get it. They don't get it, chat. What's the old saying? Fuck around and find out. Excuse me. Uh-oh, that's big. Uh-oh, Lieutenant Dan. Scream. All right, let's see. Can I do this? 1, 2, 3. Let's do this. Yep. Now let's do this. Oh, I should have done that first. Okay, we're gonna swing with that. This thing's getting out of control real quick. The people that don't get it aren't about that life. Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm not trying to say like I'm just some degenerate that just runs around like hurting people for no reason at all. I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. But I'm not someone. Listen, I'm not someone to test, bro. I'm not that guy. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, not saying I'm invincible or anything like that. I'm certainly not invincible. All right, here we go, chat. We're gonna do. So if I go here, right, chat? And I go here, right, chat? I gotta let my doggos out here in a second. They're probably gonna start barking. And then I go here, chat. Oh, I need my trample. That's what I need. Okay. Okay, so if I go... If I attack with this and this, that's going to be a 13... I don't know, chat. I think I gotta do it, don't I? Because I'm gonna take out like most of his base there, chat. He's got 25. He's got 28 damage coming at him. I probably should have attacked with that too, but I need to hold back something. Take care, Billy. Have a good day at work, if that's even possible. I really need that trample. I really need that trample, boys. Man, look at this grove, dude. This Warden of the Grove, 14/14. Anything coming into play gets a 12 counters on it, chat. Next turn, I'm gonna have the Ruby Daring Tracker hop in. This card right here. She's got haste. Plus, she gets additional +2/+2. Uh-oh. What's this mean, chat? What does it mean, chat? It means something, chat. I don't know what it means. Alright, I mean, I got a block, right? Screw this thing. Alright, I'm at 11, chat. Okay, fair enough. Whenever that player top line, you may put a creature card left there. Whatever that means, I don't even know. Whatever. Oh goodness, chat. Oh geez. This could be bad, chat. We'll see. Okay. My goodness, what's with all the mana? Alright, we're gonna go here, chat, right? And then we're gonna go here. Right? Boom. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right? Right, chat? Right? Oh, that's pretty big, right, chat? Alright, so then we're going to be swinging. So, let's see. He's going to get hit with at least 17 trample. So we just swing with everything, chat. That's what we do. Do it right there. Bam. Okay. So he blocks these three. These three don't trample. But he's going to be taking like 20 something, right? Fair enough. I think we won, chat. I think we did it. Rat said, so if I opine on what I think happened up to this point without defense side yet, I think it's possible she hit him. But when I saw his wound on his arm without knowing anything about this case, my initial reaction was those were dog bites. Interesting. Like a dog tearing at his arm. You think they sucked sicked the dog on him? Is that what you guys think happened? I need more trample in this deck. That's what I need, man. This deck needs more trample, chat. Hold on. Need more heirlooms. How many heirlooms do I have? I don't know. I have 4 in here. I do have 4. Why the French am I not getting? I only saw one of those. The groves are awesome. Trample. What gives trample? Trample. Okay. Hold on, chat. We got this. I wonder what gives what instant travel? Trash the town. Colossal growth. Ooh, and it's even red green. Yeah, so they sick dogs on them. Interesting. So do you think it was like one of the guys that was trying to bang out his wife? I mean, that's pretty good. Why don't we do that? All right, let's try that. All right, let's play a few more of this. Actually, you know what? Do I have any? Ooh. I think I know what I think I know what I need to put in this deck. Excuse me. They suddenly got rid of the dog, and they can't prove that the dog they looked at is that dog. Interesting. Well, I mean, never underestimate people's ability or willingness to F over. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. I was supposed to let you out, huh? Sorry. Hold on. Never underestimate somebody's ability to try to screw over somebody else, man. You know? Hide to cover up what they've done. Oh, okay. People are, I don't know, man. You know, the Bible says if you don't love people, you don't love God. And I keep asking myself the same question. Lord, if that's true, why do you make it so hard to love you? That part I don't get. That part I don't get. That part confuses me. Brian, who resisted her advances, was there that night at the last bar they were at. Stop. John appeared to be eyeballing someone. So who is John? And who is Brian? You guys are talking like you know these people personally. Who's they though? Who's they though? Okay, let's go here. Let's do this. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Do that. Let's attack. Let's swing for 3. Well, hopefully I can beat him to 5 mana here, Chad, or some kind of drag down or something. What is this? Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice if evidence. Okay. All right, chat. Hold on. I'll be right back. I will. Retano en momento, por favore. So actually, here we go. This is what we'll do. We're kind of interested to see this thing right here. This I find this fascinating. So we'll see what happened here.
Arguing is it rational? Does this what we'd end up arguing is it rational for the person to reject rights? And that again, that comes down to epistemic justification, and it's a much broader discussion than we're capable of having in this format. Not that we couldn't debate that also. I'm just saying you can't debate that and rights and ethics all in one time. I can, and it'll exhaust me.
Fair enough. Gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel, and we'll start going from there. And I will prioritize questions to you, Michael, since you
Sure.
are. Okay, here we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jim Bob just stepped away for a quick second. But we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and start with Ryan. Do you have a question for Michael?
Yeah, actually.
Oh,
So I haven't really learned a ton about like theory of rights. So I'm kind of just curious. Your explanation, I tuned into bits and pieces of the conversation. Your explanation seemed to align more with my intuition. So I just kind of wanted to pick your brain about it. Maybe you can flesh out what I'm understanding. So like
Sure.
the way my intuition works is that like there would be some ideological determination that people would come to about what rights should be enforced, and then there's the enforcement portion, and that's kind of like the breakdown of how these things that feels like the only way that this like makes sense in reality. So if you want to walk me through, I'm
Well,
sure I'm not using any of the formal terms to explain that.
if I understand you correctly, and if I don't, then just jump in and correct me. I'm fine. I've been wrong before. I may be wrong now, and I'm sure I'll be wrong in the future. But you said once it's ideologically determined, but that implies that it's entirely subjective, that people have agreed to it, and then the government protects them. My point or my position is that rights exist whether or not you agree to them or not. The idea is that you would come to agreement on the factual rights and then implement a government of some sort to protect those rights. It's a distinction. The distinction is only in the question that you asked, the way that you phrase it. It implied that it's these people getting together and agreeing to it that makes them rights.
So you're saying that there's, when you say that there's like an objective right outside of that determination, do you mean just like the individuals like coming from their value, or is there like something external that is
it's ultimately it's relational, right? Human beings are moral entities. But by the theory of morality that I'm arguing for, if you were alone, for instance, on an island, you would still have to make moral choices because you would still have to pursue values. You would still have to act to sustain yourself, right? Rights come into play once others come around. So if you are on this island, right, and you're living your life, you're gathering up, coconuts and water or whatever else you're gathering up, you're sustaining your life. Now we introduce his man Friday. He comes in. Now he can choose to punch you in the face, steal your stuff, rob you, kill you, or he can choose to trade with you or, whatever. Now the concept of rights comes into play because you have the right to do these things. And if he interferes with you, you have the right to self-defense. I hope that answers your question. If not, I would highly suggest, I think, 3 philosophers to read. I would read John Locke, Frederick Bastiat, and Ayn Rand on the subject of rights. They do a much better job than I do.
No, you killed it. You did.
Can I have a follow-up question
well.
on that,
One
Michael?
more thing, and then I'll shut up.
Go ahead.
The last thing I'd say to that is, the other thing I like that you said was about having I guess governments that enforce people's rights rather than impose on those rights. And I think it's really important to uphold those like constitutional values and stuff, and not let like kings override judicial rulings and stuff. So I think I'm glad that we probably agree on that. So I appreciate that. But
Michael, I just want a follow-up question there. Is that
Who's
if there was
okay?
a
I'm looking at
society
Jim
that
Bob.
was like they were basically like okay, we agree that if you aggress someone, they're already in the right to defend themselves with adequate force and you might die. But the aggressor knew that, and there was an agreement that you all know that, but the aggressor wanted to risk it. Now, because the person being aggressed is in the right to defend themselves with whatever skill and weaponry they have, is it fair to say, if they both knew the conditions, is it fair to say that if the aggressor had more force and they won, that they were just?
I don't understand what you mean.
Because a battle happened, right? So it's like, you aggress me, I'm going to aggress back. It's fair, okay? So, but if the aggressor wins and the agreement is, okay, it's aggressor versus defender, right? I'm going to use everything I got at you if you aggress me. And if you win, is it just if they win?
No,
Why
it's
not?
not just. it's not just for one, because they violated the rights of the person by initiating force against them. That's the first thing. But also, and there's a much broader thing, and this we'd have to really have a debate on ethics, because I specifically and intentionally didn't address this because it would take forever to really flesh out. But in the conceptual hierarchy, as you're forming concepts and coming to terms in your reasoning chain, what's the word I'm looking for here? The evil or the wrongness of initiating force actually comes before the concept of rights, because it applies to the individual's morality and what he should or shouldn't do. It just would take a very long time to elucidate that and to.
See, I disagree. I think it's reversed, actually. I think it's the knowledge that if you use force, you can actually initiate a system of rights by force. Not that it's the other way. I think it's the other way around. I think that rights are actually that are derivative of force, not force is derivative of rights. I think if you look at it actually historically, when a country says we have rights, they're actually using force to make a declarative statement that if you disagree with the declarative statement, you're going to be met with a war. That's what a war is.
Yeah. I don't disagree with the fact pattern of what countries actually do. What I disagree with is the evaluation that they would be just in doing so.
But in the instance where there's no government and it's just you in the woods, you're basically just descriptively saying whoever has adequate force wins. It's only until about an external
Jim Bob, but that's factual.
Monopolized force actually acknowledges the rights, but acknowledging rights is force. It's literally force.
Well, there's force in self-defense and retaliatory in retaliation, and there's force that's initiated. And
what's
there's a big difference.
Of rights without force, though? Just tell me.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
What is acknowledging rights if you don't have force?
Well, if you don't have the proper force, you're in no position to defend rights. That's obvious. That's an obvious thing to say. It's obvious that it doesn't matter that I have a right. For instance, I would say I have a right against aggression. When I was incarcerated, the toughest, the most dangerous person, one of the most dangerous in the history of the prison system, came to me. And he said, Michael, could you help me with my anger? And I said, sure. I said, on one condition. He said, what? I said, well, when you're trying to work out your anger problems, we have to deal with some pretty touchy issues. I said, I need your word as a man that you're not going to hit me. Right. And he said, okay. He said, all right, Mike, I give you my word. I won't hit you. And he never did. I would argue I have a right not to be hit. If Fortune, that's the guy's name, if he chose to punch me in my face, there's nothing I could do. I mean, he would have destroyed me. He probably would have knocked me out in the first shot. He would have been violating my rights. But to your point, does it really matter if I can't defend it? No, it's still a rights violation. That's, in many ways why you need to have a collective self-defense to defend yourself against the fortunes of the world.
This is bar none the best breakdown of rights I've ever heard. I feel fortunate to fucking be here.
Who's that? I don't even know who's saying that.
Bottom left.
Hold on. So I know, Clay, your question's for Jim Bob, so I'm going to skip you for the moment. But Joe, I was actually going to push it over to you. Did you have a question for Michael?
I did not have a question, but I did want to say I feel fortunate, man. I run this around in my head all the time, and this is the clearest, best breakdown from Michael I'm talking about of rights the way I perceive them ever. He did all the work for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you're stoned off your ass too. Make sure to take that into consideration.
He has a right to be.
I actually,
I'm not stoned, and I agree. Yeah,
I actually wrote a book where I talked about how I came to all my conclusions. If you go check it out, View from a Cage, my transformation from convict to crusader for liberty. I explained my entire intellectual development and how I came to the positions that I now hold.
Paul, I want to ask, do you have a question for Michael specifically?
I would say that my main concern is that I don't know where you're getting rights from. Like the title of the debate was, where do rights come from? I'm looking at it more from like a knowledge epistemological angle. So I'm thinking about it from a empiricist and rationalist standpoint. Where exactly do rights come from? What grants rights? And also, how do you determine what is a right and what isn't? Because you couldn't answer earlier what if owning a gun, for instance, was a right, right?
Right. So before I answer the question, I just want to make clear, it's fairly are often fairly easy to identify a principle, right? An abstract idea that has to be applied practically. It's much more difficult to assess all the implications of that when you're taking action, all the practical implications. So I don't know all the practical implications of the rights theory, right? I don't know all of them. I couldn't know all of them. But you said, where do rights come from? And I've answered this question a few times. Rights stem from the fact that human beings are moral beings, that we're moral beings. And by moral beings, what I mean is we're people, we're entities that not only have to, not only can act to sustain ourselves, but we have to. Beyond that, we also have to choose to, right? So the fact that we have to choose the values that we're going to pursue, and that these can either be beneficial or harmful to us, and the fact that we have to discover what's good, like we have to learn the vitamins that are good for us, the foods that are good for us. I have to learn that stuff in my face with chips and dip is not going to sustain me. That's what gives rise to the subject of morality.
Yeah, but Michael, you agreed.
Hold on, I'm answering this guy's question. Hold on, dude. You want to keep the debate going? I'm trying to answer his question.
Continuation. If it's the case that it's the moral thing to violate someone's rights,
it's not.
It's never the case to violate someone's rights.
It's never the case that it's moral.
Was it moral to take away your rights when you committed a crime?
You just made a distinction. You made a distinction between violating and taking away.
Is it moral to stop someone from self-deleting in the moment?
I actually got a question real quick.
What about this? What about Paul? Okay, Paul's asking the question.
I mean,
Go ahead, Paul.
Is it moral to prevent somebody from suicide? No, it's not. It's that person's life. If that person wants to die, it's that person's right. Go ahead, Paul.
I would ask, when we're talking about determining rights and everything, how do you know when something becomes a right and when it isn't a right, such as the right to life or the right to life, for example? How do we determine that's a right objectively, unless we're talking more like subjectively?
So once you elucidate that human being, remember what a right is. It's very important. And it's important to note that I did not create this definition. I did not, J.B. Pelletier, I do not think the good is illusory. So I don't know where you got that idea. But the concept of rights and the definition goes back centuries. It's not my creation, that it's a moral claim, right? You could go back all the way back to sophists who were discovering the difference between what was legislated and whether or not what was legislated is just or not. The ancient Stoics in Rome who were elucidating natural laws, Cicero or Cicero, however you want to pronounce it. So the idea of rights, as I've defined it, defining natural rights, is not my invention. Right. So you have to understand that. So then what you have to ask yourself is, if there's such a thing as a moral being, right? Is a moral being entitled to certain things? And you have to ask yourself, well, what is that person entitled to? No, non-Bloodsport actually is just code to I don't like insults, and I don't like interruptions. No, but it's kind of fun to interact with them. So that's the question to ask. And the way that you would discover it is through observation and reason. You observe entities in reality. You observe that some entities are inanimate. You observe that some entities act. These are observations that you make. You observe that when entities act, some things are good for them, some things are bad for them. We observe that some entities are not able to make choices and other entities are. That's how you arrive at your whole idea of morality. That's how you arrive at your idea of what a person has a moral claim to.
How is self-deletion good for someone?
Doesn't that kind of seem subjective still, especially considering there's been so many conceptions of rights throughout different societies and everything like that?
Right.
We used to think like, what was that?
No. Well, you're going to invoke disagreement. And yes, people disagree, but people disagree.
It's funny how the Jim Bob asked, isn't it GSW back surely he is taking care of the pups? Yes, I did a little bit of weeding too. My fingers are a little dirty. I probably should have washed them, but it'll be all right. We are meant to toil in the soil as men, and women are meant to redeem themselves from the pain of childbirth. So it is written, so let it be so. Yes, I mean, when he talked about, when Jim Bob presented the posit of is it moral to stop someone from self-deleting in the moment they're attempting to self-delete? And his response, as a typical Marxist, what's up, Yoda? Good to see you. His response as a typical Marxist was, no. I mean, because he's part of a death cult. He's part of the synagogue of Satan, as far as I can ascertain. And you know, it's funny because if you look at the mouth hardly ever stays fully closed, right? And it's always asymmetrical. Like you can tell a certain genetic code by the asymmetry of their mouths. Well, what does that mean? That means if you were to cut it directly in half and fold it onto itself, it wouldn't line up. Now, symmetrical would line up. Asymmetrical wouldn't line up. And it's interesting how a growth or a birthmark on you, or not a birthmark, but a mole or some kind of a skin tag or something like that, some kind of weird thing going on in your skin, they tell you if it's asymmetrical, you should be alarmed. Or at least get it checked out, right? Because that can be precancerous or cancer. So that I find that to be very interesting. Now, it seems to me, now I don't know if things are just rigged that way, or it seems to me that there seems to be some logic behind a particular group of people, we'll call them Ashkenazi Jews, that have the highest IQ, from what I understand, measurable IQ average, according to the bell curve. I believe they're at 117. And the next lowest from that would be Asians, I believe, at 110, which is about a standard deviation from the Ashkenazi Jews. So the question comes into my mind of, like, was there a sacrifice genetically, like as physical specimens, in order to become more intelligent as intellectual specimens? And is that just like the brain is really developed, but the rest of their body is kind of like attacking itself? Is that why especially Jewish men always just look so hideous to behold? Now don't get me wrong, G2 is a handsome dude. In certain lights, he's a bit of a dapper Dan. He's a good dresser. He's a smart dresser. But I mean, most gay men are, to be fair, right?
About all kinds of things. It doesn't mean the fact is that people disagree when things are true, and one person's right and the other person's wrong. So the fact that people disagree about it, Einstein disagreed vehemently with. So I mean, the thing that really bothers me about this Mike Leibowitz guy is that he likes to name drop, Jung and Locke, and talk about the old Stoics and all this other stuff. I'm not well versed in any of these people. There's an observational aspect to my intelligence, right? I just look around the world and I observe, how do people interact with other people? I don't need some other man in some ancient dusty tome to relay to me what seems to be very obvious. And if I don't use certain key words like esystemic or esoteric, or all these different words, that I do use some pretty fancy words time every now and then. I admit it. I do throw out some big words occasionally. But it's just this, like, they're trying to dazzle you. It's like, but wait, there's more merchandising. You got to buy my widgets, buy my widgets. Oh, believe my words, because I'm gish galloping. I'm throwing out a lot of important names in the philosophy world. Oh, Ayn Rand, that bitch. Yeah, dude, all I got to do is listen to her, 10 minutes of her on a video to know that woman is absolute cancer. Absolute cancer. With quantum mechanics, right? So in the quantum mechanics, professors, notably Niels Bohr, disagreed with Einstein. So does that mean that neither one of them's right? There's no truth to the matter because they happen to disagree? Of course not.
Well, I would say it would depend on how you can measure it, though, because we can't measure rights empirically speaking. It is just like some sort of abstract concept that.
Well, no, I don't agree with that statement. I don't agree with that statement. Okay, let me give you a scenario. He said empirically we can't measure rights. I think you can. I think you can measure them, but I think that the variable rate is insane. It's through the roof. Like, for instance, I show up at your job. I show up at your place of business, and you've got, like, I don't know, 10 strapping lads, right? That just fit like footballers. You know what I mean? Like UK, like roustabout footballers, you know, a rowdy group. You got 10 people, 10 dudes that are ready to defend your business. I show up and I say, hey, you got a really nice flower shop. It'd be a shame if something happened to any of your vases. Those look pretty expensive. You should pay me protection money so nothing happens to your vases. And your response to me, Rats to the Moon, if you're still here, your response to me is, I've never had anything happen to my vases in the past. Why should I pay you extra money for something that's never happened? And then I tip one of the vases over, and you look at me, and then 5 of your dudes, 5 of your strapping lads come over, and they give me a good old fashioned fucking rough up and chuck me the fuck out of the store. Now, I had the ability to knock over your vase, but you had the right to kick me out of your store because you had the force required to do so. Now, let's say the situation is completely reversed. Let's say you're all alone and you're a shopkeeper and it's me and 10 of my goons that come in. Do you understand now? I have the right to demand that you pay me protection money. Otherwise, you're going to be the one that gets the good old fashioned tune up. And eventually, see what I'm saying? Like, and that's measurable. It's measurable. If I show up every time with enough force to get you to do what I want you to do, guess what happens, chat? Guess what happens? You do what I want you to do. Or you perish eventually. If you resist too long and too hard, you perish. Does what I said, did what I say make any sense to anyone? Did that make any sense to you guys? Does that make sense? Man, I sure hope it did. I sure hope it made some sense.
That we
Can you
determine
measure
on a
friendship?
societal-
Paul, can you measure friendship?
Yes.
Do you think friendship exists?
Yes, you can measure a friendship. You can measure a friendship by the consistency of a friend who answers the phone when you call, who's there when you need them. When it's time to move, then they got a pickup truck. They're not ignoring you on a phone call. Yes, it is measurable. How many times have you been there for me in the past? How many times do I think you're going to be there for me in the future? What do you mean, is it measurable? By what metric are you measuring it? Observation. What's my observation? My observation is that there's a high probability, maybe not an exact number, but a very high probability, chat, that if I call, right? If I call, my friend is going to pick up. Right? If I call, you've always picked up. Why wouldn't you pick up this time? That's measurable. I understand what he's saying to an extent, but here, let's hear him out.
Exists in a physical sense or more in
Yeah, exactly, Rats. This is like me arguing with frickin' what's his name? Henry. It's exactly like me arguing with Henry. Right? You know, you try to be reasonable. I argued with Henry. You can do all this nature's law thing and all this, like, you know, feely, touchy-feely stuff. I mean, you can do that all day long and, you know, until your face turns blue. But at the end of the day, all right, what do we got here? So let's see. This creature can't be blocked, which is different from... let's say no attack. Let's see what happens.
in
No,
a abstract social construct sense.
It's a relational concept.
It's a
Right.
it's an agreement though, which is subjective from your own standards. So the whole point is, if you bring in friendship, you're actually not doing a service to your own argument because
Yep.
you
Sure
can
I
just
am,
say,
because the fact is these
hold
people
on,
are
let me
friends.
talk. Let me finish. Because you can just define a friendship. You couldn't say this type of relation is not a friendship, right? You could never tell someone that, right?
Sure you could.
No,
Why
you couldn't.
you?
No, if
Friendship-
He's saying it's subjective. What I consider to be my friend and what you consider to be my friend might be two different things. I think that's kind of what he's saying, right? Am I missing it, chat? Am I confused? Maybe I'm confused. I think I think I might be the confused one here, chat. It's possible.
Someone
It
had
means a
if someone
specific
had-
thing.
No, no, no,
Yes, it
Michael.
does.
If someone had a friendship and their standard or criteria for what is a friendship disagreed with your standard, you couldn't tell them that they had a wrong friendship, right?
What, say that again. I was reading.
If
the
someone
chat,
had
I'm sorry.
someone had a relationship with someone and their criteria for friendship didn't match your criteria, you couldn't tell them they were in
Hold on.
an incorrect friendship, right?
Jim Bob,
think
you,
in some cases
you
you
are
could.
you are assuming in the very way you explain that what constitutes friendship is a matter of opinion.
A construct.
I'm
Yo,
saying
Oh, you're
it's
saying
not.
right. So you agree rights are a construct. That's the end
Yo,
of the debate.
Michael, how
dude.
about this? Me and you are best friends. How can you refute that,
Chris.
Michael?
Because I'm not.
I mean, I would even
Because
say,
I'm not your friend.
like that's
Well,
like when
how do you
someone.
know we're not friends? You would
Stop
have to
it, Chris.
define friendship.
Stop it, Chris.
What?
That
what?
would be like if I said, you know, Jim Bob is my best friend. Like we are best friends, Jim Bob, 110%.
Like, I might think we're best friends, but he might not think. In a perfect world, anarchy would be cool, but no, it'd be absolute chaos. But we are not in a perfect world. And man seeks power and will take it from those who are weak enough. I would like to correct you on that, Rats. I think I understand what you mean by that. But I want you to really think about what you just said. Okay? You said, in a perfect world, which I would, according to my worldview, I would categorize a perfect world as heaven. Right? That would be a perfect world. Perfect world would be the state of heaven. There would be no chaos in heaven. Anarchy is chaos. To me, definitionally, it's the very essence of chaos, right? So I hope you took that correction in the spirit and brotherly love towards my fellow sister in Christ that I intended it. I would just like you to. I like what you said there, though, but I think your female brain kind of kicked in there for a second. I'm just sorry.
And Jim Bob's like
What's up, Mr. Mimsy?
Like, is that true, Jim Bob? And Jim Bob's like, absolutely not. We're not friends at all. What is she crazy? Like,
There you go.
obviously, we
There you go,
have
Mr.
a
Mimsy.
different set of
Good
standards
afternoon.
for what friendship is,
And
right?
somebody's right and somebody's wrong.
How
Yeah, I
do you
think we would say
determine?
that you
How do
gotta-
you
You may not be
Yeah, they're
able
asking you
to.
for the threshold
How do you
I think we
determine
would
that?
say-
No,
Go
let
ahead.
him answer. How do you
Yeah.
determine that?
Hold on.
I'm
When
trying
you
to get-
form a concept, and this goes back to the
You're not gonna
epistemic
answer the question,
justification.
He's not going to answer.
Okay, dude, you
They
are
never.
too.
They never
Let
answer.
him answer.
They never answer the question. So apparently Brick has a go at Jim Bob. So Brick, I'm letting you know, man. If you're listening, if you're watching, I don't think you are because there's only 3 people in here right now. But if you are listening, you are watching, buddy. I'm gonna go at you, man. If you got it all wrong, if you're gonna pull some Craig Hendry like insane concept out of your ass, I'm gonna call you on it. But if you're right, man, I'm gonna call Jim Bob out. Yeah, I mean, either way, it is what it is.
Sir.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Let him
You ask
not
me a
answer.
question, I'm going to answer, and then you interrupt me. And then you say,
We
oh,
can
well,
all-
that's a
we
good
all
debate
can tell you're not
strategy.
gonna answer, dude.
Well, you can't tell a goddamn thing. You don't know what you're talking about.
What was the question?
Let's be honest. The
Let's start with
question
the
is, how
question.
can you tell what a friendship is? That was the question.
No. How can you tell who's right or wrong between the 2 criteria?
And the way that you can tell is you know that friendship has been conceptualized a certain way, right? Either it's a
You
legitimate
know?
concept.
That's your
Hold on.
epistemic standard.
No,
You know?
hold on. Dude, can you shut the fuck
No.
up?
No, this is
Jesus
panel, dude.
Christ, dude.
His epistemic
No,
standard is you know.
dude, No, that's not my. Listen, I'm not answering this question because
I
you
know
won't
you
let me.
can't answer the question. You better.
How do you measure friendships?
Stop, Chris. I'm asking the
I
question.
measure friendship by not being a jackass.
See, this is the problem with Sarah. She's got like these abortion people on the panel, these utter and complete ass clowns running around doing some bad faith nonsense, you know? How are you ever going to get taken serious, lady? Right? Can't.
who hides behind a puffy cloud. That's how I measure.
That's
I am a
Chris.
clown,
He
bitch.
can't. He can't.
I'm a clown.
He cams
You
up all
fucking
the time.
human.
all the time.
Well, I'm not debating you, rats. I'm having a conversation with you. You just shifted the goalpost. Now we're having a debate. GS says, GS, what exactly is this protection racket you're running? And how do I get in on the action? I've always wanted to shake down my local corner shop. It's just an example. It's just an example. That's all. I was just giving an example. All I was doing, chat. Let's do... I can't do that and that, can I? Nope. Let's do this. We'll see what happens. He's gonna kill it. He's gonna kill it, chat, and I'm gonna get a poison counter.
All right,
Oh,
Chris,
boy.
that's enough. So I'm asking you the question. If I believe that Jim Bob is my
Nailed
best
it.
friend,
Yeah.
but he's telling everyone on this panel, like, no, the fuck he ain't, right? Like, who determines what that friendship actually is and who is right or wrong?
Okay.
Like, how would everyone sit
Let me
here
ask
and,
you,
and
is
make
friendship...
that decision?
Okay, it all is contingent on whether friendship is a legitimate concept or not. Is friendship a legitimate concept? Every concept has parameters. That's what a definition of a concept
But
does.
what if,
It
what if
differentiates the
Ryan?
concept.
Well,
what
yeah,
if
it's subjective
Ryan-
though.
Well, no, this is just on her channel. She's a shitty mod. She's an absolute train wreck of a mod. I don't know, man. I just, there needs to be some level of decorum, in my opinion. But who am I? I'm just some schmuck. I'm just some schmuck. That's all I am. I'm just a schmuck. That's all I am.
Hold on. What if Ryan
Moose.
says, I don't believe in friendship at all? I think it's just some made up thing that people say.
Okay, then Ryan is making a factual.
Okay, but then you said, well, this is why I don't debate. No one, you were making a point. I was responding to your point, and you said that I made a good point. I know. That's all I do. All I do is make good points and eat sandwiches. That's all I do, chat. I make good points and I eat sandwiches. Good game. I got destroyed. That's what I get for picking on rats to the moon. I get poisoned out. I get humbled. I understand. Yes, Lord. Please forgive me. I repent, rats, for being mean to my grandmother. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry, Grandma.
Claim, right? Ryan is either right or wrong. It's not a matter of opinion. It's still, Ryan might be correct in his observation that there's no such thing as friendship. Maybe
Okay,
friendship's
so
not a
what are the
legitimate
parameters
concept.
of friendship then?
Wait,
How do you
what are the
determine who's
parameters
right
of
or wrong?
friendship?
Sarah asked.
Exactly.
I want to
And
chime in
what-
since I got kind
You've
of
been
lumped in it.
named.
I feel like when it comes to the question of like the Sarah and Jim Bob example, I think there is an answer. Like I think most people would agree that if Sarah is saying, "Hey, Jim Bob's my best friend," and Jim Bob's like, "I don't fucking know this bitch," then Sarah's just wrong. Like that's not what friendship is. Like they're
That's not
friends. I think
that's not the
we could-
hypothetical, because
we
obviously
could
I know
disagree that
Sarah.
they're not
No, that's
friends,
not
like
the
most people
hypothetical.
would. Sarah would just
Dude,
be
Ryan,
wrong, yeah.
Ryan, don't be a sneak. I know it's in your nature to be a sneak, but
Mm.
we know each other.
Well, it's in your
So-
nature to be a retard, but
So
you know.
it could,
Yeah, that's not a kind of
it
dude.
could
You
be
just
true.
the question, dude. Sarah made a very clear question.
Yeah, you just snuck some bullshit in. That's what he's saying. You're a little sneaky sneak. You're a little subversive, Ryan. Ooh, I like lox and cream cheese on my bagels. Ooh.
Which really debunks the whole
That's a
thing. If
clear
you
answer.
swap friendship with rights, the point is, we're asking for how do you determine? You're just Ryan going, well, clearly most people agree.
No.
That's the answer.
This is how you determine anything.
True now.
Is it a legitimate concept?
Look at, just keep your eye on keep your eye on Brick. He's like, he can't wait to unload on Jim Bob. Look at him. Look at the smile on his face. From what I understand, like, I guess he ends up getting kicked off the panel by like Chuck Cuck in Tennessee, who's like, like I said, Cuck in Tennessee. Is it creepy that you're an old man in Tennessee who's macking on some 30-something-year-old married man? It's kind of weird, dude. I think it's creepy, chat. What do you think? I think it's creepy. All right, let's see. Let's see what happens when I do this, chat. This is an absolute crappy hand to keep.
For instance, ghost is not a legitimate concept. It hasn't been conceptualized. It hasn't been observed. It hasn't been delimited. It hasn't been defined and distinguished from other concepts.
The hell word is that?
So now we have to ask, is friendship a legitimate concept?
Hang
If
on, wait.
friendship-
This is the part y'all keep cutting him off at.
Legitimate.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
Joe,
This is the important
Joe,
part.
we cut him off at the part where he doesn't answer
No,
the question.
no,
You just
because-
give
No.
him more time.
No, you
Well,
honestly
Maybe
like
it's
this is
fine.
like this is
You're
like
not
the
telling us the
ultimate
methodology,
demo.
bro.
Because you don't understand, Jim Bob. In all fairness, you don't understand.
Woo! Oh yeah. Oh, that's my favorite one.
Just sponsored in part by.
All right.
But all that degeneracy she puts up on the screen. Look at her. She's so degenerate. That is my favorite cutscene though. I like that one.
Gentlemen, the testosterone is strong here. All right,
It is, but you know
Michael,
what
It is
Michael,
now.
hold up, everyone.
I told you I had to
My-
leave at 10:30. So let's ask one question. I think Clay had a question, if I'm not mistaken, in the corner there. If
Clay had
somebody asked a
to
question.
Jim Bob.
For Jim
Okay.
Bob.
Well, I did ask a question, but
Yes.
the answer you're giving is just exemplifying something else.
No,
You're
it's
talking
not.
about a code.
The problem is what you want is a simple answer to a question that's not simple. And I can and I can't just say, oh well, this is this. In order to say what is friendship, you have to understand the nature of concepts, the nature of
I don't have to do
concept
shit.
formation. What is their basis? What's the difference between a legitimate concept and an illegitimate concept? And then you would get to say, okay, if friendship is a legitimate concept, it's necessarily delimited. Something that's infinity is not legitimate. So then you could not be wrong about it. If friendship's not a legitimate concept, then you say we're friends. He says we're not. Well, it's illegitimate. You're talking nonsense. But if friendship is legitimate, then it has to have parameters. And if it has parameters and you're not within those parameters, you're wrong.
Well, who gets to determine what the parameters are, you muppet? Like, friendship is such a subjective thing, bro. Like, one person can be absolutely deluded that somebody's their friend and still get the benefits of thinking that they have a friend, even though they have a parasite. Like, who is this guy? Who are you? Guy, who the hell are you? Who are you that you get to determine? Right? Who are you that you get to determine what a friendship is? It's crazy. It's crazy talk, chat.
I
So are they
totally
arbitrary
understand
parameters?
that.
Are they
Okay.
arbitrary?
Yeah, of course the high Joe Cool understand. I totally understand that. Of course the guy who's high out of his fucking gourd understands some fucking absolute word salad babble goggle out of this freaking Lipschitz mouth.
Arbitrary parameters is the question.
They're arbitrary if they don't exist in reality. If they exist, if friendship, for instance, entails, let's just give a hypothetical. If friendship entails that every day on Tuesday that you say hi, Sarah, if that's how we conceptualize the thing, and then you don't say hi, Sarah,
Yeah.
then
So you just
then
debunked
you're not
yourself.
within
If
friendship.
it's the
No,
case-
dude, do you know what debunk means?
Yes, you just
No,
said-
you don't.
You just
You
debunked
don't.
yourself.
Dude, you're an armchair
tell
philosopher
you.
who doesn't know what he's
I'll
talking
tell you.
about.
I'll tell you, Michael. I'll tell you how right now.
Sarah, where's Sarah? Because I have to go.
Where's
and I don't
Sarah?
want to be
Help me,
rude.
Sarah. Help me, Sarah. Let me tell you how, Michael.
No, I don't want Sarah to help me. I said I had to go at 10:30.
Okay,
You haven't debunked anything.
Michael,
You say debunk.
Look at the mouth. Look at the lips. Look at it. Look at the physiognomy, chat. Look at it. Look at the goy on the left, your left of your screen, and look at the God's chosen special bagel boy and girl on the right with the weird freaking genetic code. I'm telling you guys, there's something to it. It's a good game. There's something there. The physiognomy never lies.
Debunk
Let me-
over and
let me-
over and
let me
over
tell
again.
you.
No, I'm
Let me
not
tell-
going to let you
You're
spew
not going to let me.
bullshit
You're not
at me.
going to let me
dude.
correct you.
No,
Okay,
because you're saying
You
nonsense.
said there's a correct way between two friendship parameters
Yeah,
to
so-
decide who's correct.
So that's what I'm saying. Who made you the freaking arbiter of the metric of measuring what a friendship is or isn't? Who left you? Now subjectively with your friendships, Michael Leibowitz, you get to be in charge of what you consider the parameters of friendship to be and what you consider to be a good or a bad friendship. Now, subjectively or even objectively, somebody else could probably look at a friendship that you think is a good one and go, that person's using you. You're an idiot. But does it matter at the end of the day? Probably not. If you think you're in a good relationship. But again, who left this guy in charge of everyone else's interpretation of what is or what isn't a friendship?
Correct. Now the latest thing is you just arbitrarily define the parameters of what a friendship is.
There it is.
You just contradict yourself.
Yeah.
Present
I
P1 is
didn't.
no P. First P is there's a
What is that
correct
music?
there's a correct type of friendship, right? You said that there's a correct.
No,
one.
I didn't say there's a correct type of
Yes, you
friendship. It's
did,
not
dude.
what-
You can go back. You said there's a correct one.
Dude,
Someone's
go
right.
back. I said there's a
someone's
correct
right.
concept of friendship.
You
There-
said
there's-
someone's right.
That's a distinction without a difference, dude. What the hell are you even saying? This guy, oi.
Or
Yes,
wrong.
yes, someone's
That's
right
correct.
or wrong.
That means
If-
correct, dude.
Jim, if one person says we're friends and another person says we're not, and there's a concept of friendship that is delimited, which concepts must be, then somebody's
If
necessarily
they have
wrong.
two different criterias, how do you determine it? Right? You said, well, it depends
Subjectivity.
on the parameters. If they have different parameters, that's the thing in question.
But then it's not a legit.
So I've not even seen this, man. I'm like, look, dude. I mean, this stuff, you don't even have to be like really smart or anything like that to figure this stuff out. I mean, this is just craziness, chat. This is like Muppetry on display. This is so easy, but that you got these like little armchair. Look at his mouth. Look at how asymmetrical his mouth is. He's got one lip that sits higher than the other. His mouth never fully closes. Watch.
legitimate concept.
So then things
Right
that don't
there.
have parameters, like you can't
He stopped talking. His mouth is open. He's not talking. He does not shut his lips.
tell me if someone should have the right to own a gun. That means, by your own
No,
definition,
that doesn't
it's not
mean
a
there's
valid
not.
concept.
No, that doesn't mean there's not a
Yeah,
parameter.
you just debunked yourself again.
No, I didn't, dude. You don't know what the
just,
means.
just
No, I
self-detonated,
didn't.
dude. You just,
Dude,
your standard
dude.
for an
How
invalid.
old, Jim Bob? Seriously, how old are you? I gotta ask. You answer me.
Your
How old are you?
definition-
So now you're going to do an argument to authority, and age is the authority? I mean, another fucking logic fallacy from this fucking retard who claims to be the better. He's your betters, chat. Chat, he's your betters. He's your betters. You better redneck and eyes. He's going to tell you how life works.
What
Can
standard
you
is
answer
for
that
an
question?
invalid concept?
How
Dude,
old
this
are
isn't
you?
going to work on people.
No, I want to know. I'm
That's
not
the
trying to
one
make it work. I want to know how old you
This
are.
is weak.
What does that matter,
Jim,
retard?
It's not a
It's
deflection.
irrelevant. You're
It's not
you're
an argument.
deflecting.
Dude,
By your-
I agreed to a 2-hour debate, and
By
now
your
you want
own
to keep
standard,
hammering me with
rights are
questions.
not valid by your own standard.
Say it
Why?
again.
Because you can't tell me if someone should own a gun or not. That's one example where A doesn't equal A, where you can't define. If you can't define between the parameters or not, you
Dude.
just it's an invalid concept.
Hold on.
Therefore,
No,
ergo,
no,
rights are not
no.
valid.
No, this
Yeah.
is the problem is, and this is the inherent problem with this, is you think you're making sense, but you're not.
That's meta.
Right?
That's meta. That's
No.
a cope.
I don't care
Oh,
what
May
it
I
is. It's
ask
the
Michael
truth.
Lebowski?
Total cope, man.
No, you can't ask me anything.
Puff,
Evan
Puff
had a
McLeod.
question. Evan, did you want to go ahead and chime in with your question really quick?
All right. When it comes to for rights and what is justified and what's unjustified, if a group of travelers are traveling in the mountains and they run out of food and another
Yeah.
person passes by that's not in their group, can they go and
Yeah.
they cannibalize that person because it's the only way they can survive? And is that moral to do?
Okay, so
Because
there's
that's the only thing that can
hold
keep
on.
them
So
alive.
okay, there's two separate questions. The first question is, would it be moral for them to do so? The second question is, does the other person have rights? Right? That there's two questions there. And this is what I would call a lifeboat scenario, right? So reality applies to the choices people make to the as they're living. They're talking about a scenario where basically they're deplete of choice. They're either going to die or cannibalize somebody, right?
So deplete of choice. That's a fancy. You ever heard the term replete? Such and so was replete with such and so. Replete, meaning having a plethora amount.
Right? That's the scenario you're given. I would argue, and
Yeah, I would agree, Mr. Mimsy. I'm not disrespecting. I'm not at all disrespecting age or people with wisdom. But when you're losing an argument, you won't answer a question. You keep running from the dick up the backboard of the bed of life, and someone's got to keep grabbing you by the hips and pulling you back into reality. Then fuck you. Fuck you and your little, how old are you? That, in my opinion, shows a lack of maturity and is very sophomoric on his part. That's my opinion. I'm sticking to it.
And again, this is going to take us so far afield, which is why I hate these things, that morality actually doesn't even apply in such a situation, because you're not living in a situation, you're not describing a situation where people are actually making free choices about how to apply principles and values to their actions. You're talking
Based on whose judgment? Yours or theirs? This is what I'm talking about. These relativists, you know, these subjective relativists. Everything's relative, right, to these people. Like, based on who died and left this freaking mushmouth dude in charge of anything? That's my question. My question is, who died and left this guy in charge of anything? Anything.
talking about a situation where somebody's facing imminent death if
That's
they
not a
don't
free
do
choice
something.
to eat the person or not.
Okay. So is there another question that somebody has before I go?
Michael, may I please ask you a question? What's
No.
the difference between
No.
a friendship and an acquaintance?
Yeah,
What's the
I'm
difference
not.
between a
yeah,
friendship
I
and an
appreciate you, Michael.
acquaintance?
It was an
I mean, that's a good
interesting
question,
conversation.
honestly.
What's the difference between a friendship and an
Alright.
acquaintance?
Good
Fred.
question.
Good question.
Michael,
Hope you have a
just
good
one
night, man.
quick question. What differentiates
Who's this?
like
Who's
a
this?
imminent survival
Evan.
me?
Go ahead.
What differentiates like a imminent survival situation and like their best possible future? Like they could steal like the resources of someone else to get the best possible life outcome for themselves. How is that different from like them surviving instead of
so-
dying?
The difference between the two, right, is when in the scenario where you're talking about, we're already living in a society and we're deciding, should we attack somebody? Should we kill somebody? Right. In this situation, we're living appropriately. If we're living by the human means of survival, reason, conceptualization, we're planning long term. Right. We have to extrapolate from our observations, discover what's going to further our long term interest, what's going to sustain us.
And this explains why there's a Jewish cabal that just absolutely fleeces the goy and treats them like they're cattle. That's it right there in a nutshell, chat. You're getting it now. Now you're seeing it. Now you get it, chat. Now you see.
This over decades, right?
See, it's okay when it's a certain people that want to fuck everyone else in the world over to increase their chances of thriving or what they consider to be thriving. Very subjective, right? These are subjective things, chat. These aren't metrics that are, you know, these are very subjective metrics, right? Wait, what the hell is this shit? Oh, it doubles, damn it.
So in that situation, you go and invade somebody, you're not doing that. Right. And I don't have time to get into all the reasons why you're not, but you can just look at war and you can see why ultimately war is destructive. People are dying on both sides, things of that nature. Right. In the other example, you're not talking about a situation where a person is conceptualizing their long-term survival. You're talking about a situation where somebody has to decide if they're going to survive for the next 5 minutes or they're going to die immediately.
So arbitrarily, you set up a different metric by which you allow something to happen because you feel as though, because if in 5 minutes I'll die if I don't do X. What about in a year? Time is relative, right? Like some people think a year is a very short amount of time, and some people like I remember summer vacation as a kid seemed to last forever. And the second you have kids, next thing you know, summer's in. Next thing you know, you're buying school clothes and frickin' and supplies for kids go back to school. Like it feels like you blinked twice, went to bed once, and all of a sudden now school's starting again. So time is relative. All these things are very relative, chat. Very relative. And there's a level of dishonesty that's happening here. He's smuggling stuff in, chat. It's not cool in my opinion. He's smuggling a lot of stuff in. All right, let's do this. And let's do this. Now we can block.
That's the difference. So I'm going to, I really do. It's 11 o'clock. I said I was only going to stay till 10:30, and somehow I've been manipulated to stay. Really been manipulated. I haven't really
If
been.
you leave, we gotta beat up on Radical Coda.
It actually
I
hasn't
will
been a
give you
manipulation.
future reference for any future debates. I know I allowed a little wiggle room on the flex of time this round, but my usual start time is 9:15. I do
All right.
require 3 hours from my panelists so that we're not rushing open panel either. So that is the standard here. I did allow flex for this. But
Before
Thank
you
you,
leave,
appreciate
Michael,
it.
can you give me the name of that book again so I can type it in?
I actually have two books. The one book I wrote
Oh,
with
look at
Selman,
you.
the
I'm
first
sorry.
book. The first book is actually called Down the Rabbit Hole.
Joe Cool. Joe Cool's a Marxist, bro. He's got to be a Marxist, dude. He's a Marxist. He's got to be. Why is he sucking Lipowitz's dick, dude? That's weird.
How the culture of corrections encourages crime. That doesn't deal with my political views. That's just a book about correctional philosophy and what's wrong with what's wrong with prison.
Give me the other one.
The second book is View from a Cage: My Transformation from Convict to Crusader for Liberty. And I recommend everybody.
Of course, he's a degenerate.
The Rational Egoist. I've had many debates. They're not blood sport debates. They're just the regular, good old fashioned
Quest
debate.
for truth.
They're very good. I've debated conservatives.
Dude, Joe has a really hard time not interrupting fucking people. He really does. He's so passionate about getting involved in conversations, but his like situational awareness of like read the room, dude. Stop interrupting people in the middle of their conversation, especially when you just ask them a question. You really got to stop doing that, Joe. You really, really should.
Libertarians, leftists. I debated the senior editor from Mother Jones magazine for God's sake. So you can check that out. And also, everybody check out the Capitalist Corner, where every day.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Eastern, Mark Pellegrino and I host it. We discuss current events from.
No, I think what I truly believe about Joe is I had that dude pegged from the beginning. Joe comes into whatever panel, he licks his finger, he finds out which way the wind's blowing, and then he will purposefully put himself in a manner in which he can what's the word I'm looking for? He'll purposely put himself on the winning side. Like very rarely will he go against the grain. Very rarely will he push against the majority. Very rarely.
From a pro-capitalist point of view.
And then if he does and he gets any pushback, be like, motherfucker, I'm high, man. What you expect from me? Or some shit like that. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. I try to be done with the left, but they just won't let me.
And again, thanks everybody. I know we got a little rowdy, but you guys love the rowdiness. I don't. I've had enough rowdy to last me a lifetime. I mean, I had rowdy before prison, 25 years.
All right, there I kind of agree with him, but he's just like popping his chest out a little bit.
Rowdy in prison. I just want peace. So.
Yeah, but he just spends most of his time on panels. He does some like cop watching stuff, I think. I don't even know. But he basically just gets high, sits at home, and fucking goes on panels. It's just, I don't even know. I'm not sure how he makes his money. It's kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't think he's an EBT American.
This was probably peaceful for you guys. For me, it was extraordinarily rowdy. And Jim Bob, I apologize for telling you to shut the fuck up. That's not my way. That was a momentary laugh.
I can handle it.
No, I know you can, but it's really not about you. It's about me and how I want to behave. But otherwise, thanks everybody.
All right, I give the guy respect for that. I do give him respect for that.
Buddy Sarah, thank you very much for having me.
Be easy, pal.
Maybe I'll see you in the future. Take care, everybody.
Thanks, Michael. Have a wonderful evening. Hey, Kissy Cat came in with the big 20. Says, "Stop being a cloudist, Michael. Let the puffy speak." But Powder Dusty comes in with another 20. Says, "Puff and Brick to the back." You both got shoved back there.
See, this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, what the fuck, man? I mean, this is like they just this fuck shit. They got all this fuck shit. Like you can pay to have somebody get kicked off the panel. It's fucking stupid, dude. Where's the intellectual honesty? Where's the good faith engagement? You know, it's just disgusting, dude. I mean, listen, Sarah, we know what you are. We're just negotiating on your price.
Sorry, boys, you got 10 minutes back there, but I also have more people to bring on too. So you're back to the back of the line.
Where's a dude who had a question for me? You disappeared?
That's one that got pushed to the back. Powder Dusty, I don't want to speed date. Can I hold? I'm gonna hold this. I'm gonna hold this speed date for a little bit later, just because the whole evening has just been shifted horribly, and I don't like it. So I'm holding it, Powder Dusty, just so we can actually get through the conversation for now, and then when things get out of hand, I'll go into a speed date. All right, let's see. Okay. I know some people had some questions for Jim Bob, so why don't we start doing that?
Yeah, I guess I do have. I mean, so I think I understand more or less where Michael was coming from in conceptualizing rights. What about you, Jim Bob? Can you give me like a quick summary to make
rights don't exist? Only force does.
Jim Bob, I had a question. I'm sorry.
Well, can I respond to that? Like, so people don't decide what rights to enforce?
No, what they decide is useless if there's no force.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's no virtue in being a weak man, because what are you opposing as a weak man? Like, what are you precisely? What are you opposing as a weak man? Explain it to me. If you don't have the ability as a weak man to stop anyone from doing whatever they want to do to you or your family, then there's no virtue in being a weak man. Where the virtue is being capable of being an absolute monster, but harnessing and controlling it, and only, what's up, Tim? And only unleashing that monster when you need to. There's virtue in that. But being a weak man, what else are you going to be? You're a weak man. Where's the virtue in that? There is no virtue.
But
Jim Bob.
I feel like that doesn't. Okay, I feel like that doesn't.
You're having trouble picking internalizing words.
I'm having
What's wrong
trouble
with you? What's wrong with you?
But yeah, sure.
Okay, cool.
I guess you're.
What part don't you understand, Ryan?
Hey, Jim Bob.
Another concept exists.
What?
Jim,
that's the Ryan guy. That must be the Muslim guy that he's always going after on his channel.
Jim
Bob.
Bob.
Do you understand, Ryan? We can do a training course right now, dude.
The rights as they are in the Declaration. All right.
Ryan, I'll try not to be hostile, but
good luck.
If it's the case that rights, as you're describing, are simply a set of permitted behaviors and restricted behaviors that are met with force, what part don't you understand from my position that the only thing you're really talking about is an agreement for things, behaviors that are allowed or not allowed, met with force?
Well, I'm talking about the concept of that people would decide whether or not they want to enforce.
What up, Tim?
Yeah, I love that conversation. You know why? Because once you understand that the only thing in play is force, I'm not arguing that might is right, like correct, but I am arguing
might is might.
In an ordered society, you're going to need force and the threat of force to maintain order. So the only question from me, Ryan, ends up being whose ethical, metaethical, moral, epistemic system ought inform the use of force and the not use of force. I think that's a fair position.
Sure. Are you an American?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, in America, we would decide that based on the rule of law, like by the Constitution.
And the rule of law is totally upheld and defended by, drum roll, everyone,
force.
Yeah.
What do you mean nobody?
Well,
I mean.
That we
No,
have
they
established.
threw law out the door a long time ago.
What was counter my position?
Yeah, that just doesn't negate what I said at all.
Hey, Ryan, you think you can let me
go ahead.
ask Jim Bob a question right quick? Look like you guys are going forever. Jim Bob, I'm going to read a sentence here and you tell me what you think about it. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their creator with certain
inalienable rights.
What are they?
Creator?
What do you think they're talking about there?
That's ambiguous on purpose. First of all, nothing's self-evident. That's a nonsense.
Like, who's the creator?
That's enlightenment garble. Creator
could, in that instance, creator could be considered the devil. Creator could be considered your mother and your father. Creator could be the creator, the almighty. Exactly ambiguous. That's a good point. But the rights are going to be protected by the force of the government that's being created. We, the people, in order to form a more perfect union.
Doesn't tell me who. I mean, if someone says the creator is actually Moloch, that's who's actually informing the Constitution. How are you going to
do you have an answer for my question? What rights do you think they were talking about?
Rights don't exist. What they're
I
talking
didn't ask you if they exist. What rights do you think they were talking about? How did you think they had it? What were they thinking?
Do you think they were talking?
Joe Cool's going on. He's becoming a blacktivist, guys. Joe Cool's going blacktivist mode. He went full on blacktivist, chat.
Talking about when they crafted that?
Yes.
I think they were talking about the rights to pursue.
Yeah, that's true, Rats.
Life. Some type of life. Some type of dignified life.
All right.
It's totally ambiguous. Right? Look. I'll demonstrate that's ambiguous. The right to pursue happiness, dude. If it makes me happy to eat custard brains, suddenly I don't have the right to pursue my happiness, do I?
You don't. I don't know. What's a custard brain? Maybe I don't know what that is.
Jeffrey Dahmer. Do I have the right?
If it hurts someone else,
so it's
we can assume that you violated rights, right? I thought that's what they started at.
Who's the
you
God?
You don't
man?
have the right to aggress against others.
I get it, but that's the thing is whose God determines the conditional.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not because one of the problems is that like Andrew, for example, thinks that like gay people getting married makes his marriage less valuable, which is a super weird thing to believe. Jim Bob probably believes this as well. So like I guess I understand why that.
I think you're lying. I don't think Andrew's
completely false.
He's tweeted that before. He absolutely has.
No, he's definitely not tweeted that.
That's not an Andrew position.
If you expand the definition of marriage to include all of these other aspects, right, or all of these other situations that aren't normally considered to be marriages, then it makes actual marriage less valuable.
Yeah, he doesn't affirm that it's
could be
possible.
answered.
Yeah. He doesn't affirm that it's possible for two gay dudes to get married.
He doesn't think it should be
They
legal, right? He wants to eliminate their right to get married. Just like he wants to eliminate women's right to vote.
What gives you the right to get married? What are you talking about?
In America, gay people have the right to get married just like you do.
Do they not next month?
Yes, definitely that could happen. Yeah, especially because we have a king.
Dude.
We have a king right now who's overriding the judiciary branch.
That's great. How do you consummate a gay marriage, Ryan?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear the question. What was it?
I said, how do you consummate a gay marriage, dude?
How do you consummate? They can.
I don't know. You get poop on your penis. You just get poop on your penis, and then you live out your marriage.
Yeah, because hetero people don't have.
I get maybe if you dock your dick with another gay guy, maybe is that how you consummate? I don't know. You should ask G2 how we consummate gay marriage. How does he consummate his gay marriage? Great question.
With the big five, I believe this is over on Jim Bob's sides. It says, I may have, these are from earlier too. I'm going to start kind of rolling through them a few at a time here and there. I may have the right to send the super chat, but the funds, we'll see. If you can read this, then I guess I did. Thank you, Godzilla. Looks like it went through. Dustin Buckin with the big five duties. If rights, RIGHTS, don't exist, where do duties come from? Made by Jim Bob.
Duties? Yeah, you have to take a Christian, specifically an Orthodox.
You spit on the lower back.
For duties, to make it coherent. So duties actually are grounded in your will and aligning your will. An actual will, an active will to align your actions with something higher. Rights are a question of, can I have something? That's a recipient act. There's no action in asking for something. It's like, can I have something? A duty is an action towards something. That's the distinction that's really key. Now, coincidentally, if you abide by rights and you defend rights, you're still appealing to a duty, an active duty to defend rights. So where does that duty come from? So Dustin is a good question, because if you defend rights, you're actually arguing from a duty perspective anyway, because you have to argue, why ought we acknowledge rights? That's a duty. The right to have a gun doesn't tell you whether or not you have a duty to own a gun. The right to self-defense doesn't tell you whether or not you have a duty to defend yourself and your family. Everything points to Christian duties. Rights are some soft, broken Enlightenment dipshittery that we're still in the fucking crop dust fart of right now. And it's been a horror show for the West, an absolute horror show.
Under
Well,
Ryan's
luckily we-
definition of rights, that is true. It is given by man, and you keep asking man to give you a permission.
Right.
You're on the wrong route. They told you in the very first sentence, Declaration of Independence, I just read you, they come from God, which means, and they say among them, here are a few. They named a few, which means there are many more out there. And you exclude all them when you beg some guy to give you
Who's
rights.
enforcing that then, though?
Exactly.
The first three as well. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness
So-
aren't rights.
Who is enforcing
Who's
the
enforcing your
You have
God-given
to
right?
hold up. If you don't force them yourself, you don't have them.
exactly? I'd have to enforce my own rights. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay, so-
now,
but let's-
now, like right
Yeah.
now within your society, how do you enforce yours aside from appealing to
Notice
the
people
government?
is the best way.
Well,
You
I'm
need to
asking
notice-
Joe.
My society
asking
has
Joe.
excluded any parts of the government for a long time. So what I do is I move around, get to know people, right? Politic, as we call it. And then that's how I move around and gain favor and make things happen in my world. That's how I survive.
You mean?
So
Wait,
you're
I just
still
want to
appealing-
summarize that. Do you mean?
I'm still appealing to but
Of course.
I don't have to outright ask. I can do things other people can't because I put myself in those situations.
Do you
And
have
I'm
a
not sure that
driver's
has
license?
anything to do with. Oh, I
So
do.
you
I
put
do.
yourself
Now,
in a position to enact
I'm
higher
sorry.
force.
Now, lately, the last 6 years and shit, I've been all up in the system. I got a credit card, all that square shit. To drive, yeah, all of that. So yeah, I fuck with the government now, but for years, no, that didn't even apply to me, man. I don't know. That's not what rights would have nothing to do with the government, right? That's nonsense. And because someone can take something from you, that didn't mean it was mine. I had a bike, someone stole it and took it from me. By your philosophy, that wasn't my bike anyway, because the motherfucker
Well, no,
had the
that's
authority to take
very
it.
good. Very good, Joe. Guess what? Possession is basically the ability to defend what's in your proximity or in your possession with force, right?
Well, I love this. I think you're about to go to my definition of rights. So I think you're telling me that no man owns anything. Yeah.
That's right.
All right. So how is it that
Temporarily in possession, though.
Excuse me?
Temporarily in possession.
I go for
Belong-
temporarily in possession of a thing, but if there's no ownership, you can certainly grasp the concept that no man gets to control you.
No man can. A man could actually restrict your ability to do things, but I agree on a metaphysical, spiritual level, they can't actually
Yes.
control you.
Yes. So you'd get the idea that rights can be given from that same sense. They can control them, taken away, but it doesn't mean they don't exist because someone has a bigger bomb. That just falls on
Well,
its
what is it?
face.
What is it, Joe?
Are-
But what
are
are you
we-
referring to that exists? Because the term exists, right? We can take a materialistic, an apple exists, right? And then we could take a metaphysical. I'm going to ask you, what are you referring to that exists?
What's up,
other than
MC
Joe,
Dilligaff?
which I think is much a stronger position. Your
Good to
will
see ya.
exists. Just your will.
Yes,
Why are you calling that a
I
right?
go. Yes, in the first sense, you said that a man can't.
Rights are entitlements absent of duties. Now, duty has to do with the moral code, in my opinion. Some people may think it's their duty to delete people and eat their brains, like Jeffrey Dahmer. Keep their skulls in their freezer, and other people might think it's their duty to go hunt down PDF files.
Take away your will.
Your
We use
will.
a different word, but yeah, your will. That's the same area, gray area where rights exist.
I
And
understand.
he was-
Why do
yeah.
you need rights, Joe? The term rights, if you can just use will.
Because rights can let me harm another motherfucker. Rights can't.
Well, no. Rights can, your will allows you to act on messing someone up, violating someone else, acting
Right.
against someone, right?
Right.
The question is whether or not you were
you doing,
just in
Geronimo?
using your will. But,
All right.
however, if you took on the approach, Joe, that you have
But will can hurt people. Rights
I
you're
understand,
not allowed.
Joe, just hold on a second. If you take on the view that you have a duty to not hurt people, you have a duty. It's not a right.
Yeah, I go
It's not
for it.
their
Yeah.
right. It's not their right. It's your will being controlled by your own will, like your action. Sorry, being controlled by your own will. You
Yeah, I
have
agree.
you're right. So isn't it the case that no matter what we talk about as far as action, The only important thing is whether or not your action is aligned with the will of something good or bad,
Of something.
regardless of rights.
What was that last sentence? Aligned with the will
Only
of
thing we're-
something.
I'm saying the only thing we're actually ever talking about is whether or not your actions, your will, and your actions are aligned with something that you call the good or not.
Oh, I agree. This comes from a moral source. I'm okay with saying God, but nature could get you there. Harm no other man. You can be found in nature too.
Yeah, but the thing is,
I think this is about where Brick's going to be coming in really soon here about the whole nature's law and stuff like that. It's going to be. I actually want to hear his argument. I hope that Brick and I can have discussions about this kind of stuff without things getting a little out of hand. I hope that that's possible. I don't know if it is though. What are you doing, buddy? What's going on? You got itchy ear? You gotta put some medicine in there? All right, Chief.
I'm saying is like people say I have the right to life. Okay, let's say I deleted you, Joe. Right? Someone deleted you. Did your life get eliminated, or did your right get eliminated?
Certainly not my rights.
Okay, they don't make a headstone for your rights, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And they'll
I'm
say
not
like Joe's rights gone. You know, he lived from whatever. You know,
I doubt it. They don't even defend them on a daily basis in my life.
The
So
thing
no
is, like,
headstone, no.
yeah, that's the thing is like the thing we're really pointing to. Like, if you took someone's life, you took their life. You didn't take their right to life because their life was taken. Like,
No,
there's
because right is not a thing that you can't be taken. It has nothing to do with whether it can be taken or not. It can't be taken because it doesn't exist.
That's right.
Does love
doesn't
exist?
Love, you can't. Yeah, that's not something you can.
Wait. It does exist.
Love is an action. Yeah.
Can you? What if I say I love you and you don't love me? Is that a thing?
What?
Well, it still exists for one person, doesn't it? I mean, that's kind of a stupid fucking premise, Joe.
If I say I love Jim Bob, you say you don't love me. Who's right? Love can't exist. This is the philosophy you chose.
You're equivocating the definition of right and right.
No, I'm leaving. I'm trying to get him to understand that where rights exist. In
That
the
actually
same place,
proves my point,
love
Joe.
exists.
Joe,
You just said love exists, but you can't define it.
Joe,
Is love two-sided though? Love's not two-sided.
Joe, let me answer. If you say love exists, it necessarily follows it has an objective standard that's not based in just you, right?
No, I don't think so. You
Okay,
think
so
there's
love
an
doesn't
objective
exist. It's
standard
subjective.
for
So the
love?
question is gone. Now that you
No. I'm asking. We stay with it. The question ain't gone nothing. Don't run. Are you saying love doesn't exist?
No, I'm saying.
All
I'm
right.
asking you, if
Tell
you
me if there's an objective standard. Please tell me what it is, and the rest of you tell me if you agree
Jesus
with this.
Christ.
An objective standard to a subjective thing? Are you fucking retarded, Joe?
It's the second person of the Godhead, Logos incarnate.
Yeah.
I don't know what was that. Was that an answer to my question? Or
Christ,
you reading something on the bottom of the
Godhead
table?
is the incarnate, the
It's like God is love, is what he's trying to say.
epitome.
I don't even know her. Can you tell me what love is?
Jesus, you don't know who Jesus Christ is?
Christ is love, dude.
Oh, her name, girl. Jesus is a her. You could have said Jesus. So Jesus exists.
Yeah, Jesus exists.
So love is Jesus.
Jesus is the embodiment of love. If love, Joe, if love refers to being, a way of being, a way of acting, a way of existing, it necessarily follows that the only possible logical standard would be grounded in another being, an absolute being.
Well, I noticed that you haven't explained to me what the parameters of love are yet. And I bet you some people don't even believe in Jesus.
I literally just told you. You're the one arguing love doesn't exist, Joe. How is that
No,
going?
I know. We haven't even got to my opinion of whether love exists.
You're the one who
I'm trying to
brought in
narrow
love,
down
Joe.
yours. I'm just asking the parameters. You said it must be definable. I am saying the definition of your love, Sarah's, and mine will not be the same no matter how you look at it, right?
Okay. Yeah,
but love still exists.
I understand, but Joe, just say love exists is to appeal to a standard to say love exists, right?
Agree, but we can't define that standard.
Well, I
Agreed?
just defined it for you. The only
No. You said something about Jesus. is
Yeah,
some
tell me your standard.
convoluted shit.
Let's compare standards, Joe. What's the standard for love, Joe?
I think it's subjective. You think it's
Oh,
objective.
you just said it
apparently.
doesn't exist then. That's a game over. Next person.
Oh my
Okay,
God! You
so
with these
speaking
lame ass
of
victories.
love,
This has to run, Jim
speaking
Bob,
of
and you should
love,
run.
Hey,
Joe,
Joe,
dude.
I'll push back
gentlemen.
on Joe a little bit.
Yeah, hold on. I want to. Speaking of love, some super chats came in on Cash App. Mr. Harmon sends in the Big 10 and says, Doris Day, look today. You have the it factor. Thank you,
I
Harmon.
told you look good today. In chat, you
Thank
might
you.
not.
Oh my God, the fucking simping for this old leather boot known as Sarah the Raging Whore. Are you serious, dude? Like, Jim Bob, bro, run away from that platform, man. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Old Sarge Finkel in with the big 20.
Oh,
just to
there he
say,
is.
Yo. And then
What? How come you didn't say put the numbers in her chat there, retard? Or did you?
Wellum Manuel with the big 50 of something. I think it's 5 for us for the right to latch. Fair enough. And then Chairman
Latch.
says rights are located at the crest of the labia. Thank you for bringing us full circle round to full degeneracy.
Just like your
over
chat,
here.
Sarah.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
a
who
bunch
said
of
they wanted to
degenerates.
push back?
Yeah.
Oh, I want to push back on Joe a little bit. I just wanted to ask him a couple questions real quick.
I have some questions for Joe
so
after
Joe, so
Go ahead,
Joe,
Brandon.
is love a right or is love an obligation?
I don't know. It's an obligation as far as I'm concerned. I don't. And is it a right? It will be a right as well.
Well, technically, it's an obligation based on the Christian principle. You know, Joe says he doesn't have an issue with recognizing God, right? I'm not saying he does. I'm just saying I find it interesting.
So you have a right to love.
Yes.
Where does this right come from?
A right to love? It's an
I think all
obligation to
rights-
love.
My own belief is God or being, architect. I don't know what you call them, but you can get there by nature. Don't
So then-
harm
so then-
another man. What's good for the goose? Yeah.
Gotcha. So if love is both a right and an obligation, would you also ground the obligation in God as well? You would say that you're obliged to love because of God.
I hadn't thought about it, but I think I would. Yeah.
Okay, so then rights and obligations are the same things.
Nah,
They're not
I
just
don't know what
entitlements
that
and
shit.
duties. You have an obligation, right? So you just cooked yourself.
I'm not sure. Please explain. Don't assume a quick victory. Please
so
explain
if you
why.
have-
Well, it's funny. You just did that to Jim Bob, telling him he was running. But this guy just said you just cooked yourself. You just contradicted yourself, Joe. Oh, he's gonna run away. Watch. As soon as chat. Are you ready? Watch this. As soon as things start to go against Joe Cool, guess what he's gonna do? Guess what he's gonna do, chat? He's gonna change his mind.
if you have,
Here's what I think is going on. I think you're saying
I'm
that.
gonna explain it to you.
Let me say this so you'll know
You
what
asked me to
what
explain
we're
it. I'll
about to get.
explain it to you, Joe.
I'll give you a
be
moment.
super simple about it.
Here, this will help you.
Don't get to
I
explain
think.
it, he just talks over you.
Yeah, I think that you're saying that because the Corvette is a car, all cars are Corvettes. I think that's where you were
No.
going. So that's why I'm asking for clarity.
No, Joe. So look, I said, is love a right or an
Sorry,
obligation?
Tim.
You said it's both.
His typical self and just babbling crap makes no sense. Yeah.
Where does this right come from? You say God. When I say,
Yeah.
okay, well, love is an obligation, does this also come from God? You're saying
Yes.
yes.
Right.
Therefore, they're practically the same thing at this point. You're just saying
Not
that
really,
rights-
God.
So wait, is he trying to say that you have a right to be loved? There's an expectation if you are a Christian that you are showing someone brotherly love. I need to work on that myself personally. Do I do this? I say no blocks.
and
It gives a-
obligations are the same thing.
Okay.
Right,
keep
but
going.
in the context of love, at least, right?
No, I'm just saying they both come from God. I'm not saying they're the same thing.
You said it's subjective and it comes from God. You just contradicted yourself. Is God subjective?
God is objective.
God gives me love, friendship.
See, he just took God's name in vain right there. Damn it. Oh, damn it.
And it's all of these things. Don't make them the same thing just because they come from God. I'm not going to agree with you.
And to anybody watching on the Raging Tomatoes side, if you're in my chat, please move over to the Gauntlet. I have dropped the link into the chat, and I'm going to go ahead and pin it. Head over there because I will shut down the show on the Tomato side, and you will no longer be able to watch or chat from that end. You can only do so on Gauntlet. Please do so now. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I think he was saying because rights come from gods and duties come from God, they must be the same thing.
Gods or God?
No, so I'll clarify it for you. So but essentially what I'm trying to say is, right, is that if you're defining rights, or maybe I should ask for your definition of rights. I would assume you mean something like an entitlement absent duty, right? You're just granted this thing without having any duty.
Not just an entitlement. Well, also you got to throw in that I can't infringe on another. That's where my rights end.
Right.
And another guy can't infringe on me.
Well, we're not asking about where rights end. We're asking about what rights end. So if you're defining rights as an entitlement absent any duty or obligation.
Mr. Mimsy coming in hot, maybe. What happened? Did you get rid of it? Did it disappear? Oh, I guess you don't want that. Okay, sorry. I won't read it. I won't read it. I won't read it, Mr. Mimsy.
And you're saying that love is a right, an entitlement absent duty or obligation, which is
wait. Is love? Let's see. One step. Is love?
You're also saying that love is an obligation.
I don't know why you retracted that though. I like that statement.
It's just the same thing at this point. How is this not a contradiction? Actually, let's just you would either have to concede that love is or rights are ultimately an obligation, and you do have obligations, right?
But
or
rights.
You have to concede that love.
All right, here I'll tell you where I stand. Rights, all of them are not duties. I have the right to help that old lady with her groceries. I have the right to do this because I'm not hurting anyone. But I don't have the obligation to do it. Okay, so the other under what framework? I can't help every motherfucker. I can't cure everybody and give water to every kid in the Sudan. I just can't afford it.
I can't help but think we're majoring in the minors here, right?
I'm not
love.
Right? Oh,
define love first.
I don't think you can, which that's why I think is disingenuous to ask to define friendship and rights. These all are subjective, right?
And then
Wait,
Jim Bob,
friendship
you're
would just
talking
be an
about
interpersonal relationship between two individuals, right?
Let's define truth then, Joe.
All right, maybe
Bob, you're talking about God. Whose God are we talking about? The founders. Would you concede to the fact that they were talking about the God of Abraham and Isaac?
Generally, they're kind of deists a little bit. I would grant you that many of them took a slant toward like a modern heterodox position, of Christianity. But the thing is, they were ambiguous, though, weren't they?
On purpose.
But they had to be somewhat for the king's purposes, I think. But
well,
what,
yeah.
What?
Wait, what?
What do you think about our government throwing us overboard? Could you define the moment when they did and when this happened? Because I mean, I don't think we have. The government is.
I can't now. It took it off.
For profit, and we're just chattel property. I mean, that's happening.
Loving relationship based on only one or two elements of the triangle would be weaker than the base of all three. I like that. I like that thought there.
Factions. It's both, basically, in essence. There's the private side and the public side where they're.
Yeah, I think that would be. I think capitalism without a Christian ethical paradigm. I'm not surprised where we are.
Yeah, it's
And
you think Trump's a
Justin
Christian?
Henley in with the Big Ten says, "Where's a right? A right is a fact and is not dependent on the government." That's not an answer, Sarah. Do better. I love how Justin calls me out for that. Chairman of the board says, "Rights sprout from the pubes of justice." Thank you again, Anson, for full degeneracy. Sarcastic Warlock says, with a big 5, Leibowitz, I can't say his fucking name, seems like the kind of
Leibowitz
guy who wants open borders.
Yeah.
And then Felix with
NGO. Oi, vey! Oi, 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 oi! Welcome to my country.
Where 50 years ago, 200 years ago, if rights can change, they're subjective, not inherent. That's a very good point. And officially, I am shutting down the Raging Tomatoes side. Enjoy your raid over to the Gauntlet. come over here to continue the show. Thank you. And gentlemen, back to you.
Yeah, I won't follow down this very long. I just one. I'm just curious, Jim Bob. Do you think that Donald Trump is a Christian?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Can I just say something about the what Joe was saying earlier? When we're talking about, he was talking about the Declaration of Independence. Michael is calling his view a teleological view, which I find kind of funny. He's not using teleological in the actual sense of teleological. And when we say, Jim Bob makes this point.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
When we say teleological,
Often.
we're saying an agent or a human being.
I mean, Joe will start off making sense, and then he'll toke up, and then depending on what strand he's on, he'll either be super serene or he'll be just absolutely agitated. The dude's a muppet.
Acts for an end. And what we mean is the human being has a nature that's ordered toward that end, right? An actual nature, not just, it's not grounded in autonomy. So rights in that context are moral claims derived from what's necessary for a human being to fulfill that end. And so you can say you're participating in real goods that are appropriate to the human end. Survival doesn't fit that. Survival, although it's good, it's an instrumental good, right? You're surviving for the purpose of something else.
Wouldn't survival be inevitably an instinct anyways, not necessarily like a...
Yeah, I think so. Or at least pragmatic.
At some threshold it would be, but then again, let's say it's your instinct to survive, and that's why Michael couldn't deal with the cannibalism question. That whoever brought that up, that was a great question, because you actually can demonstrate the ability to supersede and overcome your animal instincts to survive and do something horrific to survive. There's a moment where you actually make the choice and you say, will I eat my child? You know, your child passed away in the woods, right? And you're starving. Do I eat my child? That's a moral, you're going to make a moral choice, and you can't cop out and say, but I did it. I didn't have a choice. No, you always have a choice. You always have a choice.
Always have a
So,
choice.
Joe, when we say that they're endowed by
Always.
the Creator, what we're saying is like the human being is naturally ordered toward truth, towards virtue,
Yes.
community, right?
Yeah.
Then you can say speech and things like that are could be rights in that sense. I mean, I don't like the order of rights. I like right order rather than rights, because rights has this concept of like
they can be given, taken away as something.
Well, like I like the concept of a right order, because modern accounts are going to treat rights as entitlements to pursue any end, whatever.
Yeah.
But what we're saying is no, humans have an end, right? It's not you pursue any end whatsoever and you'd call that teleological. So an example would be the right to religious liberty. It's not sacred because it protects autonomy or choice. What it's doing is protecting the soul's pursuit of the highest good. That's why it's right.
Oh, shut up, Joe. Oh, you said something sounds smart. I'll go, ooh, I like that. Oh, that's really intelligent. And then literally in 5 minutes, he's probably going to be screaming at this dude. You watch.
All right, listen, you might have confused me a little bit. I've been saying you can get there through nature, but by your definition, I don't think soul can get to the highest good just by nature.
You can get there.
I think a God was just inserted in there a little bit.
You have to start with a nature that's oriented toward an end that is a good for that thing.
Yeah, but
I'm saying so. You need capacities, dispositions, things like that, not just choice. Choice is not, and this is exactly what the late scholastic. So I won't go too deep down this road, but the late scholastics with medieval nominalism, they're changing from the concept of right order to subjective justice, to a subjective right. That gets carried into the Enlightenment. So there's a very big difference between being grounded in nature as in the sense you're ordered toward an end versus
I dig it.
Choosing an end.
Yeah.
All right. And just for the record, I still have backstage. I have Bricky Jones, also known, his screen name now says Clay Foundations. I've got Vibe hanging backstage. I've got Duck hanging backstage, and Dustin Buck. If you want any of them up on stage, you know what to do. Chat. I don't care if it comes on my
Let me guess. Let's is going to pay to get Brick up on stage, and then Chuck's going to pay to kick him off.
end or Jim Bob's end. And then Adolf says with the big 10, shit, Jim Bob, God bless you and everyone in chat. And Alter Void says, I get confused when I
Yeah.
hear people say something like Joe said. He has the
Well, during the Holodomor, they had to make posters and tack them up on villages all throughout ethnic Ukraine at the time, saying it's not right to eat your children. Chat. It's not right to eat your children. They had to warn people it's not right to eat your children. It's not right.
a right to help people. Do you really have a right to help me if I refuse? Does my own rights not matter then?
No, yeah, his rights absolutely matter. And when my shit end, when I infringe upon your shit.
Jim
That's
Bob, when you
fair.
say rights, so sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
When you say rights don't exist, are you speaking in terms of in society, basically? Because, you know, like constitutional rights, we don't have rights. The Constitution is there to give us protections, not necessarily rights. Is that what you're
Rights.
referring to?
The way rights exist in a way that I'll agree they exist is a set of permitted behaviors and restricted behaviors from a force arm. That's it.
Right. Well, the way I
Behaviors
see it,
you can do and behaviors you can't do. And guess what? You can vote and suddenly the behaviors change and suddenly the rights change. So what you're really talking about is there a way you're allowed to behave? Yes. Is there a way you're not allowed to behave? Yes.
How about
Both of
ought to
those
behave?
are in the same folder, and the owner of that folder is a bunch of men with guns.
so I'm seeing it
So I
maybe
think
the same. Let me just finish this thought. I'm seeing it maybe the same.
What he's saying is there's a folder that you put things into. There's an order, and within the order of the folder, it's kind of like any kind of like a legal document where it has like, you know, 1A subsection Roman numeral lowercase I or whatever, you know what I mean, lowercase I dot here's this thing. So he's talking about like putting things into a folder, right?
Same, but I think that to really have the full Monty on rights, it's in this society, it's something that you have to assert. Not only do you have to say it, but you actually have to put people on notice and say, look, this is how I operate, this is what I'm doing, or we don't interface.
Yeah, and that's by force. That's what I was trying to bring up with Michael, is that he was arguing, well, you know, do what you will so long as you don't coerce people with a gun. And I'm saying the entire structure of rights, I'm not making an argument that it shouldn't be this way or whatever. I'm just saying the structure of rights is literally a coercive force that says there's a body of government that says we do things this way, right? We assume these things exist, and our assumption is backed with guns. And if you act against our assumptions, in reality, we're going to throw you in jail. That's literally backed with force.
By your definition, I see why y'all will bump heads, because he would have a different definition. It would be closer to those people acknowledging that we have rights, and if you violate these ones, we're going to force you to do so a thing. That we have them already admits that we think they exist outside of us.
Yeah, but
God
Joe, I'm
gave
saying
us that.
Yeah, but
Under
Joe,
that definition, your
no, but
shit
even he's
doesn't
wrong.
hold.
He's wrong in that.
See, that's a beautiful way to look at it, MC Dilly Gaff. That's an absolute, very intelligent way to look at that statement right there. Very smart. Sitting in my safe world with utilities, food, comfort, and peace, I can come up with all sorts of thoughts. Being in high stress, difficult situations changes thoughts. I won't judge survival, right? But think about it. So the more cushiony, the more bubble wrapped our worlds are, right? The more bubble wrapped our worlds are, the more time we seem to have to contemplate esoteric things, right? So it's the Maslow's hierarchy of need, the pyramid, you know, physiological, psychological, sense of purpose and belonging, and then self-actualization, you know?
That definition. Why? Because that's why I asked him the gun question. If I'm debating someone about the validity of rights, and their argument is that if you can't delineate between when you should have a right and shouldn't have a right, then it's not a valid concept. He did that with friendship, by the way. Now, reminder, he did that with guns. He couldn't tell you. He just refused to answer whether or not we have a right to own a gun. Joe, that points to.
I missed that
there's a-
part. I wasn't, but go ahead.
Yeah, but he did. He said, "I don't know." The
Yeah, I believe
point
you.
is, the government can arbitrarily, or be informed by the voters. Either way, it doesn't matter. They
Dude.
can determine at any point if you have the quote right to own a gun.
Under your definition,
No,
yes,
under the
friendship.
actual-
They
no.
can take away
Under-
me and Sarah's friendship. They
No.
could make it so. Listen, I can't call her on the phone. I can't do nothing out of confusion. They can physically separate us. Our friendship still exists because they took it away. It's still there.
But
They
my
took it.
love for you will still be strong. Allow me to interrupt because I have 2 boots I have to get out here. Old Sarge
All right.
Finkel sent in a big 20 to bring Clay Foundations back on, and in order to do so, he said to boot the Shade Master. Shade Master, you're going backstage, and then also Angry Beaver sent in.
Wait, Finkel and Clay Foundations are butt buddies now? What's going on there?
20 to bring Puffy back on, and he said to boot Osvron. So Osvron, you're going backstage, and then Puffy, come on back in. All right.
Hey Sarah, could I ask? Could I do a quick internal critique on Joe, real quick, and then I will drop for someone else to come back up. That way, I don't take much time up on your pin.
No problem.
Joe, so you're saying that rights are absolute, and that you're not able to violate anyone else's rights,
Yeah.
given your own, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 questions. One's going to be a little bit different than the other, but I just want to get your understanding, and then maybe the panel can talk about it later.
All right.
So if you saw someone, if you walked in, right, and you saw your son, let's just say that you have a grown son, right?
Yeah.
And he has a firearm, and
Right.
he's about to unalive himself, right? Would you say that you can violate his right to do what he wants with his own body?
I mean,
Would you say that you have the right or the obligation to violate his autonomy?
I don't
stop
think
him
I
from doing
do, but being a dad, I know what I would do. But if you're asking me the
Would you
moral
say that that
question,
would be
no, I think that he is a separate individual. If he wants to end it, he made a decision. He came through me, but I don't own him. It is his decision.
So would you say you have an obligation to do it, whether or not you have the right? Right? Would you say that you had an
Complacency, yeah.
obligation, morally speaking, to save your son's life?
It
by
it's
stopping him
it
from
certainly
unaliving
wouldn't
himself?
be moral. It would be selfish. It would not be moral.
It would be immoral to stop him from.
I don't know
unaliving
if it's
himself?
immoral. I don't know.
You just said it would be immoral, though.
It wouldn't be from a moral place. Me stopping him. It
William Manley, Death Valley, 40 and 49, was my grandpa. There's a lot of family lore that's different than his book. I was raised on discussions about him and actions less dramatic than Donner Party, by the way. Yeesh. Okay.
would be selfish from a selfish place. I'm not saying it's
So if your
immoral or
son-
moral.
So if your son was going through some
Holy crap. What is sitting on that fence, man? Joe's sitting on that fence like hardcore, chat.
period of psychosis in which he
You're
was not
adding
his normal
stuff.
thinking self. No, sure. I'm gonna see if it changes your answer at all.
I mean, Joe's not wrong. He did smuggle some stuff in there on him.
Or whether
It
or not you're gonna
will.
be
If you're
consistent.
telling me he's going through it has an ailment, now I certainly am
Well,
feel like
I would argue anyone that's going to off themselves has an ailment. I would argue that they're
Protective
probably
now.
going through
You're
some sort of
invoking a
psychosis.
protective father, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I like what he would say. Like anyone that would decide that they should off themselves has a mental problem. There's something deficient, right? I mean, can't we just say that seems to be an objective truth, chat? No? Can we agree if you're... I mean, I think there's all kinds of mental problems going on in our world right now, but I think we can agree on that one. I hope we can anyway.
I wouldn't follow that
Well,
argument.
Right, but it's just about the consistency of his logic here. In regards to
Right.
obligation.
But
I can engage with this a little bit.
I think you're saying
I can
if
embrace this, maybe.
the ailment that you're saying, I don't know, it's fucking up his thinking process. I thought that's where you're
Right.
going.
I mean, well, anyone that's going to off themselves is obviously not.
That's
thinking
your
correctly,
opinion.
right?
That is not necessarily true. No.
Yeah.
They're obviously
I was
going
going
to
to
be in
say
a state
earlier
in
when
which they want
this
to
question
unalive
came up,
themselves,
real
which
quick.
is quite
Then I'm gonna
natural
help out.
psychology.
Right. Like I think it's important to note that like most people when they come to they decide to do that, they are in a moment of extreme psychosis or
I
they're in
agree.
a moment of really, really elevated emotion. but that doesn't mean that every single person who's reaching that decision is always in that extreme emotional state. And
I think
it's
so.
important to make the distinction.
I
but I
think
mean,
so.
yeah, I
Well,
think
if you-
not.
well,
I
if
mean,
you think
99.9% of situations. But
Well,
I think that
Joe, if you're saying that you
Brandon's,
think all of those people
universalizing it
would.
is a mistake. Yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
bad
I would universalize it because I would say that they have severe spiritual ailments as well as probably
Yeah, that's
mental.
fine. You can say that out. That's fine.
But regardless,
I'm okay with you
Joe,
saying that.
I'm just trying to get you to be consistent on the logic of whether or not you have an obligation. Let's say that he does. Your son does, in fact, have some sort of psychological issue in which he wants to unalive himself. Do you have an obligation as a father to step in and violate his bodily autonomy?
And you have to have
because
a
of the fact
million
that he is
more.
in this situation?
You'd have to have a million more details on me. If you're asking me, do I have an obligation now?
No
It
problem.
becomes moral. I'd have to have a lot of shit like
Well, you already.
how much he's
problem.
deteriorated, what's making him deteriorated, how his faculties could he arrive at. And
Right.
it'd have
Yeah,
a
you're not
bunch
going to
of
be able to
factors.
assess all that. You walk in and you see him about to blow his own shit back.
I'd stop him. I told you that through the gate. If you're asking me whether I have the moral and the duties and responsibilities and stuff, that's a larger question. I would stop him. I would stop you.
Yeah,
All right,
exactly.
no problem.
I'd
I
stop
appreciate
you,
it,
Brandon.
Joe. I just wanted to kind of.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it.
And then hopefully the panel can deal with it after I leave. But Sarah, if you want to kick me and bring another up, by all means. Thanks for having
Sure.
me.
And feel free to hang backstage too, because people get booted all the time. If you have more to add in as well. Thank you for volunteering. Even though I would prefer the grift. Vibe
I hate his
coming
laugh,
up
dude.
now, and then we also have Duck and Dustin Buck, both back to back in a row. It's quite strange. Hanging out. Ray says with the big 5, opinion doesn't matter. Okay, I guess I'll stop watching then. Rude Mud Crab says with a big 5, the only rights you have is to attempt to impose your will and to attempt stopping will imposed on you.
Damn, dude.
Smalls says, look at that mouth. I'm not sure who's referring to.
I hope it's the ghost.
Hope it's not. Well,
What that mouth do?
these were from earlier. I'm going through all of the earlier super chats that we couldn't get through. Did I read this one yet? I don't think I did. Sarcastic Warlock with the Big 10. The rights a man arrogates to himself are related to the duties he imposes upon himself.
You mean relegates to himself? What the hell word was that? Irrigates? When it's like irrigating. It's like putting water in your ear to irrigate it. What?
The great majority of men have no right to exist, but are a misfortune to hire men. Niche. Any thoughts?
I didn't get that last part, and I don't want to zoom in.
Well,
Okay.
I'll say, speaking of hire men, I'm going to yield to Duck because I was mainly here to learn. I don't have like super strong opinions about the nature of rights and stuff, so I'm gonna let Duck take my place. I think he'll be better suited for this. So take care, everyone. Have a good night.
In my opinion, it's not defined enough. I really have a problem with not defining terms. A lot of times this happens. Actually, Jim Bob and I probably had a great chat in the back. I'm hoping.
Turn off
Clay,
your
how did you
mic
like-
while you're
How did you
striking
like
up.
Michael's definition of the right term? And just to remind you, Clay, if you weren't here, he said a moral claim.
Unfortunately, that's just not quite good enough.
Right.
Yeah. No, because rights are a concept. That's just plain and simple, right?
Not really.
Privileges are a concept. Thoughts are a concept. All of these things are ideas.
You could have just said no to Jim Bob's question, but
Yeah, I could have. You're right. Would you like to?
Do you see how rude people are to him, though? I mean, just the host has no respect for Clay, for Brick. A lot of people don't have any respect for Clay. That's. Pay attention, chat. Pay attention. I don't like it. I don't like it. But, you know, I guess it is what it is, chat. All right, here we go.
Ask Jim Bob a question.
Oh, Cloudy.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, Jim Bob arguably had
I'm not that queer with the curly mustache, Sarah. Damn it. I'm a clown. Jim Bob.
Yeah.
Don't people have the right to their religion?
Not really.
Definitely not.
I mean, you can't take it away, can you?
Well, you can't take their beliefs inside of their head away. So in that case, they have the will to their religion. You can't steal their will, but they don't have a right to their religion if religion extends to practice. No.
Well, I mean, if you take the thief on the cross, he just made a declaration and he didn't do no duties and he got the privilege of being with God.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with his right to religion, Cloudy McCloud.
I mean, but your definition would be it's a privilege absent a duty. So how does that not fall into paradigm?
Well, I actually didn't use that term. Today I used the term that it's a set of permissions and constraints given by a group with guns.
Doesn't that definition bring everything into play? Your house, your kids,
Yeah.
your dog,
Yeah, isn't that
everything.
reality, Joe?
No.
Yeah, it is. What are you talking about?
The only-
The government could take my house tomorrow. What are you talking about?
The only thing that's true in that statement is that it can be taken away. Doesn't mean
Yeah.
that it's not your kid and you didn't have a right
Okay,
to
cool.
protect
If you
them
can
and
be
all
taken
that.
Why
away,
are you
Joe.
telling your audience conspiracy theories right now,
Joe,
Bob?
if the government takes my
had
my
the worst
house
day
away
of your life.
tomorrow, what good does me saying you don't have the right to do that? Where's that play into reality, dude?
I already admitted they can take it away. if
Yeah,
that's your
so what are you
question.
talking about?
I don't think it has anything to do with the question. This is why you and
If I have a
Duke
right to own a house and the government can take my house, what is the thing that's being taken? My house or my right?
your rights.
Oh, my right, not my house. It's not my house. It's my rights.
No, according to you, it wasn't yours anyway. You don't, right?
What I own.
Yeah, people can pay to get them on the panel. People can pay to kick them off the. I mean, it's fucking retardville. I mean, good for them. Yeah, this deck is not working.
Is given by the ability to defend it. Now, if the government imposes some sort of system that helps me defend it, I'm still reliant on the government to come in and let's say process people who try to take my shit.
government So you know it's not yours. Why do you keep saying it's yours?
What do you?
Government's
no,
not one thing,
colloquially, I live in a house that I rent, right, from the bank, right? That's called a mortgage.
Okay, yeah.
I don't even own my house because the fucking landlord is a bank.
Yes.
Cool, I think you've been puffing too much. You know what I
I'm
mean?
literally puffing right now.
Yeah, you know, you've been smoking that
Funny as
crack.
a duck.
You've been
Funny as a
smoking that
duck.
crack like Puffy.
Duck maybe didn't smoke as much as Joe, but
My question.
Clay was here first. Go ahead, Clay.
My questions revolve around constitutional rights. Okay,
Yeah.
so if we're gonna discuss rights, defining what type of rights we're talking about.
What's a
is
right?
Defining what
You
type
tell
of-
me. Your complaint was, oh, we didn't
It's
define it good enough.
It's a
You define
metaphysical.
right.
Okay, fine. It's a metaphysical concept.
That's really
like an art.
poetic. Are you writing a poetry?
Okay, what's an art? What's an art?
What's an art? Why are you asking me a question, dude? You came in and said we got to discuss rights, and now you're asking me about arts. What is a right, dude?
What's an art?
Oh my gosh, I'm not
Yeah,
playing.
yeah,
this.
exactly.
A metaphysical concept. Give me
It's a
some better,
metaphysical
Brick.
Concept.
Give me some better. Give me more.
Do
you guys mind if I ask a
Do you
question?
know what a metaphysical concept is, Jim Bob?
Yeah,
Okay, so it's a metaphysical concept.
that's great. That's a category. What is a right?
It's not a thing, it's an idea. How about
Is
that?
a tree a metaphysical
idea.
concept?
A tree is an
That's great.
actual
What
object.
distinguishes a tree from a right,
There's
Clay?
an objective truth as to what
That's
a
great,
thing
Clay.
is.
Listen to me.
Okay?
If
Do we know what
listen to
that
me,
is?
listen to me very closely,
Bob,
Clay.
that's not a rhetorical question, buddy.
Listen, Clay. If a tree is a
didn't write-
metaphysical universal concept, and a right is a metaphysical concept, please tell me, from your view, what's distinguishing a tree from a right?
A tree is actually a word that we describe a real object.
So it has a referent. Is that fair to say?
It's a referent. Right?
Cool. What other than a set of permitted behaviors from a government that determines you can do this and you can't do this? What other than that is the referent for a right, sir?
Law.
That is literally what I just described, dude. Other
Okay.
than a set of permissions that you can and can't do, aka law, what is a right?
It's a law.
Dude, other than a set of permissions,
so
aka law.
You can't accept the definition of a law.
I said other
Is it a
than
law?
law.
No. I
Is
only
law
go by
force?
a law.
Is
It's
law
a type
force?
of law.
Great.
It's a
Is
type
law
of-
force?
No, not all of them.
Law's not force, everybody.
Not all of
in the
them.
chat.
Not
Let's
all
get
of them.
L's in the chat.
Yeah, like what happens when you break a law? Weren't you guys just arrested like a week ago? What's up, MTG Hillbilly? How's it going? Good to see you. Weren't they just arrested like a week ago? Oh, it's so bizarre. Because it was perceived that they were breaking a law. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Law's not force, everybody.
It's not all of
Law's
them.
not force.
I'm just trying to work on a new deck, chat. So I'm working on a new deck here, trying to see if I can play test it, make it into something.
Not all.
Right now, I'm struggling on mana.
Oh, now some law is force.
Some laws are based.
Oh, 1 mana, chat. I would have won.
Aren't based on force.
Fucking
ones
bullshit,
based
dude.
upon peace.
Oh, I hate this shit.
That's force is peace. What are you talking about?
No, force is not peace.
How do you make a law based on peace? Give me one example of a law based on peace.
Force.
Give me one law based on peace, please.
One law based.
One
upon
law
peace?
based on peace that's not enforced with force.
Sorry
Please.
about the language, chat.
One law that's based upon
One law. Don't try to give yourself time. One law that's based on peace. That's not completely and explicitly dependent on
Wait,
force.
why is all this in here still?
That's
Damn it.
dependent on force.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, dude.
How?
What do you mean? Free speech you're talking about?
Speech. No, just speech. Just speech. Just
What do you mean
talking.
speech? If you say something,
World B Day, huh?
you say something and you say the wrong thing, you get arrested, right?
No.
Yes. If I make a threat to someone,
This just happened to you, Brick. Brick, you just got arrested. You and Let's just both got arrested. Or at least that's what you claim to be. Detained, arrested, right? For saying the wrong thing. Getting ready for a SFT podcast. I don't know what that is. I don't know what an SFT podcast is. Oh, super fast tortoise. Oh, got it. Gotcha. Okay, well, this ain't gonna work. Hold on. Actually, that can work. So what do we got? We got 20 lands. Let's see something here real quick. Ooh, I know what I need to put in here. Betrayal. And let's go here. There it is. Okay, we got that in there now, chat. Take one of those out. We'll take one of those out. So we still need more land, chat. We're at 23 lands. Okay, let's see. There it is, Clay. If we did, then the sentries broke the law. If what? If you did what? If you did what, Clay? If you did what? Then the sentries broke the law. Dude, he's pointing out to you what just happened. Force is the only thing that creates law.
dude, if
What happens? What happens when you break God's commandments? You send yourself to hell. Now, you're not going to go there willingly, so it's going to require some external, right? It's going to require some external force to put you in hell, because you're sending yourself there technically, but God's going to put you there, right? It's literally in your own thumbnail, bro. So now it wasn't an arrest. How many times have I heard you with your own mouth say, what? What have you said? A detainment is a form of arrest. A detainment is a form of, now you're walking back from that, dude. Really? Really, dude? Come on, bro.
If I make a threat to you, that's this dude's such a sophist, dude. If I make a shut up, dude. If I make a threat,
What I gotta shut up for?
Clay.
What,
if
are
I
you
make
gonna infringe
Clay,
upon my right?
Clay, listen, you're getting.
Now here's the interesting thing. Now Chuck from Tennessee paid $20 to force you off the panel. Right? Don't have a fucking go at me, Brick. Don't fucking have a go at me, bro. Don't fucking have a go at me, bro. You're gonna lose on that one. I promise you, you'll lose.
It's totally fucking cooked right
My
now.
lawful ability.
You
to
know
say
you're getting
words.
cooked.
No,
If
I'm
I
not.
make a
I'm
direct
not.
threat to, dude,
I choose
if
peace.
if I make a direct
You
threat,
choose force. I choose
shut
peace.
the fuck up for a second. If I make a direct
Yeah, you're not being very peaceful by interrupting.
threat to somebody, right, and it's documented, is that met with force?
It can be.
Will it be met with force, dude? You
Not every
nonsense
time.
machine. Get the
Not
fuck out.
every
I'm done with this
time.
guy. Get him. It's if,
Oh,
if
I'm
he's not going to
sorry.
engage.
I didn't realize
If
that
he's
you
not
couldn't
going to
actually have a
engage,
conversation
you're
about
not
what
engaging.
rights are.
You're
it's
not
a
engaging.
legal concept.
That's
in this
based by
country.
force. What is legal that's not based on force?
It's a legal concept based.
What's
in,
legal? What's legality without force, dummy?
in this country?
What's legal without force?
God.
God. God's not a legal
God.
term.
Oh, you don't
dude.
like God? Mock God. Go ahead,
God's
mock
not
God.
a legal term,
Mock
you Jew.
God. Go ahead.
What are you, a Jew? Are you a
You
Jew?
mock him.
Are you Jewish?
You mock him.
Are you Jewish?
God is.
Are you
peace.
Jewish?
God-
All right, so we're gonna stand by here because I want to show you something right here. Let me do this real quick. Let's do this. Where the hell did it go? It's literally right up over here. Copy. Paste. Why is it showing up here but not over here? Did that just get taken down? All right, hold on. All right, so we're going to do this real quick. We're going to go, let's go here. And then we're going to go properties. Let's see if I can do this. I don't think I can do this. I'm literally, okay, hold on. I'm just going to take a screenshot. All right, so I got a screenshot. There we go. We'll do this right here. We'll cancel this. And we'll continue to listen.
God
Ask
is
me.
love.
Answer the
God
question.
is the
Are
force.
you Jewish?
You don't understand that by
Are
now?
you
Aren't
are
you
you
an ortho, bro?
Are you Jewish?
Dude, you're a nonsense machine. Jim Bob nor you want to hear me, so whatever. Go fuck yourself. How about that, Brick? How about that? You're a bad faith actor, Brick. I told you, man, that shit wasn't gonna fucking turn out like you thought it was gonna turn out. You want to act like a fucking cunt, Brick? I'll fucking treat you like a fucking cunt. I got no fucking problem with that. What do you mean no one's hearing you? It's a very simple concept, bro. You got forced into handcuffs. Well, at least Let's did. Do you think he volunteered to be in handcuffs? I don't think so. All right, let's go. Let's edit this in Paint. And now you want to come into my fucking channel acting like a fucking asshole to me? I'm the only motherfucker that's shown you fucking respect, Brick. And you shit over people on my channel that I have fucking respect for. You take a fucking giant shit on fucking people on my channel, Brick, that I actually have respect for. That's why you lost your fucking wrench, because you're a grown-up fucking infant. And to give you a fucking wrench, Brick, means that you're just going to start deleting people that you don't agree with because you don't like the words that they're saying, Brick. It shows a very sophomoric ability on your part to fucking regulate yourself, Brick. That's your fucking problem. Here's the fact, dude. I'm not couch surfing in life, Brick. I don't have to find another fucking man to take me in, Brick. You do. So while you're sitting here acting like you got fucking life all fucking figured out and everyone else around you, Brick, is a fucking retard, but you, take a fucking look in the mirror, buddy. My fucking shit's sorted. My life's fucking sorted. It's simple and it's fucking plain, but guess what it is? It's sorted. Are you listening to respond, Brick? or are you fucking listening to hear what I just fucking said to you? Tell me on the dolly, show me on the dolly where the fucking truth hurts you. Is it true or is it false, buddy, that you have to rely on another grown man in order to fucking not be homeless? Is it true or fucking false based on your fucking life decisions, Brick? You are exactly where you fucking are, and you run around pointing your finger at everyone else like somehow you're a fucking victim, Brick. Like somehow you're a fucking victim. Guess what, you cocksucker? The shit you fucking said about the military, yeah, it did have an effect on my wife, who's got a fucking father who served, a husband who fucking served, and a brother who's currently serving. And for you to fucking talk like that, sitting right next to another dude that wore that fucking uniform, Brick, and to be that disrespectful, saying he had nothing else going on in his life, that he had to fucking join the military? Who the fuck are you, Brick? Who the fuck are you? Why didn't you join the military, Brick? See, you're no different than those fucking bitch fucking women that like to wear the rank in the uniform of their husbands or their fathers, right? You're no fucking different, dude. You fucking didn't serve. You fucking didn't serve. But you want to run your little cock holster about fucking people who did serve, Brick? Man, fuck you. How about that? Now, I did wear a uniform to fucking protect your right to say these fucking horrible shit to people that I actually have a little bit more respect for, obviously. I wore a uniform so you could be a repugnant little fucking piece of shit, and that cock fucking holster can fucking run its fucking mouth about fucking military people and a concept you really don't have a fucking clue about, Brick. But now I'm going to use my fucking First Amendment right, and I hope you'll fucking sit there and be a little fucking First Amendment purist and not a little fucking pussy and fucking take it. Take the fucking truth, Brick. The truth is, you're a fucking malingerer, Brick. You're a perpetual fucking victim, Brick. You're always going to be a victim. You blame people that got their fucking life sorted and fucking figured out, Brick. Yeah? You act like they're the fucking evildoers while you fucking couch surf your way through fucking life, dude. I've known people like you, Brick. You just leave a bunch of human wreckage in your past, right in your wake, Bo, and you move on to the next fucking thing. You're a fucking parasite, Brick. That's what you are. You're fucking parasitical, Brick. Have fun being a fucking panel whore. No one fucking respects you, Brick. No one respects you. And the one motherfucker that showed you fucking any kind of respect, you like to have a go at me, don't you, Brick? You like to constantly have a fucking go at me, don't you, Brick? I was fucking embarrassed for Let's, man. And I will tell you this too, Brick. You're a fucking bad influence on that man. That man's got his whole fucking life in his rearview mirror. He lives in a nice neighborhood. He's got a wife. He's got shit going for him. He's got a nice house. And along comes Brick. Now he's been arrested twice. Twice he's been arrested since you've been directly in his orbit. You don't give a fuck about him. You don't give a fuck about him. I'm gonna take a wild guess, and I'm gonna guess, Brick, that Let's has probably never been arrested before in his life. But there you are, like a little fucking junkyard dog, ruh, 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 getting them all fucking fired up. You don't have any respect for Let's. You don't have any respect for the fact that the thing that keeps you from being out in the fucking elements is that man's roof. You don't respect Let's. You have no respect for Let's. You certainly don't have any respect for the military and for the men and the women that do sacrifice and serve, Brick. But you act like you know what the fuck the military is about. You don't know fucking shit, dude. You're the most clueless motherfucker on the face of the earth, Brick. Yeah. I hope you're fucking hearing my words, and I hope you're championing my right to fucking say what the fuck I'm saying. Because hashtag truth matters, Brick. I fucking warned you, dude. I fucking warned you, Brick. I warned you. It's not going to look the way you think it's going to look, dude. It's not going to be a good look. But listen, if Muppet's going to Muppet, go Muppet, bro. You don't need my permission to be a Muppet. I'm literally looking at your, here, let me edit this in Paint. Let me look at your thumbnail, right? I'm literally looking at your thumbnail. It says, Arrested, stop resisting. Arrested, all caps. Arrested. So were you arrested or not? Were you arrested or not, Brick? It's your fucking thumbnail. So were you lying then or are you lying now? Is this just fucking clickbait, Brick? Was it true then? Is it true now? Are you fucking moving the goalpost? Are you a good faith actor, Brick? Huh? Oh, because I disagree with you, I'm just listening to respond. I'm not actually hearing the bullshit coming out of your fucking mouth. Oh, because I'm calling you on your bullshit. I'm only listening to respond. Go fuck yourself, Brick. Turn the fuck around and fuck yourself again. How about that, Brick? Stop fucking this man's life up. This man, I don't know why he's fucking following you around. You're over there barking like some kind of retarded junkyard fucking dog. Like, show me your papers. Nazi Germany. Dude, you don't know shit, bro. You don't know fucking shit. Hashtag adult, man. An adult, your age. What are you, in your 40s? In your 40s, Brick. Why aren't you living in your own domicile? Why haven't you started your own fucking family? What the fuck's going on, bro? Seriously, what's going on? Why are you alienating everyone? Why? Is there something up there, bro? You say you should give the crazy person in the corner more time to speak. Well, I'm speaking to you now, Brick. Are you listening to hear or are you listening to respond, Brick? Go fucking get help, dude. Go get some fucking help. You need fucking help, Brick. That's what you fucking need. You need some fucking help, Brick. You fucking turn on the one motherfucker that has absolutely gone out of his way to back you. I fucking put that shit up on my fucking... I posted that on my community page, Brick. Even though I found it absolutely repugnant what you were saying. Because I tried to respect your First Amendment rights. But you come in here all bad faith and try to fucking equate me to someone that you had an argument with as you're literally chittering like a fucking monkey in a tree, flinging shit down on everyone else. Claiming that no one's listening to hear, they're just listening to respond. There you go, Brick. How's that fucking feel? How's your ass, Brick? How's your ass? You need some butt cream now, Brick? You need some fucking butt cream, Brick? How's your ass, Brick? That shit can fucking receive a watermelon now, huh?
Aren't you an ortho, bro?
Are you Jewish?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. 100% matters. So now I got a lot of fucking questions.
Looking at that nose,
There
and
is
I'm
but
thinking,
one God. It does
I'm
not
thinking,
matter what. I'm just a man, dude.
you just
We've
said
already
God
been
is
through
legal.
this.
You just
Finkel coming in with a hot take. At Clay Foundation, one press. I know why you didn't serve. It's because you can't read the sign at the Air Force Base that says that all are subject to search.
said God is legal.
And what did I say in the little chat right there? I said to you very clearly, Brick, it is called post privileges for a reason. Now, here's the funny thing, Brick. You got Letz's life. He gave you a roof over his head. He's giving you fucking food in your belly, and you thank him by not being able to stay the fuck out of trouble, Brick. Now, every time I turn around, Letz is threatening to sue everyone in the world, just like you, bro. How are you benefiting that man? That man should be relaxing, and he should be enjoying his time with his wife. He should be enjoying his retirement. And you're over there stressing him out. The dude's heart is gonna fucking explode because he's trying to back your play, dude. You're a fucking blight. You're a cancer, Brick. You're a fucking cancer. That's what I think. You're a chaos agent. Brick, you're a chaos agent. You evoke Christ. You evoke God. And then you change the definition of what God is, Brick. When you talk about God, it is absolutely not the same God that I worship. It's not even close, bro. So when he's asking you if you're Jewish, I'm wondering if you're worshiping Baal or Malak or Malak or Baal, because we don't worship the same God, bro. You sit there and you say all these scriptures, right? The devil can quote scriptures, Brick, backwards and forwards. Yeah, you're chaos, bro. You're chaos. 1 minute you're calm, and I don't get it, dude. You take all this fucking abuse from people that can't fucking stand you and have no respect for you. And the very second someone like me has the littlest, barest pushback on you, Brick, you fucking lose your shit. So we don't have a fucking friendship, clearly, Brick. I'm going to say this. Let's, if you're listening, bro, I'd fucking keep your head on a swivel. This guy's going to get you taken, put into jail. Likely you might lose some things that you worked really hard for. And I would like to apologize, whether it offended you or not. When Brick said the only people that go into the military are losers, basically. G.I. Joe loser. Hey, fucking retard, G.I. Joe. Guess what that's fucking Army. This is an Air Force fucking MP or SP or whatever the fuck they call them in the Air Force. I don't even fucking know. Brick, you have no idea the people you fucking pissed off, man. You have no concept the people you fucking pissed off with those shenanigans. And I sat there when you showed me that video. And I sat there, Brick, and I warned you. It's not going to be the look that you think it is. It's not going to be. You want to go viral, motherfucker? Congratulations. Congratulations. It's a fucking Faustian deal. You're going to make a deal for a Ferrari that doesn't have a gas tank. Congratulations. You got an expensive lawn ornament. Good job, Brick. Good job.
We've already been through this.
Hey,
I
you
believe
just
Christ is king.
You just said God's legal.
Yeah.
So legality determines anything legal is godly.
Not all things that are illegal.
Okay, that's a contradiction, dummy.
Not all things.
Well, that's a contradiction, dude.
So here it is, right? So it's a concept that you have a belief in and I have a belief in, right?
Cool.
We have differing beliefs. What's
And
the problem? Yeah, exactly. You have a right to that.
Well, the problem is, objectively, one person is going to be correct and the other person is going to be in error. Would you not want to know if you're in error? Would you not want to know whether or not you're correct? But look, you sit there with a smile on your face like you think you're dunking on Jim Bob here. You're not. Mm-hmm. Yes, because you wanted to see him make a fool out of himself. Of course. And guess what? Brick's gonna make a fool out of himself.
Hey, Clay,
It's
we're
a
not
legal right.
We're
How do you
not
not
dis-
understand what a legal right is?
We're not. What makes that legal?
Because nobody can take it from you, dude. Nobody.
What makes that legal? If
Nobody.
we're in the wood, dude.
Nobody can take what from you, Brick? Your freedom? Your liberty? Your life? Nobody? What's coming out of your mouth was refuted with the video you just put out yesterday.
Except
Clay,
God.
Focus.
Except for God.
Focus.
But he
If we're in,
doesn't.
Clay, shut up for a second. If we're in the woods, dude, shut up. If we're in the woods and there's no law, and I'm free to think
There is
what
law
I
in the
think.
woods.
Shut
No,
up
no,
for
no,
a
no.
second.
There is law in the
So now he's going to go to nature's law. Nature's law. What appeal does the antelope have when it's in the clutches of the lion? Good morning, GS, Dove, Tim, et al. Good morning, Wally. What appeal does the antelope have when the lioness has it by the neck and it's dragging it off into the wood line or up a tree? What appeal does it have? What law does it appeal to? Nature's law. What justification is there? What tribunal is formed? Brick, according to nature's law.
The woods. Don't start out with a bad
Dude,
hypothetical.
If you're in the woods, there's legality in the woods.
Yes.
With no force. There's no
Yeah,
no
God
state.
is still there.
We're back to God is legal. I already debunked that,
God
dude.
is still there.
So whatever's legal is what's godly.
Yes.
Okay. So if we make it legal,
Right now, it's currently legal to have an abortion. And what does Jesus say about that you do to the least of these, you also do to me? So if you visit the widow, if you visit the orphan, if you visit the prisoners, if you show them charity, kindness, and love, you do that for me as well. But also, if you harm the littlest, it is better that you tie a millstone about your neck and throw yourself into the deepest sea. It's millstone time, boys. What you do to the least, you do to me. Right?
to genocide people, it's godly.
By man's law? No.
Oh, now what's I'm sorry, what's legal?
Wow.
That's the difference, because now you're moving
You are a
from
Jew.
man's law to God's law
Yeah, I think Jim Bob might be onto something here.
to man's law.
God's
to
law
God's
isn't
law, to
legalism.
man's law. You keep going back and forth. And
God-
you did this with old Michael over there, but I'm not falling for it.
God's law, not legality, dude.
Metaphysical versus physical.
Is
You
God's
can't get
law
me, bro.
legality?
I'm talking about peace versus
Is God's
force.
law
And you don't wanna
legality?
accept the peace part. You only want to accept the force part.
Is
It's
God's
your fault, bro? It's not
what is
mine. I have a choice here.
what is peace without the threat of force?
What is peace without the threat? No, you can't have. You can't have. You cannot
What?
have. Cannot
What
have.
is peace without the threat of force?
You can't have.
You can't have what? Make full
Both
sentences,
exist
dude.
Together, two things can be true at once.
What? What is darkness if there is no light? What is cold if there is no warmth? What is war? You wouldn't have a concept of war if there wasn't a concept of peace. And in order to establish all of these things, it requires some force. There's a force that creates light. There's a force that creates heat. It's the absence of force that creates the lack of these things, from my understanding, from how I'm looking at it. That's interesting.
So
don't
you
realize
concede
that,
to my
yeah.
argument then.
I don't concede to anything.
You just
I don't have
conceded.
to, nor will I ever.
You just conceded.
Nor will I.
Yeah, I mean, where's the peace? The end of all peace is the end of all things, right? Peace is the end of all things, right? Peace is the end of all things. Well, Finkel and I got one thing in common. I sure do like to watch that part. So hold on, guys. I'm going to be a little bit degenerate here. Hold on.
I don't concede to anything.
You just
I don't have
conceded.
to, nor will I ever.
You just conceded.
Nor will I.
Oh yeah, let's have a conversation about this, boys. What do you say? What do you say? Let's have a conversation about this situation here. Brick, bro, if you're still in here, man, you missed the mark. I know you're skulking. I know you're being subversive right now, Brick. Bro, man, you fucking hey, listen, bro. Understand, you fucking came at me out of the side of your fucking mouth, bro. I'm not going to fucking take that fucking... I don't take that from my enemies. I'm sure shit. I find it more offensive when it's someone that calls me friend, that comes at me fucking sideways like that. You said to me very clearly, right in front of Let's, yeah, I know you're going to have an opinion about it. Yeah, feel free to have an opinion about it. And the second that I have an opinion, you accuse me of being bad fucking faith? And then you lump me in with somebody that you claim was bad faith too. That I'm listening to respond, I'm not listening to hear. I'm listening to hear, bro. I hear you. I hear you very clearly. I see you. I see you for what you are. There's what you are, there's what you pretend to be, Rick. I gotta let my dogs out. I'll be right back. I'm just, dude, I don't know. You're welcome to have your... Oh, I am. Well, that's really fucking nice of you, Bricks. You know, you never put on a uniform, put any fucking skin in the fucking game to protect my rights while you shout all over the men and fucking women that do wear that uniform. The fuck have you done with your life, Brick? Literally, what have you fucking done with your life, Brick? What have you done with your life, Brick? What is your fucking accomplishment? I don't want to hear about what this person has done and what this person and the children this person has and all this other stuff. You like to talk like you're some kind of fucking authority on all things pontificatable. But at the end of the day, you haven't done fucking shit but couch surf, dude. You're a couch surfer. You're a professional couch surfer. And if no one's loved you enough to tell you the fucking truth up until this fucking point right now, Brick, I'm fucking telling you the truth. I'm a fucking asshole. I know I'm a fucking asshole, but at least I'm an honest asshole. At least I'm a good faith acting asshole. And you know that I'm an asshole right up front, because what am I going to tell you? I'm a fucking asshole, Brick. But I love you enough to be honest and truthful with you. And I respect Let's enough to tell him, you might want to fucking watch out for you, bro. I think you're a fucking chaos agent. I think you're working for somebody other than my God, the God that I believe in, the God of Abraham, the way, the truth, and the life. That's what I think, Brick. I think you're fucking deceived, bro. I think you're your God. I think you're your own God. That's what I think, Brick.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Dude is way out of his league. You shouldn't even be on panels, dude.
Nah, bro, you are.
Not even close,
You
dude.
are.
Way out of your league.
No, you're way out of your league, bro.
And Brick, you the one started off with legal law and what
Hey,
can be
that wasn't
protected,
our
and
brother.
then
I
you
was trying
switched
to
it
find
to
her.
God. You started off one way, you switched
Because
to
he
God.
kept going back and forth.
Clay, you also a little bit fucked up
He
on
wants
that,
to
ain't
declare
you?
his
You just said what's legal
law
is
as the
godly,
only
dude.
law. And I'm just not going to accept his
You don't
law.
even know your argument,
I
dude.
accept my God.
You don't even know what you're arguing.
But this is
have a
this is
problem with
partially
your
why
God,
we
you
try
take
not
it up with
to.
him. I
This is
can't
what
answer
happens.
it.
Let's talk to Duck. This guy's too dumb to be on the internet.
interrupt. Hold
This
on.
is
We'll
what-
move on. We will move on to Duck here in just a moment. Let me get through a couple more super chats if you don't mind, gentlemen.
God is legal.
Pain Zombie Ghosting came in with 10 gifted Jim Bob memberships. Congratulations to all of those lucky lottery winners. Noestic Quest with the Big Five. Prove empirically that an abstract moral obligation emerges from how matter has been moving around lately. Does it actually exist? Where and how?
I like it.
Yeah, no
Any
edit. That's something
time.
Michael. I mean, you wouldn't get an answer from Michael, but Michael's entire position was that induction, essentially, which we didn't get into, the regularity of patterns and observations in nature, you can actually, you inductively come to moral positions, which completely contradicts Hume, by the way, the only honest empiricist.
I tried to help him with that too.
That's an
and he
over
ran.
reliance on the PSR, Jim Bob.
What?
I think that I just the super. I mean, my
got my
opinion.
wins,
Maybe we
Sarah.
can take it later, but
Okay.
I think the super chat. What partially what they're asking is what phenomenally can you actually glean inductively about political rights? So like political theory.
So nothing.
I don't necessarily think that's true.
Cool.
Well,
Tell me
yeah,
one
yeah.
set of particulars that the examination of gives you a generality of a moral claim.
I think there's a lot of in social sciences in general, and people think this is a weak claim, but it's actually a pretty big claim.
Did you just say social sciences?
Yeah.
Okay, go
but
on.
Because we're talking about society and politics, so social sciences, there's a lot of centering around, method and theory. And so with this, you can actually, I think, hone in on some fairly precise sort of descriptions of what society is like when you're talking about a lot of people, which is really different than talking about what a
Hey,
an
Duck,
individual
Duck,
is.
Duck, Duck. Let me ask you the question again. and
Duck's
see if you can
making
get-
sense, I think.
No, for a
Yeah.
stone person like you, sure. 'cause
Yes,
it's all
I
right.
would.
calm down, Joe.
Doc, let me ask it more directly. See if you could please answer it directly, though. That wasn't a
try.
direct question. Can you give me an example of a set of particulars that the generality of the particulars gives you an inductive inference on a moral claim?
Individuals.
That's a fucking word, Duck. Do you need help talking?
What are individuals not particulars when they're particular? Do they not have an either essential
Okay,
characteristic? or
okay,
some-
Duck. Let me walk you
A-
through
a
it like you're in a
modal-
fucking mental
Do they not
wheelchair.
have a modal
Your
definition?
brain is
Jim
in a
Bob?
wheelchair right now. What? Give me a group of individuals now that are particulars and how you came to an is to an ought based on the individuals.
Yeah, I would. So if I was doing Mary Fuck Kill with this, I would say I would pick like a landowner in the south and the north, and then one business.
So I'm going to respond to what you're saying there, Brick. It's interesting. All I hear from you right now is victim, 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 victim. People have a problem with the things that I say. Yeah, they have a right to have a problem with the things that you say. You're not a victim. No one forced you to say those words. No one forces me to say shit that I say either. And guess what happens? I get to be responsible for my words. That's called being a fucking adult, Brick. You don't get to put it on me that you say some fucked up words. or do some fucked up actions, you don't get to put it on the cops because you're doing some fuck shit and you're getting called on your fuck shit. See, you got a crash course, buddy. You get a crash course on force. Nature's law is fucking bullshit. It's about force. Force is the beginning. Force is the end. That's it. That's it. See, here's the thing. The reason why they didn't just start stomping you out in front of the caltrop that they put in front of your vehicle, the reason why they didn't just start stomping you both out in front of that is because they were afraid that there might be other people with more guns and wearing other uniforms that might come arrest them and hurt them or take their freedom away. That's what kept them from doing whatever the fuck they wanted to you in that moment, Brick. But you sit here, gentrified, protected by the same system you continuously rail at and shit upon. But you can't even fucking run your own household, Brick. You don't fucking have your own household, Brick. Respectfully, Brick. You're not even hashtag adulting, Brick. But you're sitting here on your fucking ivory tower casting down aspersions on everyone else, buddy. Like you fucking know everything, dude. What the fuck have you done, Brick? What have you accomplished? What's your accomplishment? You pissed off even the people that supported you the most. You've managed to alienate people that have bent over backwards just to make a flatter surface for you to eventually shit on them, Brick. Congratulations, buddy. You made it. You made it, buddy. You made the big time. You were down here, now you're up here, buddy. You were down here, now you're up here. And I agree. Let's is his own man. He's an adult. He should be able to make his own decisions. Maybe Let's is hunky-dory fine with this. Maybe this is excitement in his life that he's enjoying. But I'm telling you, from an outside point of view, every time I've had an interaction with Let's, he's been very respectful. He's been very even-keeled. And the more fucking time he spends with you, Brick, the more irritated he becomes. The more agitated he becomes. The more outbursts he has. Maybe that's always been latent within the man. Or maybe because he's packed up with a fucking mongrel and a junkyard dog who barks at every fucking tin can that gets kicked down a road, maybe you're a bad influence on him. Maybe he's more of an adult and he should be able to handle that business. Maybe he's happy with it. Maybe he's fine with it. I don't know. I don't speak for the man. I don't speak for you. I'm speaking for fucking me. This is my objective observation. You're a bad influence, Brick. And you have this cognizant dissonance. You have this inability to understand how your choices, how your behaviors affect the people around you. And it's fine if you don't care. If you don't care and you're just like me, you're an asshole, you're just going to say the truth. And if it hurts people's feelings, oh fucking well, they just get happy in the same pants they got mad in. That's fucking life. Okay, I can respect that. But you don't get to put the fucking victim card on the table, Brick. That's a very feminine fucking trait. And you're allegedly you're not a female, right? I mean, I don't know. What do you identify as, Brick? I'm just a man. Well, then fucking act like a man. Get your own fucking house. Operate your own fucking life. Stop fucking couch surfing. Become fucking responsible. Stop being a dredge on society, dude. Where's your independence? Someone that acts like a rugged individualist and then has to rely on other people to make their way in life? That's a fucking joke, dude. That's a fucking joke. You know it and I know it. Go fucking look in the mirror. Go look in the mirror right now, Brick, and tell me if I'm fucking lying. Go look at yourself right in the mirror, right in the fucking eyes right now, and tell me if anything that's coming out of my mouth right now is a fucking lie. Tell me. Tell me if it's a lie. Go fucking look at yourself in the mirror, Brick, and tell me if any of the words coming out of my mouth are true or false. Am I lying or am I telling the truth? Stop trying to fucking destroy other people's lives. The fact that man is a retired Navy man and you're over here just fucking you're shitting out his whole world. And then you're just going to move on to you're like a fucking parasite, dude. You're like a deer tick. You get fat and satiated with blood and then you fall off when you've had enough. And then when the blood goes away and you're getting hungry again, you go find another fucking deer to latch onto. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm fucking wrong, Brick. Tell me I'm wrong. Am I wrong or am I right? And I'm telling you, bro, you shit on the military like that, man. Not cool, bro. Not fucking cool. My wife ain't ever going to fucking forgive that shit. You should have seen the look on her face at the dinner table. And I said, babe, I'm just going to give you a trigger warning, but I'm going to let you watch it. She got through about 2/3 of it. Couldn't watch it anymore. She was so fucking livid and so fucking angry at you, Brick. So disgusted with your fucking words. But you have a right to say them, buddy. But guess what? You don't have a right. You don't have the right to choose how other people respond to your words, Brick. The choices that they get to fucking make. You tilted at a windmill, bro. Don Quixote, you thought you were tilting at a dragon. No, buddy. It's a fucking windmill. It's always been a fucking windmill. But you made it a dragon in your head. Congratulations, dude. You fucking won the internet. You're a winner now, Brick. You're a fucking winner now, Brick. Congratulations, Brick. You fucking won. You got what you wanted. You're a fucking winner now.
Dude. And I would talk about the Civil War, and I would see where that took me. That would be my
Wow,
answer.
you
If it's
literally
very
said
particular.
nothing. You don't deserve rights.
Those might not be particular enough.
So the question is, how do you look at a group of individuals, a set of individuals?
I love how you like to. I love how you like to fucking rest on laurels that you yourself didn't fucking achieve, Brick. What did you fucking do? What have you fucking done, Brick, currently, other than run around and try to fucking threaten to sue everyone? What are you doing that's American, dude? I'm just curious. You shit on the military. Well, how do you think we seceded from the British Empire? Because a bunch of fucking losers, bunch of G.I. Joe losers who couldn't do anything else with their lives, put on a fucking uniform so you could sit there and run your fucking cock holster talking about how you're a fucking American. When you stand upon the shoulders of the giants that came before you, Brick, what are you fucking doing precisely? What are you doing to secure that? You're resting on laurels that you yourself did not achieve.
And come from the gleaning of observations of those individuals in reality, in their behaviors and their statements. How do you come to a moral ought from the collection?
Yes, exactly, Tim. Exactly. But what does Brick give? Brick doesn't give a shit. Brick doesn't fucking care. Brick will be on to the next fucking person that gets sucked into his fucking shenanigans. Brick doesn't give a fuck if Let's loses his fucking post privileges, because that's probably there's a good chance that might happen, whether it be temporary or permanent. That's not good, man. That's not good. Brick doesn't care. It's not his privileges. It's not something he fucking earned. So what does he give a shit if it gets lost? Do you care if it gets lost, Brick? Answer that question. Answer one fucking question. Do you give a shit about the privileges that Let's and his family have to be able to go on post and go to the commissary or the Class 6 or to whatever, the PX to buy to get that tax-free gas? Do you care about his privileges? Do you respect his service enough to comport yourself as a fucking guest on a fucking military installation and shut your fucking cock holster and stop fucking ripping into fucking men wearing a fucking uniform that acted with a lot more professionalism than you fucking certainly did? But yet you want to fly a fucking American flag? Acting like you have a right to fucking be abusive to other fucking people? It's a fucking choice. You have a right to just fucking beat people like a rented mule? Really? Do you think you have a right to fucking do that? Well, I guess you do, until somebody comes along and choke slams your fucking ass and then skull drags you off into the fucking wood line and tells you what the fuck life's gonna be after that. I guess you got the right to do it up until you find the right motherfucker on the wrong fucking day, Brick. But you know what? You won't learn that fucking lesson, will you, Brick? Because you think you got rights. Rights are entitlements absent of duty. And guess who secures those entitlements? The people that are wearing fucking uniforms that you fucking hate, Brick. Those are the people that protect your rights. They don't do it perfectly, and they might not do it every time. And sometimes they're the ones taking those rights away, Brick. But at the end of the day, they're the ones protecting my rights too. They're the reason why I don't go just fucking start kicking doors down in my neighborhood and taking whatever the fuck I want. Because I'm afraid that there's some bigger people that might come along and fucking deal with me in a way that I might not like. So that I don't do it to other people because I don't want it done onto me, Brick. But you run around and you fucking abuse people and then cry the victim. You're a fucking cry bully, Brick. You're a cry bully, 100%, bro.
That's like a really big question.
Holy shit, bro.
You know, I would say
Your level of self-awareness, Brick. I'm not even reading your comments, bro. I'm not even listening to respond because I'm not even fucking listening to you, dude. You need to fucking put your ears on. You need to put your ears on, Brick. Clearly, nobody gave you these lessons in life, buddy.
say, you know, Ronald Dworkin, who's he's a law professor, but he wrote
Telling you, bro.
on justice.
Not good, man.
He says
It's not good.
Metaethics is the way we basically hone in on the.
Wally says, I'm a being very measured as a retired and disabled vet. I do not have a right to go on a base. It is a privilege that I am honored to have. Exactly. Same here, brother. MC Dillig, what I interpreted of that opening video, it seemed Let's was abusive too. Yes, because the Junkyard Dog was getting them all hyped up. The Junkyard Dog was hyping them all the fuck up. Let's see. Brick King Bluto says I'm a fucking American, Brick. So don't call me un-American. Un-American. Yeah, exactly. I'm not allowed to say words you don't like, then cool. You said them. Who stopped you? Who stopped you from saying them, Brick? Who censored your words? I'm not allowed to think thoughts you don't like, Brick? So you're going to try to stop me from thinking thoughts about you that you don't like because I don't agree with the words that you chose, that you are allowed to fucking say, that you formulate in your mind. You're like, oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be great for the video. Oh, I'm going to go viral with this one. You're hanging around with in certain people's orbits. Well, I'll just say it. Fucking Chili. Everything that you're fucking doing is a Chili DeCastro fucking, it's a script, dude. It's a script. It's not good, bro. It's not good. That's it. Not my favorite person on the face of this planet. It's going to get you guys into a lot of fucking trouble if you keep following that script. MC Dilligaff, say what you want, Brick. I'll still say you are an abuser. Let's see. Brick says, I'm not allowed to say it or I get arrested, though. Remember. Yeah, time, place, and manner restrictions, right? I mean, you're walking or driving onto an installation that is a permitted activity contingent on your fucking behavior. Yes, Brick. Yes. Yes, you fucking idiot. What, you think you just have a right to go on any fucking military post you want to at any fucking point in time? Is that really your argument, Brick? You can't be that daft, dude. Tim, Let's willingly went along with it. Well, I don't know, man. My experience with Let's is he's always been polite and he's always been respectful. That's been my experience. Brick, it's fucking flip a coin in the air. Could be heads, could be tails. You never fucking know what you're going to get. Could be calm, could be peace, could be absolute fucking chaos. Isn't going on post privilege not a right? Isn't going on a post a privilege not a right? Yes, it's what are you even talking about, dude? Everyone's saying that. Exactly. I told you that the very night I watched the video. They mad. Why are you trying to talk like you're somehow now you're fucking urban and shit, dude? Now you're fucking ghetto. Now you're trying to talk like fucking like what? What are you? Who are you trying to get to accept you, bro? The fucking dregs of society, fucking the Ebonics is Like, really? I mean, I don't know. But like, why, dude? Why are you talking like that, bro? Why are you trying to act all fucking street and tough, dude? You're not about that fucking life, Brick. I know you like to think you are. You're not, dude. You're not. You're just fucking not, bro. You're not. You're not about that life, Brick. Just fucking stop. You're embarrassing yourself. MC Dilligaff says, what am I missing here? Did I miss Let's telling Brick to stop? Who was driving? Oh, it's just that video. You didn't watch the video. Brick's own words showed he has no respect for our military. Exactly. Zero. I don't, Brick. I served the Army. Matter of fact, I raised my right hand and I served twice. I went back in after a 13-year break in service. Is that because I had nothing going on in my life? Was that all I could do? Would you like to take the ASVAB, Brick, and see if you score higher than me or not? Why not? Just go to the MEP station, take the ASVAB. Let's see who scored higher. Let's see who had more going on in their life and still chose to serve their country. You or me, Brick. Let's fucking measure our IQs in that aspect, Brick. Why not? Let's do it. I mean, I've already taken it. Fuck, it was years and years and years. It was like, what, over almost 4 decades ago. It was close to 4 decades ago that I took this fucking, just 4 years under 4 decades ago that I took the ASVAB, Brick. You know? I'm not the sharpest marble in the bag, but I definitely could have done all kinds of things. Matter of fact, my recruiter was shocked at my fucking ASVAB score. I didn't understand why he was shocked at it. Told me I could do any job I wanted to do in the military. Asked me what I want to do. I'm like, I have no fucking clue. Maybe it's because I had, maybe, Brick, it's because I had nothing going on in my life. That's why I joined the military, because I was a fucking G.I. Joe loser. Fuck you, Brick. Let's see. Walrus says I'm being, yep. There you go. Finkel says, well, this was a little entertaining clip worthy at the end of the day. Let's is responsible for self. Todd and Brick are both over the top angry without cause, and the only difference, what is he saying? The only difference is Brick goes out there to Spurg. Todd stays inside to Spurg. Yeah. And what do you do? What do? You literally lost your voice, bro, when you went and had your TDS fucking thing, bro. So yeah, peace, so y'all can get more content to laugh at. Yep. See you later. Yep. Listen, man, I'm gonna laugh at people that deserve to be laughed at. You deserve to be laughed at, Clay. Brick, you deserve to be laughed at. You really do. You're a fucking idiot. I'm convinced you're a fucking idiot. Either that or you're the dumbest smart person I've ever bumped into. One of those fucking two options. I defended my rights afforded to me by the Constitution of these United States, which you didn't fucking fight for. You've got no fucking skin in the game. You just sit and fucking take, dude. You're a fucking parasite. I do this through peace more than force. The fuck you do, dude. Every fucking panel you go on. You end up fucking spurging out on somebody. You fucking did it to me in the chat. I wasn't even having a go at you, dude. I wasn't even having a fucking go at you, but you showed your fucking hand again, dude. You showed your fucking hand again. That's it, dude. There ain't going to be another fucking time for you. Go fuck off and hang out in Resla's fucking chat. Go fucking be desperate to be a panel fucking whore. Go fucking panel whore somewhere else, man. I'm not interested in fucking dealing with retards anymore. I'm just not, dude. Well, we haven't seen the beginning of the interaction in the video, and yes, using chilly expressions, sad. Yeah, I mean, fucking be a fucking man, dude. I'm just a man. Be a rugged individual. Come up with your own fucking things. But you're over there literally using the words of another guy who cried in front of the fucking judge like a basic fucking bitch who puts fucking mayonnaise on his sandwich, and not a fucking hero that puts Miracle Whip. That's your hero. Your hero cried and blubbered like a fucking scared little bitch in front of the fucking judge. But when he was in front of him, he was all tough and badass in the beginning, wasn't he? Oh, he was all standing on his fucking Constitution. And then a little bit of time in fucking jail, he realized, His little cushy, soft ass couldn't fucking handle the hard time. Yeah, the founders wrote the script. Depending on the threat level, even with no abuse, you can be denied access. Well, I mean, to be fair, they didn't let him leave. That is a true. Tim, I guess since you delete messages that are terms of service, I'm out. This isn't a place to have a legitimate conversation. Then fuck off, dude. Fuck all the way off, dude. Fuck off and don't ever fucking come back. Fucking unsubscribe. Don't ever fucking expect me to fucking support you and your fucking channel again. How about that? You're a fucking piece of shit, Brick. How about that? Until and unless you can fucking show me any kind of a fucking receipt that you're out there hashtag fucking adulting like the fucking man you claim to be, then fuck off. Don't let this ain't a fucking airport. You don't have to announce your fucking arrival and your departure, buddy. Just fuck off. My God. Oh, he's still here though. Look, he's still here, chat. Oh, he's still here though. Yeah, go fucking learn how to hashtag man up, dude. Be a fucking man. Go fucking be a man. Go fucking be a man.
So when people talk about rights like you guys did, there's almost this spike in the ground that's really hard to get over.
Maybe you can say, I don't have an answer for the question. Is that maybe the manly thing to say?
I know it's hard
you
for
don't have an
to
answer
comprehend,
the
but that
question.
was the answer. That was the answer.
You don't have a
speaking
question.
of having answers, Pain Zombie Ghosting sent a super sticker
my bad,
over on Jim Bob's side with a big 20. Thank you, Pain. And then Andy, who is on panel, asked a good question earlier with the big 10, saying it's in my interest to allow others to be rational means I respect others' rights because it benefits me, not because they have rights naturally. It treats others as a means to an end. Andy, you're welcome to elaborate further if you'd like.
Oh, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. It's just the Lockean sort of notion of the utilitarian idea of rights rather than being naturally endowed with them. That's the same critique I made about the teleological foundation earlier.
Okay.
I
Did
ask
anybody
Andy a
have a...
question?
Oh, yeah. Did
I
you?
have a
Go ahead.
question. So just for like 1% of our audience, you know, when we think of like this sort of rational, almost like game theory, competitive, rational decision making, you know, John Rawls comes to mind. I'm wondering if you think that, you know, those types of decisions can actually mean more than just like, oh, you know, I'm going to consider why my neighbor doesn't rob me and also how I don't get robbed at the same time. Like, can that ever reach a ethical or deontological?
It would certainly mimic ethic and morals. It would certainly mimic it.
No, it wouldn't, because if I kill my neighbor, then I don't have to worry about him robbing me.
Good point. A very good point. Shade Master came with the big 5 earlier. Where do rights come from? If you are a liberal, they are derived from ideology. If you're a conservative, they are created by force.
Yeah, I did want to ask Jim Bob, and this is just because I want to learn, right? I'm learning about rights, right? And so my question is based around morals, rights, and duties, right? So are morals, rights, and duties connected? And if so, how do they relate to each other? I think morals give rise to rights, but does duty become before morals?
I think if you define rights as a set of behaviors that are permitted or not permitted in a society, they're going to be informed by a meta-ethical position, which would include duties. So if you have a duty to decrease degeneracy, for instance, like nudity, sex, pornography, whatever else you...
Or cussing somebody out, creating a public disturbance at a fucking gate. You know, stuff like that. Stuff like that.
From that view is in the folder of degeneracy or breaking away from the foundation of society itself. Then the question of duties actually informs what you permit and don't permit. And what if you say what I permit and don't permit, if you want to call those rights, fine. But to do it in reverse, that you start with rights and then that gives you your society, I think we're pretty much at the crux of that project right now. Don't you think?
Right. I mean, I think rights come from the duties and the morals, right? So, I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah, if we're defining rights as a set of things you permit and don't permit, that without the duties, there's nothing informing what you evaluate to be a permission or non-permission anyway. That's why it's been the Enlightenment reversed it, and they said these things are self-evident. Well, no, they're not. They also said you have a right to XYZ. Well, you actually don't. You don't have a right. And then now we're in this predicament where moral relativism, atheism, secularism has no standard for anything. It's all pursuit of their own wants and desires. And guess what? Guess what they say when you try to challenge them on their desires? They say, my rights. I have a right to be a degenerate. I have a right to pursue. I have a right to bang a kid-shaped doll. Right? They have a right to do it. Right? They have a right.
Reveals a lot.
Yeah, vibe. I don't know. I don't know how it could be moral.
Oh, here comes Duck. Here comes Duck.
I don't know
with the
how it
hot
could
take.
ever be moral to own a house, or to plant an apple tree so you can make apple juice. I don't see how that has any intrinsic character, like just the thing itself.
Say that again.
Because he's saying,
I would agree.
he's saying rights
Right.
come from morals. So if I plant an apple orchard and I make apple juice, that's if that's all I tell you on like an SAT prep question or something, or like maybe like call it like a 300 level like college.
It's not morals. Just stick to what it is. Focus.
You know, I think sometimes people don't realize how much grace they're afforded when there are some people in my orbit that I have a lot of respect for that luckily also, what's up Space Miner? Leave the mayonnaise out of this. How dare you? People don't realize, like, there are people in my orbit that I have a lot of respect for that also have a reciprocal level of respect for me. And they only tolerate certain people out of respect for me. Because I'm like, yeah, let's show some grace, please. I understand you might not be a fan of, certain people, but let's try to show them a little bit of grace. If it wasn't for that, nah, man. A lot of yous, dude, why is my shit like peeking out really bad? I'm gonna have to lower this down. Test. It's still peaking. Do I not have filters on this? I do have filters. Let me turn down my gain. I'm going to turn down my gain a little bit. Test. Testing. It's still peaking. Why is it peaking? It shouldn't be peaking at all. It should not be peaking at all. Test. I'm over here blowing people's eardrums out, aren't I? I'm going to have to look at this. I'm going to have to reset some of these things. Noise suppression, compressor, limiter. Threshold, gain, noise suppression, expander, compression. Output gain. Side chain ducking. I like popping the mic. You do? Yeah, I don't like blowing people's, especially when I'm over here yelling. I gotta start. I didn't realize. I don't understand why it's not doing. Huh. I had this stuff. I'm gonna have to redo all my things. True GS. A couple of times I restrained myself out of respect for you and your channel. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, man. People don't realize, dude. And listen, man. Do you know how many people in my channel can't fucking stand certain people? But I'll try to have these conversations with these fucking people. I try to leave the door open for these people to come to reasonability. Right? You keep burning bridges, bro. This one ain't getting built back, dude. It ain't getting built back, Brick. You're gone, bro. You're out. You're off. You're off like a prom dress, buddy. You came at me fucking sideways for the last fucking time, bro. I wasn't even fucking coming at you wrong. Hell, I've been so fucking gentle to you, dude. I've had people in my chat saying the stuff he said about people in the military. How does that sit with you? GS. And I said, well, I wore a uniform so he could say things that I found to be repugnant. How does it sit with you, Bob? And I understand what they were trying to do. They're trying to get me to be against Brick. But they didn't need to help get me to be against Brick because Brick's already against me. The little cocksucker likes it when I fucking protect his rights to act like a fucking schwarmy little cocksucker. But then when I start to say even the littlest thing that he doesn't like, suddenly he's not allowed to talk. So suddenly I'm just listening to respond, not listening to hear. That's fucking weird, Brick. That's weird.
You were saying
Yeah,
that
yeah. So
planting an apple tree.
No, so just planting an apple orchard, I can.
But he's saying, but is it moral? What's
Stop.
you have a right
Apples
to
can be
plant the
Nazis
apple
or not
tree, but
Nazis.
it's
That's
not a
right.
matter of morals.
Well, it depends. That's why I'm saying that everything is derivative of a metaethical view. And so from a Christian view, we could actually argue that planting a tree is a moral good
You could
from our
argue.
paradigm.
You could
However,
argue.
if it's just from a rights perspective and you have the right, that means you have the entitlement to plant a tree and that
Yeah.
entitlement is protected. You don't have a duty to feed anyone. You don't have a duty to keep the tree alive. You don't have the duty to feed your family with the tree. You just have the right to do it, have a tree, right? It's your thing.
I
that you
hate that
preserve,
you
right?
keep throwing the protected part. And it's not just
What are you
you. I hate
talking
that
about?
everybody inherently means that rights are what you can keep. And they throw it in there like it's part of the definition. and it
Who
just
permits you to keep
confuses
something?
me. What does that have to do with anything?
You just said
You made a statement, Joe. You made a statement, Joe. You made a statement. He engaged your statement, and you immediately jettisoned the whole premise of why you said words you just said. This is why you can't have a conversation with somebody that's either mentally deficient or high off their ass on pharmakia. Pharmakia, it's sorcery, dude. It's witchcraft. You're dealing with other spirits when you're dealing with Joe Cool.
Joe, you're so stoned. that
Yeah,
you
there it
can't
is.
Follow basic words.
Go ahead.
Like he's not even trying to say it to be funny at this point in time. It's a legit. You can't follow basic. You just said the words that he's responded to, and you said that's got nothing to do with it. Then why did you fucking say it?
This one seems, and I'm high as fuck.
Why
This one seems easily
why are we
graspable.
obligated to follow you and your words right now? You can't follow us. Why do we have an obligation to even follow and track what you're saying?
Imagine that. As high as I am, I'm still keeping up and fucking
You're not
cats
keeping up
up.
with shit.
I
Imagine
don't
that.
know about
I
that,
heard
Joe.
Joe. I heard
And
Joe.
speaking
I don't
of
know that I know what he
keeping
said, but I
up,
definitely
we
heard
have
him.
Caucasian Sasquatch waiting backstage. We have Jason Cassell hanging backstage. Shademaster and Osveron, who got booted earlier, they're still patiently waiting back in line as well. If you want them up here, you know what to do, chat. Mark with
All
the
right.
big five. Rights are derived from understanding how rational beings can live in social contexts.
That's such retard. How about no, let's go back to that because Mark is really loud on Twitter, but he didn't have the balls to call in. Listen, Pellegrino, you're a famous actor and you give $5. You should be ashamed of yourself, you maggot. Anyway, rights are derived from understanding how rational beings can live in these people are poets. They literally write female poetry. It literally says nothing. By the way, you can derive from understanding rational beings. You can derive a doctrine that says take over using force in a social context.
That's
You're
a
literally
microaggression.
saying nothing.
They did. We did derive
No
one of
shit,
those.
Joe. You
Micro-
agree with me.
That is a microaggression against books, though. Like, right? Because Mark did a pretty bang up job. I don't
Nobody
agree,
cares, Duck. Yeah, give Jim Bob an actual legal argument for rights. That's not like one of these hobos up here. It's like what Rick was trying to do, but better, because he was shit.
Mud with the Big Ten says, hypothetical, two men coming from opposite directions enter a desert and come upon a stone with enough shade for one man. They arrive at the same time, no sharing. Who has the right to the life-saving shade?
Yeah, the person that has the most force, or the person that acquiesces to the other person. That's it. It's my shade if I say it's my shade. If it wasn't, then why would I say it's my shade? I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, then why would I say I am?
you, whoever said
And
that. Fuck
for
you.
the record, Chuck just sent it a big 5 to boot Duck to the back. Congratulations. And Sasquatch, you're up next. Jason Cassell's up next. And then Shade Master, then Ozron. And if Duck hangs on, he's
Sasquatch.
back.
There's another
Somebody
Riri.
address his rock question. Who
The
has the right
stronger
to
man.
that
The
say?
stronger man.
I would still like to step back to my original question because, like I said, I'm trying to learn here, right? And we were just talking about morals and rights.
He's
and
blowing
duty.
out his microphone.
My next question was going to be, what is the difference between morals and duty?
A moral and a duty? I would say those
Yes.
are intertwined, that you couldn't actually argue, at least from an objective standpoint, that because you can have a society that declares the duties and teaches people the duties, but they don't understand maybe the metaphysics and the morality of the duties. And you could practice a duty, a sense of duties. For instance, in like Korea, it's not a question of morality necessarily explicitly for people of younger age to slightly bow or hand things to elders with their right hand, but it's a custom and it's sort of expected. And there's a consequence. You don't go to jail, but there's like sort of like a shame and some sort of embedded response socially. You could say that's a duty, and maybe there's no morality in place.
Well,
But even
I mean,
underneath
upholding your duty would be moral.
holding your duty in your hand would be more immoral. Yeah. Yeah. It's
upholding
crazy how
your
it's crazy
duty.
how Joe Cool and his weeds puff is also simultaneously on the screen. So
That's racist. That's
Vibe,
racist.
I wanted
That's
to ask,
racist.
Vibe, how did your mic get worse? Your mic sounds like
Is it?
total ass. Vibe, it's Vibe's mic.
Did it really get worse?
I've heard cider.
Yeah, what flavor is it, dude?
Mic
check.
Yeah. Vibe, just so you know, I believe from a Christian lens, you can't separate the two. That like a set of morality would be the line that you're trying to hit, and your duty would be the expectation to try to meet the line, to try to get in line. Morality is the line. The ought or the obligation is this will toward the line.
That was a good way to put it.
And I am coming from a Christian perspective, and I'm trying to understand the debate that happened today,
Sure.
and trying to understand the other perspective, but he's not here now.
Yeah.
But it is really interesting, right? Because you do have, I was looking at morals and duty pretty much interconnected. I mean, I do have a duty to God. God does give me rights, but the government doesn't. Rights are obviously enforced. I mean, it seems pretty simple to me, but that's what I want to learn. I want to understand.
Yeah, I would disagree with
like,
you.
where
I don't think
everybody else's
God gives
minds.
you rights at all. Like if you meet God, Vibe, and you're face to face with the second person, and you're like, but don't I have a right to a fair trial? Like,
Yeah, but I mean, Jimbo, didn't Jesus die on the cross for all of our rights to
you wouldn't pull
salvation?
rights in that context, right? So I don't know why
Well,
people
not
think.
in the rights that we do in politics. In the
Yeah, I
rights,
just don't think I think God gives you duties, and duties will inform the set of behaviors that are permitted and not permitted. But rights is simply
Mr. Mimsy has a question. He says, if Brick is a free speech absolutist, why is he on a panel where people have to pay to be allowed to allow you to speak? Isn't that the exact opposite of free? Well, I mean, ho's gonna hoe, I guess. I don't know. They hoe themselves. I don't even know, bro. I don't even know at this point in time. I think there are a lot of people that are walking contradictions, right?
this entitlement. Where in a Christian paradigm does God give you an entitlement to anything?
I'll tell you the biggest one right now. And it is the biggest thing he ever did out of love. God has the capability to force us all to love him. But he gave us one right. And
That
he gave
goes
us the
against
right
his.
to
No, that
choose.
would violate his nature. Though. No, that's not.
He gave us the right
Can
to
somebody
choose.
please let me get in here, please?
Vibe, that's a violation
Jimbo.
of his nature. So that would be that hypothetical I would reject based on logical
Okay.
impossibility.
Can you give me an example of how that's against his nature? Because
Violating
this is
your
the
free
biggest-
will.
He never
Violating
doesn't
your
violate our free will.
It
That's
does.
the biggest
Forcing
right
you to
he
do
ever
something.
gave us.
No, God
for the
forcing
love of
you to do
God.
something. Vibe, if God can, Vibe, just listen for a second. If God can force you to do something, like this is like a Calvinist view.
Yeah.
If God could force you to do something, Vibe, how do you know anything you did was and wasn't forced by God?
I mean, it's he's basically being a predeterminist. You know what I mean? Like everything you did, you didn't have a choice because God forced you to do it. Right? God might have plans for your life, but it's up to you to kind of follow him, right? The next man up, God will ask you, hey, he'll provide you an opportunity to do a certain thing. Like for instance, David had to step in because everyone else was cowering, even though they were supposed to be warriors. They didn't want to fight Goliath and the Philistines, right?
Is that what you said? You gotta.
Yo, shut up for a second.
No, get some clarity.
This is-
Did you say that first of all, Vibe, that God forces you to do a thing?
No. Okay. So this is my exact. This is my exact debate here. Is the opposite of what you just said. Is that God gave us one right, and that was to not. He does not force us to do what he wants. He allows
First off, I don't speak for God, so God doesn't have a problem speaking for himself.
us to choose him.
That's
or
not a right,
choose
dude.
him.
That's a gift, Vibe. That's a gift.
And I also think it's the best gift we ever gave us.
That's a gift. That's not a right. He can take that. Vibe. He can take it away, right? Vibe. Could he take it away?
Yeah.
I don't think that's in his nature.
What?
Yeah, but Jim
I don't think
a
it's in the
gift-
nature of God to take that away.
I know, but
something
could
you
he look? If the gift of God is your will, is your ability to do things, right? Align with him or not.
This is a right
if
he
it's a
gave us.
if you just said he could actually control you, then you don't know epistemically whether or not he's controlling you right now.
Yeah, but a gift is
Okay,
also
so
something you gain
went
absent
into this
the
whole
duty.
thing about when you originally thought I was saying the opposite. You were saying that's against his nature, so he could
It
not
would be
do that.
against his nature
And
to
now I'm
violate
actually
your will.
using that same thing. He's violating his nature if he were to take that away from us.
No,
It is
he
the
can take.
biggest
No,
gift
no,
I
no,
think
no, no.
that out
Vibe,
of
vibe.
love
Hold on a
that he
second.
gave us.
No, no. Look, vibe. He gave you. Let's say he gave you a life, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is it a violation of his nature to take your life?
It could be, not necessarily.
Joe, I'm asking Vibe. You don't
want
even
the
have a God.
Do you want the truth
No,
of this,
no,
or is this
shut
to
up.
just
I
beat
really want
Vibe?
Vibe's
All
answer
right,
on this.
Joe. All right, Joe. Come
Vibe,
on.
do you hear what I asked you?
No, I did,
Can-
and
okay,
I'm trying to keep it down to a short answer because now we're getting into a whole other topic.
Can God take your life?
Yes.
Do you have a right to life that God gave you?
But yeah, he gave you that life.
No. If he
can't
gave
take
you
it without giving you.
no, hold on. If he gave you a right to life, but he can just literally take your life away, then you don't have any rights.
Do you believe in the monarchy, Jim Bob?
So
But
this is
being
where I
alive is you
thinking
have
on
life
how hard
after
to know
death,
what
Jim Bob.
So God may have given me life and made me born with no arms and no legs, right? And did I have a right to 2 arms and 2 legs? Well,
No,
God,
you don't have a right to anything from God.
Do you believe in the
Right?
monarchy, Jim
Some
Bob?
people are born like
There's one right
without
he gave us.
limbs.
He first did give us the life, and
Like,
then
you don't get a right to shit.
And
Dude, you don't
and
have a
because-
right to amenities. You don't have a right to arms. You don't have a right to
All right,
extremities.
so
You don't have a.
I already
you don't
said
have a right
we didn't have a right to arms. But
So if
Jim
God
Bob-
gives you right, okay, vibe. If God gives you a right, but we've established that it's not your arms, it's not your body, it's not your life. Can you give me one example of a right that God gives you?
Well, can I please jump in on this?
I've got the perfect answer for this. I've got the perfect answer for this, right? So just going right down to the rights argument. All right, now we know government is not God, right? Government does not have the same authority of God or anything like that. But they give us rights based on enforcement, right? Now, God also gives us right based on enforcement. And because it's not in God's nature to take away our free will, he does not enforce that law in that particular case. He does not give us the right to have arms or
He's such a retard.
legs
No,
or be born.
no, Vibe.
That was so hard.
No, Vibe. If I swap out this example, I'll with duty and stewardship, I would agree with you. That if you're talking about, do you have the duty and are you in the right? Let's say you're in the right to take over government, let's say, and inform law based on Christian ethics. Like if you're in the right to do that, it's actually your will and your obligation that's going to make that happen. It's not going to be given to you like it's a right. Like God's not going to bestow upon you the government itself and give you a clean slate. You're actually going to have to, dude, I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence.
Sorry.
You're going to have to actually use your will and cunning to exact the thing that you think is your quote right. You're still talking about your will. There's nothing given to you. That's a duty. Because the difference is, if it was a right, why isn't it just giving to you? Like if you have the right to inform your legislative body, inform it by your Christian ethics, why isn't it just given to you?
Well, would you agree?
Given a soul
the
to
thing,
be
that-
alive?
This is exactly
There's
what
a
I'm
lot of
enforcing here,
fuckery
is
going on.
God
Hold on.
did just give us the ability of having that free will to choose him or not choose him. It's the only right he gives us. And you know
not a
what?
right, dude.
Well, you know what? Here, this is where we can both actually, I can agree with you and disagree with you at the same time, because to me and you, we're just ants trying to understand the internet compared to what God is thinking, right? So we have no comprehension of what he really is intending here. But it
Yeah,
is
but you're
one of the
closer
things
to the truth than
has-
Jim Bob is.
What does any of that mean, dude?
one thing he has given us, and you started this conversation out when you misunderstood my argument, saying it's not in his nature. And I hate to throw it back at you, but it is not in his nature to ever take that away from us.
Well, no, that just assumes the thing in question that you haven't demonstrated. If I'm arguing from a very coherent position that God gives you a gift of life, and with the gift of life, he gives you your free will, and with your free will, you can try to align yourself with his will in your life, right? And you, with that, as an obligation to align yourself to his will. There's no right. There's just the capability of doing so, and not, and that's it. Like you have the capability of doing this. You're just calling
you're
that
saying
thing a
God
right.
So you're saying God has the option to either allow that right or take that right away from us.
If right means you existing, then you've already conceded the argument, because you don't actually have a right to your life from God's perspective.
Yeah,
he has the
Yeah, it's the the potter and the clay, right? The potter doesn't need permission to chuck the clay pot against the wall and smash it.
right to take it, or
Yes, he can take whatever he wants.
so it's a right I have at the moment.
You have no
He can take
rights.
away.
You're totally submissive and subject to God.
Vibe, but
Hey,
hold on.
Vibe,
If
I have
wonder-
a question for you, Jim Bob.
Like, why do they let that Chris Lestrange guy even? I mean, it's just such a degen, dude. Oh, it's just a bastion of degenerates.
all right,
Oh,
go
by the way,
Dustin.
Bob, I love the conversation. I am trying to
No,
learn
thank
here.
you, Vibe. I appreciate it. Call in my stream sometime, Vibe.
Vibe, I want to give you maybe a different option to think about too. When you think of free will as a right, it might be better to think of it as a capacity or a power.
Right.
That's because a right, in the way Jim Bob and I think about, I mean, I won't speak for Jim Bob. A right in the way I think about it is what is due under justice. But we don't owe God anything, or sorry, God doesn't owe us anything, right? So,
And, I mean,
if we have,
I
let me
look
just
at
say
it
one
as
more
a-
thing. Sorry.
Okay,
Just
go ahead,
on your
sorry.
free will thing. So, the right to seek truth might be one thing, if you want to talk about rights. But but these rights aren't about having the free will. They're about protecting the proper use of free will, right?
Well,
So
Andy-
God doesn't
Andy-
give the right to free will. He gives
Andy, aren't
free
you
will
rightfully
itself.
given a chance to be alive as a soul by God? Right? Because life consists of the death. So you're
I can't even
rightfully given a
understand what you're
soul that
saying.
exists, right? And that
even
carries on
understand.
even after you die.
I've got a question, and I'm not even sure who to direct this at. But if you are alone in a forest, like Jim Bob was saying, or in a desert, I prefer a desert because you can see further. I mean, if for no other reason. Do you need rights, or rights necessary? Can they be defined without an outside force trying to oppress or take them away?
Good point.
I don't think so.
No, they're just
Yeah, Buffy
self-declarative.
can do it.
I don't know where they would be in a forest.
Yeah, what would
Yeah,
they do?
Buffy
Just be
can
like,
do it.
it'd be you pointing to stuff and you being able to take the stuff, or being defeated in your pursuit of taking the stuff.
Okay,
I
well,
bet
here's
that
a
would- I
legal
don't-
argument that you would have in the woods, right? So you're
Oh my
rightfully
God,
given your
Chris,
surname.
that is getting so fucking annoying. Please stop.
There is no
Listen,
legal
Oh my
argument.
God.
If you are
Use your
alone,
big. Use
There's
your
no
big
legal
boy
argument. Yeah.
voice. God, it's
Yeah,
like
but-
piercing my ears.
This is how Buffy talks. I'm sorry,
my
Sarah.
God.
Listen,
Sarah,
but
he's
you're
trying to make you
rightfully-
money. He's trying to raise money to get him kicked.
Yeah,
So just set
exactly.
the price.
He's helping you
W.
out.
Jim Bob
Give him what he
understands the
wants to
grift.
give him, Kate.
All right, but
Oh
listen,
my
on a legal
$100 to
aspect.
kick him.
Wait, on a legal aspect, you're
This is how the
rightfully
grift
given your
begins.
surname.
This is how
You're
the grift
rightfully given your
begins.
lineage from your parents.
He's got the whole audience captive.
Right.
Uh,
You're rightfully
Bob.
given your surname without any duties. There's
Hey,
no
Jim
duties to
Bob.
your name.
Yeah.
Do you believe in the monarchy? You believe in you're a monarchist, right?
Yeah, ideally, but I'm not under
That's the
any
point I'm making.
illusion.
That's the point
No,
I'm making.
but okay, that's perfect. So the right to kingship is bestowed by God,
That's a
right?
different right. No.
It's bestowed by your lineage.
So rights exist though.
So God puts people in position of authority over us, right? We're meant to, render unto Caesar that which is due to Caesar, right? That'd be the argument, wouldn't it? So I don't know if this argument is good or not. I haven't quite figured it out yet. What does this do? Whenever this creature attacks, they gain haste until the end of the turn. Whenever this creature enters, creatures you control gain haste. Okay. So if I do this, and then I do this, maybe.
So right, that's
an
different. But
RITE.
You have a rightful heir to your lineage.
Do you agree, Jim Bob, that the rights of a monarch are bestowed by God?
Yeah, but those would be duty based. If you're a king and God ordains kings, guess what?
That means the king has a duty to be just and to take care of the people that are under them.
You go outside of the duties of God's duties and obligations, you're not the king anymore.
Well, my duty is to read super chats. JB comes in with a big 5. When your mom made you stop using your pacifier at 7+ years old, was that a violation? Sarcastic warlock with a big 5. Most comfortable is the pillow from someone else's bed. Yiddish proverb.
Damn.
Oy vey. Most comfortable is the pillow from somebody else's bed, chat. They like to take things that don't belong to them.
Mark sent in 10 earlier. That's because rights deniers are crazy guys in the room with guns. Of course, crazy dudes with guns need to know there will be consequences.
You mean the group of people that actually defends your rights? Fucking these people. This is an actor, by the way. This is an actor, not a so famous actor. He's an actor. This is how delusional and isolated these people
What
are.
has he acted in?
He's in Lucifer. He plays the devil in the show Lucifer. He's an absolute retard.
Like the Morning Star, Lucifer
Yeah.
Morning Star? I
that's
like
him.
that show. I like when
Oh, of course. Uh-oh. Sarah's like, ooh. Are you telling me that there's somebody that could, of course I love the Lucifer show. Yeah, but I thought she was a good Catholic girl.
This is why actors should stick to saying just other people's lines. Don't think on your own. We don't expect you to.
I'd have to go look him up because that doesn't look quite.
Oh, look at her, dude. She's ready to suck that dick for a super chat, friends.
That's because the rights deniers are crazy guys in the room with guns. That's literally the government that defends and makes sure that rights are enforced.
I gotta go look this up because I.
Look at her. She's like she's all like fucking waterfall down there. Just the thought, right? Just the thought of the fact that this guy's got some status that can make her look better. She's immediately attracted. She's like, oh, I'm so wet down there. Oh, it's like Niagara fucking Falls.
Love that show. Mark.
You mean the same people that defend our
Oh,
country?
I'm with you, by the way, Jim.
Who would have known? Who would have guessed?
Oh wow. Okay, interesting. All right. Justin Henley said, "You're not bad, Michael. Maybe we'll see you around again. Good luck to you, brother." And I feel like,
Well, Sarah, we had to tone it down. Let's give us credit, Justin, not him.
I'm agreeable with that statement, Jim Bob, because
We
I
were
feel-
walking on eggshells, both of us.
yeah, and I couldn't wrap my head around his thought process because it just kept going cyclical, and it was like, well, it just keeps depending on itself. Like, where is it coming from? So that's, and I do apologize. I know I kept interrupting with questions, but I was just so lost in the sauce of what he was trying to say that I.
What the hell, chat? I got nobody talking, nobody saying anything now that Brick left. You guys ain't got nothing to say? Is it broken? No, it's not broken. Okay, it's still working, chat. It's still working. What the hell was that? That didn't work out like you thought it was gonna. All right, here we go.
I couldn't even compare it with what you were saying. It was just very
That's okay,
frustrating.
Sarah. Only Joe Cool understood that guy.
Yeah, they would have missed each other. It's logical to me.
No, I completely agree with you, Sarah. Like there was a gap somewhere between their conversations on where he was coming from, where morals come from, and where Jim Bob was coming from morals from. And I understood where Jim Bob was coming from. I never could find out where his morals really were coming from. I
It
kind of
comes
felt
from
like
Ayn Rand.
Well, they just were. They were just made up. They were
Ayn
just
Rand.
made
Ayn Rand, not Ayn Rand. It's Ayn Rand.
up, and they exist within the self, right? They exist within the right.
They exist in nature.
Well,
Right,
no,
so-
I felt like it was in
He's
nature, like you said.
They're self-evident.
Let's
He
be super
didn't
careful.
credit
He
God
ground-
with him.
He grounded them. Well, it's not grounding, but he tried to attach them to desires. Essentially, he said, "You're free as a rational person to act on things that you think make your life better." Essentially.
So
well,
That's logical. Wait, that's not so extreme so far.
Well,
We
but
all
it is.
believe that.
It is
What?
because I
Dude,
mean,
what?
even just looking at people who do nothing with their lives, right? Sitting on a beanbag in their mama's basement eating Cheetos, like they're not thriving off of any
You have a video
will
on
to
my-
live, right? There's nothing coming from that, and so I kind of beg the question a bit. Like, that doesn't make sense to me, because if that were the case, we'd all be amazing people, and we'd be productive, and we'd be survivors, and we'd be
It's worse though, Sarah. It doesn't tell us what our goals should be. He's just saying,
right.
whatever, you're free as a rational person to pursue your goals that make your life better. And I said, dude, have you ever seen like the pagans and
I think
other
he said
group-
moral shit. He
people-
went down that line. I heard
Well,
that
he said
much.
it's moral to pursue
he
what you should
didn't say
pursue.
what morality
but,
was.
well, but then I asked him, like,
He didn't
where's
know
the
what morality
morality?
was.
Then I asked him where the morality stemmed from, and he said, well, that depends on that very right.
Yeah, the parameters.
And I was
right.
like, so it's cyclical, and that doesn't make any sense, because then there's
He
no
didn't
grounding.
say. He didn't outright attribute it to God, rights from God. He didn't make that statement.
No.
Well, he was definitely not coming from a God stance.
Oh my
I
God,
think he was coming
Five,
from-
I'm going to give you
Hold on.
like
I can
2
fix
more
it.
minutes to talk.
I can fix you,
And your mic either.
Wait, Sasquatch, he might
fix
can
it.
fix it.
bro.
In his opening,
Fix your
he
mic,
ground.
point it straight up.
Okay.
Push it away from you and talk across it. Don't talk into it.
Yeah,
Just
you
talk
see
right
how
across the
mine's
top.
like angled, and I'm not talking directly into it. It's
Maybe
still
the,
gonna.
yeah, maybe the what do you call it? The
gain.
is
Gain.
up. The gain's probably up on that.
Yeah, that's what my problem
All right,
is.
speak.
That's your problem. That's what it is.
Kind of back away, have it catty corner to
Just-
your mouth, and then
He's
talk.
about right. Mic check. Don't turn and look at the mic. Just talk at the camera.
Yeah, talk at us.
Oh hell, you moved it.
All right, mic check now.
Oh yeah, nice.
Well, okay. All right, we'll
80%
stay there.
better.
Don't touch anything. Don't move your face. Just stay right there. JB says, "Who's surprised that the former thinks the good is illusory?"
Wait, what?
Show of hands.
Former con, yeah. Yes.
Oh, Khan. I'm sorry. Razel with the big 5 just tuned in. Jim Bob sounds like he's debating a middle school teenage girl. Noestic Quest says, but isn't the capacity for rationality just a more advanced way of hydrogen, nitrogen, carbon firing off? Why does moral value begin there?
Wouldn't get that noetic. I was thought about going natural, mechanical, physicalist, but no, there's no way he was going to net anything I was saying noetic. But I do appreciate that angle.
I like it too.
JB says they're
you
conflating
don't
a
understand.
practical. They're conflating a practical capability with a moral right. LOL. It's literally might is right, morons.
No, might is might.
I mean,
that's
that's,
a
that's
horrible
unfortunately
philosophy.
Michael's view, though. That like if I pushed him harder on that, you know, without a necessary authority and force that says rights exist if you disagree with me, you're going, you know, deal with it, right? Without that, I don't understand. Even that last question I had him on, I said, if there's no legality and no state, and you're in the middle of the woods, like Sasquatch was saying, if you had an agreement with other people that said, well, you can initiate force, but we're going to meet you with adequate or better force, and hopefully we win. If that's the agreement, if that's the arrangement, there couldn't be anything wrong with the superior force actually taking shit.
Why do you have it cooked in or presupposed that he agrees that that both people agree to use force? I think he would say that one is neutral and the other is the aggressor. There is no two people agreeing to force.
No, if you agree that aggression is okay, there's nothing contradictory.
Like, say, using aggression to protect my family. I say that's
Joe,
okay.
Joe. I don't know how many bong hits you've had, but
Blunts.
listen
all
closely.
of them.
If
One
the
too
parties,
many.
if the parties at hand, right, in the situation agree that aggression is totally fair, just know it might be met with death and force. That's the way of the land, and it's an agreement. He couldn't actually argue against that as a sort of agreed upon state of affairs.
I can't argue that as an agreed upon because I have no right to. Yeah, okay, you're assuming that I used my right and said I'm going to fight this guy.
What? Where did rights come in? It's an agreement between two parties that says, listen, we live neighboring. We like the use of force. It's open. It's totally open to do. You can
But
try.
you don't have the right to do that.
Well, in the
Yeah,
woods,
that would
what
be a
the
right.
fuck
That
is
would be a
right?
right that you both agreed on.
You don't have the right to hurt that guy.
What do you mean? He just agreed to it.
That don't make it right.
I didn't say it's morally right.
Well, pretty much what's a right is going to fall under what is right.
A right? No.
It'll have to be.
Well, that's subjective unless you're appealing to an objective lawgiver of what's right and what's wrong, right?
No. Do you have a right to abort your kid?
Is it moral to abort my kid? No, I
No,
don't think
he didn't say. He didn't say. Is it moral? He asked you. You have a right.
People have
Can't
the
let
right
me
to
fight you,
own
Bubble.
people who look
Oh,
like
Joe
you.
Cole.
Joe Cool. Did people
What?
have the right to own people who look like you?
Do people have a right to
Kid.
own anyone?
Well, hold on, man. Come on, dude. The term slave comes from Slav. Why? What? Come on, man. Like, really? Are you making it sound like only black people were slaves? GTFO.
No.
Did they?
If you're talking about that legal shit, you know I'm not even talking about that.
Okay.
Right?
Now
I don't
now you're
think
gonna-
rights are something given by
People are all the same.
man.
It's all the same. They
No.
appeal
If
to-
your question is under the law, the answer is yes. They had a right, but I don't think that was your
What
question.
else would the right be then if it's not law?
Ah, God, you don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't understand, 'cause you
The
can't tell me
same
that's
way,
why, Joe
the
Cool.
same way, what you are saying, I don't think that exists. There could be no right if it's just some shit that man
there's no
came
law.
up with.
If there's no law.
What is so hard to understand about this? I don't understand it. Like,
Me either.
You
Why
also
is this
did-
so
you
hard?
also
Because he's high, dude.
What makes it right? Right is that it's right.
I feel like
But
I
you're
can-
actually
That is,
getting
yes, that is
Exactly, Mr. Mimsy.
Circular bitch.
You
So
you
you would think
understand
because women have
that?
the right to
Listen,
abortion, that
wait.
is right.
Before y'all give me that proposition, I want you to understand where I'm coming from with rights. I am talking about those things that the forefathers were talking about, thinking about when they say, under God, these things exist. We're gonna name a few. Wait. We're gonna name a few of them. Now you're talking about the ones that they named and protected as if that's the only ones that exist.
Yo,
I am
what
telling
are
you that the others exist.
What are you referencing?
From
right
a
now?
Puritan view,
The Declaration of Independence,
Okay,
second
and who
paragraph.
defends that?
In this case, I think what you're looking for is under law,
Under
the
law by
government,
who?
but under law, under God, and under law,
Under God,
I can
okay.
defend
I
myself.
can get with that. Okay, so what happens if you go to war with us?
If I go to war with us, whoever us is, I lose if it's more than me. What more than me?
Right. Because
course.
they have the guns, right?
Then you
I'd
lose
agree.
all your rights, right?
Yep, no more rights.
Yes, if you agree under your definition that rights were
there's
given
no
to
other way
me.
to
Excuse
define it,
me,
dude.
excuse me. Don't get weird. If you agree
You're
that the
getting weird.
definition of rights were are given to me by someone else, under
Yeah,
that
where did they
definition, you
come
guys
from?
are correct. I have never agreed to that
Then-
definition.
Okay,
It
agree.
doesn't
Okay,
matter if you
Joe,
agree
Joe,
with it.
Joe,
You
if-
keep asking me, is this correct, Joe?
Joe,
The answer is no. I don't even agree
Joe,
with you. Everything's hypothetical that you're
Hey,
speaking to
listen,
me.
listen, Joe. If you disagree that definition, you're gonna have to tell us what a right is without force.
I thought okay.
Well, our founding fathers
I'm-
did, and they
I'm
say
gonna-
that
Joey,
it was
somebody
given
can
to you
take
by
that shit
God.
away from
I
you.
could
You
answer
you
that
don't
shit.
rightfully own it.
Give us
bitch.
a
Yes.
definition of an applied right without force.
I have the right to, I don't know, try and live a good life or follow my God.
Okay,
long
and
as I'm not hurting
someone
anyone.
doesn't let you do that, right?
Excuse me?
And someone could not let you do that with force, right?
Yes.
So you need force to make sure other people don't get in the way of you living that life,
This
right?
makes no sense.
Oh, you're so stoned. Get out of
If
here.
no,
dude.
listen. If I have a bike, if I have a bike, listen. Well, listen. What sense does this make? Let's replace my rights with a bicycle. If I have a bicycle,
Oh shit! Black guy stealing bicycles. It's a meme.
No. We agree that I have a bicycle and it's mine and all of that shit.
You didn't
And
steal
we
it?
agree that it's mine. And then when someone takes it away, no one says you never had it. It was
it your
never
bicycle?
existed because it could be taken away. Do you know how fucking weird what you're saying
bicycles get
is?
stolen all the
You
time,
agreed
Joe.
to
Thanks for
live
getting
here.
it.
You agreed
Joe, when
to
the cops
live
asked
here.
me, I said, I don't know where
What
your
the fuck
bike
are you
is.
talking about?
Adolf with the Big Ten says, shit. Jim Bob, God bless
Hold
you
on,
and everyone
hold on,
in
Jim Bob.
chat.
Jim Bob,
Millennial
this-
Mike with the Big Five says, if love is a right, why does God have to issue it as a commandment? As I have loved.
If life is so fair, why do roses have thorns? Ooh. Can't make this stuff up, guys. The beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, each opponent loses one life. Ooh, that could be good. I think we need this. Rest in peace. I think we'll put those in here. That'll help me get where I need to go.
Loved you, love one another. Duty versus
Yeah.
entitlement.
That's right, millennial.
That's
You
a
have a
good point.
capability, like Andy said. A really good distinction is that
I'm not sure God had to issue it.
we
So
have a
rude.
capability of expressing and acting out love, which requires a standard outside of ourselves. But the right to love.
I love how people like to invoke God, and then disengage from God at the same time. I love how they like to invoke God when it suits their argument, and then they jettison God when it no longer suits their argument. It's such a weird thing to do. Oh, I can't quite understand it, chat. I don't get it.
No, we have a gift. It's all a gift. The fucking founding fathers and all the Enlightenment retards, they literally swapped out God's gift and gave it and made it an entitlement, like you deserved it.
Rights are better than
really
gifts.
Pretty sure there's no such things as rights without society. There has to be a society first to infringe your rights before you need to enumerate them.
I
So
wouldn't argue that rights are a gift. I would not argue that.
Rights
they're
are
not.
better
They
than
don't
gifts
exist,
because it entails your right.
Well, I think
for
that's
ownership.
kind of the point. Like, right. So what Michael was saying earlier was that you're just, as a human, you just have this thing. And it kind of presents as if it were a gift, like the moment you were born, or actually his decision.
I said it is a gift. I would not
his
argue that it is
decision-
not.
His decision was based on like when you have the ability to make a choice.
Yeah.
I mean, and that didn't make any sense to me either, because I have two children who are not old enough to necessarily choose, but they make a lot of decisions like all day long and throw temper tantrums over them. So I'm not sure exactly where he
Yeah, but see,
was
the problem
really.
is gifts can be given by humans and rights can only be given rightfully by a higher power.
No,
And
rights are
poor
given-
Dustin wants to get words in, so he's going to get his one on.
That
There we go.
Dustin pays for his own one-on-one. Wow. Dustin, you could pay me $20 on my streams to do one-on-one too,
But
Well,
I'm in control.
I have a hard time with your Bob chats. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it's possible I'm
He has a hard time figuring out how to donate to your Bob chats. That's what he's trying to say, Jim Bob.
retarded. That's entirely possible. Or it's also my phone. I've been working on that. Either way. So clarification. So the king established prima nocta, did he not?
Who?
Huh?
Who's the king?
I mean, this prima nocta is a right that has been established
First,
in
yeah.
Old England.
It means first night. That means that the liege lord of a particular province gets to have to sleep with. That's usually when it comes to colonization, though. To sleep with the person he wants to sleep with, so to speak, right? Like the new bride. This is like right out of Braveheart.
England, right? By the
Whose
king.
god is that?
Right.
God?
Right.
Whose god? Whose god does he follow?
I believe that there's been large swaths of Christianity all throughout England, right? It's been
Right.
claimed many times that Christian gods
Right.
and Christian kings and
Is this god bound to God's law or just the king's preferences?
I believe God allows the king to determine his rights via his prerogative. Is that not how that works?
Well, I mean, God ordaining kings, the condition is that the king follows God's rules, not his own. So if your follow-up question is a king in any sense of the word? Let's say it's a non-Christian king who assumes power.
All right, guys. After this game right here, I am going to step away briefly. I'm going to step away briefly because I do want to get up, walk around a little bit, and I've got a few things I want to take care of. I might be right back because apparently we're supposed to have really inclement weather here this afternoon. But I want to do a little bit of weeding. I want to bring some wood chips into an area that around my my grape. By the way, I think the cicadas actually ate all my grapes. The little tiny budding of grapes. They're all pretty much just decimated now, from what I understand. The little tiny something got them. I don't know exactly what it was, but not cool. Not cool, man. Not cool. But yeah, that's the thing. But I will be. I are lurking while on the phone call. Roger, I'm gonna be lurking too. I'm gonna be listening while I step away. But I just wanted to let you guys know that I'm not just taking you guys for granted. I do need to get up, move around a little bit. Sitting is the new smoking, as they say. But I need to accomplish a few things around the house. I can't just play video games all day long. But I will be probably back within 10, 15, max 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes.
Do they have the right to be the king, or do they have the set of circumstances to be the king so long as they can survive external forces?
Well, my understanding is that a rightful king is one that's in line with God's will, and that a god that stands against God's, where a king that stands against God's will,
So its
will more than
obligation
likely,
supersedes its right.
correct.
Okay,
But
that's my position.
But would you then say that prima nocta, as an established right, would be one that was established against God's will, because it's one that stood?
Can you give an example, like prima nocta, like what's actually happening in reality?
Prima nocta is the right for lordship to take the nuptials of a newly wedded wife.
How do you not know what prima nocta is, Jim Bob?
Okay, they have the right to do that. They're the
At
permission
the
to
prima
do that.
nocta, it has been established by kingship over many generations. Yes, this has
They
been
have the
passed down.
permission to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's a marriage underneath their jurisdiction, they have the right to come and claim
how's that
the first night nuptials.
How's that different than a marriage?
I mean, well, my question is that not an established right?
Well, that's the thing, is like if you marry under a Christian paradigm, you're marrying, and the wife and the husband are under the assumption that that there are marital duties at that point.
No, bro, he doesn't understand. Jim Bob doesn't understand. He's saying that the king has the right to bed your woman. the first night to do the nuptials, as it were. He doesn't understand. Chat. Seems pretty clear he doesn't understand.
I like a good bite. Notice I didn't say fair questions. You've got answers.
Yeah.
Correct. So then the marital duty is established by a lordship to come in and take the consummation of the marriage.
By the way, this example, can you give a historical justification for its existence, or did you just make it up?
No. I'm making this up. The whole Latin word is something I pulled right out of my butt. No, the prima nocta is a real thing.
I'll be back here shortly.
Unicorn exists, Dustin. Does that mean a unicorn's real because the word unicorn exists?
No, but so is God. The word God exists.
All right, I gotta stop you right there, Jim Bob. You're actually in error. Unicorns do exist in the Bible. They're basically they're considered to be rhinoceri, or the rhinoceros species. So the term unicorn does exist in the Bible. How does he not know these things? Like, yes, unicorns do exist. So do behemoths, yeah? And they actually describe a behemoth as a dinosaur. Matter of fact, the ones that have the long necks and the giant tails that are like this, that are like likened to a tree that sway back and forth, yeah? And there's the Leviathan. All these things do exist in the Bible, bro. Like, come on. Come on, Jim Bob. Do better. Just a little bit better, buddy.
Does that mean God exists because the word exists?
That's your argument.
No, that's exactly right.
Use your argument.
That's correct. That is my argument.
Your argument is that because the word exists, that it's not a myth.
Well, is the word king? Does the word king exist?
The situation, right? That's a Christian implied permission.
Prima nocta, it's been ordained by Christian kings and passed down through generations. Yes, it's been on over many jurisdictions.
Okay, and so are you talking about royalty, or are you talking about anybody?
Yes, in royalty. That was ordained by God. The king was ordained by God and established the right of prima nocta. This is well known in history. I could take you through a history lesson if you want, or you could just take my word for it, or a quick Google search will educate you.
What's your point?
My point is that rights are not a made-up thing.
What are you talking about? If they're not made up, what are you saying they're not made up? How does it follow that if there's a scenario, even if I granted you this peculiarity of history in this event where the royalty took the wives of a husband or something like that, that they were given the permission to do that? That's not only inconsistent with my Christian theology, right? But that doesn't even make sense from your perspective of why that would be not a creation, like an innovation.
Why are you speaking from my perspective, Bob? I haven't given you my perspective.
You just said that rights are what?
I didn't say it. I said that rights have been established through the kingship. Therefore, they're not imaginary. Therefore, they're not fake or made up.
No, you mean force.
Force. Okay, because there wasn't repercussion for something like that,
Dude,
right?
Stop being a little bitch with your attitude and just listen to what I'm saying. Is it the case that a king, even if I granted that scenario happened, isn't it the case that the only way that happens is the power of the king? That wouldn't happen the same way at the peasant level, right?
I mean, in what way am I arguing that power is not a part of rights? Yes, you are correct. That is true.
Yeah. So what you're proving my point for me. If rights are a set of permissions and restrictions set by whoever has the power, that's literally what I'm arguing. And you're saying no, rights are real. All you're saying is that certain behaviors, if enacted by people in power, are somehow they somehow exist. Of course, that's not controversial. That doesn't mean rights exist. That just, all you're saying is people in power can abuse their power because they have power. Nice job, dude.
or rights actually exist because you don't know what you're talking about. And
that's not an argument, Dustin. You don't know what you're talking about.
okay,
Can you tell me what
that's not an
actually means?
argument.
Can you tell me what actually means?
What actually? You mean otherwise outside of imaginary?
Actually means concretely.
Yeah, otherwise or outside of imaginary. I guess.
Cool. So where in the moment where the king takes the bride, where in that action actually is a right?
Under the fact that it was ordained by a king.
No, in the action, where is the right?
What do you mean?
In the
By
action,
the fact that I just answered your question. You don't like the answer, but it is in fact ordained by the king. That you earlier admitted that anything that was in the line of God's will would be done by the king and upheld.
Dude, listen to me. If a position of power declares, because they have power, that they're allowed to do anything, all you're saying that exists is the power.
I mean, is right not a power? Is having a right not having the power?
Tell me, the only thing that exists is the force, the power.
You just said
Okay.
right.
You just debunked your.
That's what he's saying.
Didn't Jim Bob? Didn't
By
you
the
agree
way,
that
Jim
the
Bob,
king
you got that
was given his
stupid
authority by God? Or
I
did you
can't
not?
believe you actually,
Okay.
Dustin, I can't believe you actually paid $20 to make that argument.
You just
That-
proved my point that force is the thing that the only referent in play.
I didn't prove your point, Jim Bob.
You just said, give me an example of a right without power. That you literally.
No,
made
I
my
did not.
argument.
No, I
You
did not.
literally
I
said
did not say that. No, I did
Rewind
not.
it. Rewind it.
No, I did not say that. You said that. I did not say that.
Alter Void with the Big Ten says, I get confused when I hear people say something like Joe said. He has a right to help people. Do you really have a right to help me if I refuse? Does my own
No.
rights not matter then?
I think you read that when I said no. I don't
Oh,
have the
my
right.
apologies. Mr. Green getting his new membership. Congratulations and welcome aboard. Well, Emmanuel says the problem of defining rights as moral claims is that it just asserts the answer of the debate by definition. In other words, assume that you know what is good and call it right.
We would agree that there's something there. Yes.
And
More-
Finkel gifting 20 Gauntlet memberships. Thank you so much. And then back to the initial question about the mortgage. The bank is a temporary owner, but not a landlord. A landlord would fix my hot water heater.
So for future reference, paying for my own segment was a bad move.
It's hilarious that you did it, but the thing is, you just proved that as long as someone has power, that they have a justified right to do anything they want.
In other words, I proved that rights exist. Thank you, Jim Bob. I appreciate
You
that.
prove rights under Jim Bob's definition.
You do know that
exists.
prima nocta is highly contested amongst all historians, right? It most likely didn't
Yeah, it's a
fucking
fake
exist.
thing. It's a fake thing.
No,
Yeah, the
it's
whole
not.
thing.
Even in the hypothetical, though, even in the hypothetical, Jim Bob is still right, though, because the king is the one that has the power to assert everything that comes down to it is the fulcrum arm. So if the king has the right to do it, then he has the right to do it, and he can back it up with the army that he has.
The idea is that he has the right and that the rights exist.
No, he has
That's
the
bigger
force.
picture.
He has the force. No,
Comes
he has the
from
force,
force.
Dustin. He doesn't have the right.
I don't care what justifier you put on it, Jim Bob. Rights exist. Rights exist.
Dustin, if he
You're
didn't have the
just saying
force,
again that might makes right. That's all
Yeah,
you're
that's what he's
saying.
saying.
Is
That's what
power
he's saying.
enforces desire, not that the king has any special ability other
not a
than the
right.
military and the.
No
and the-
one's saying that it's correct.
he
We're
is
just
though.
saying that
Dustin
he has
actually
the
is
ability
saying
to
it
do
is
it.
a right. No, he's
I don't speak for me, Jim
Dustin's
Bob. You
argument-
don't know that I'm saying that. I never
Dustin's
said
argument
that.
is this.
You're saying Jim
I'll-
Bob's
I'll tell
exact
you.
definition.
No,
man.
hold
I
on a second,
think-
dude.
Yeah.
Dustin, you just said if the king, if X person, even if they're not a king, by the way, X person with power in the woods, like Sasquatch's example, let's say there's no king. If it's just a guy with power and he declares he's going to have his way with a woman, guess what? You just proved that it's his right to do it, you idiot.
With
Yeah, I mean,
prima nocta, yes, yeah, that was in
You
fact my
idiot.
argument, Jim Bob. You just recapitulated my argument. It was
Rights
it was
exist,
always about
but they're
prima
only-
nocta. Yes.
So
it
so
was about
rights-
criminal. Yes, but what I
so
proved
rights
here,
are
the bigger
only-
picture, is that rights exist.
So the girl doesn't have a right then in the woods then.
I imagine if she has the force to enforce her rights, I imagine she would.
No, dude,
But
are
still,
you an
but
idiot?
still,
It's
the
literally
rights
my argument.
exist.
Yeah, I
The
have the
rights
same
exist.
argument. I told you.
He's just saying, you proved my argument. If she has force, that's what's going to determine whether she has a right. Therefore,
I didn't know
right,
you against that, Jim Bob.
You just said it, dude. You
Yeah, I
literally
mean,
just made the point.
it's very
And-
simple, right? I have the right to breathe. I have the right to eat. I have
Not
the right
until
to
I
kill.
punch you
I
in
have
the
the right-
throat.
I have the right
Right.
to rape, right?
You have the right
But
to try.
That's just what I can do. There's a whole other set of rights that live above what I actually can do in those rights, and those are the rights that are enforced. So they're the rights that I can actually break the rights that are enforced, and they're the
If
rights
you
that
have the
I
ability to exercise force, you have the right to anything. Is Dustin's argument?
Sarah,
Yeah,
let me grab
exactly.
one
Well,
second.
I mean,
it is
Yeah,
bolstered.
What a disaster.
Let
What an
me
absolute
let
disaster.
you all know that
you-
on my side, I have reset another 10 super chat goal. You have 18 minutes to fulfill the 10 super chats, or I go to bed. It's up to you, chat, what you want to do. I'm happy to go for an extra hour, but you got to buy that extra hour. Brandon with the big 5 says Joe's laugh sounds like an old Chevy trying to turn over.
That's
Also
a
good
no
to be on
wow.
panel, but figured I'd drop because I'm half regarded right now. rather watch Jim Bob. Let's see. Finkel gifting 10 more Gauntlet memberships. Thank you so much. And then Alter Void says, wow, this Clay guy, have him learn about stuff comes from stuff would make him sound smarter. That would be an upgrade. Poor Bricky. And then Bricky sent in a 5 super sticker. Thank you, Bricky. We appreciate you. Adolf says on Jim Bob's side, what a bunch of dummies. Hail Christ, hail Jim Bob. Silent Zero says God does not give you rights. The 10 commandments are a set of duties of how we ought behave. Probably ran out of words. Justin Henley says you need other people for rights because rights exist as the opposite of their duties. Without their duty, you have no right, therefore no rights.
Yep.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
I would say rights are a byproduct of the social construct. Without the society that to protect your rights, you have to do it with force. Jim Bob's right on point with that. Without the society, you have no force. You have no need to defend rights, and so rights don't exist without the society and within it to exist. Right?
Rights would be that moral thing that doesn't allow you, to use force
How
inside
high
of
are
a
you?
very limited.
Without society, if there are no other people out there trying to do something against you, there is nothing to act against you. You are in a state of nature at that point. You don't need rights against nature that you can't. There's no court to plead to.
I get that part. I agree with that part. So when there's two people out there, what are rights then?
Force. It's just
that's when
Wait.
How's this so hard? I don't get what's
Because I think rights may be narrowly defined. One man believes that rights are you can only use force under extreme conditions. The other guy believes you can use force liberally.
Well, Cain and Abel proved that force
Bingo.
rules all in that
And they're
effort.
brothers.
I mean, and that was just two brothers, right? Yeah, two men. Living,
You don't think God
right?
would tell Cain that your brother had a right to live, and you took
Sarah, let
that?
me grip for a second, Chad.
Did
Let me fight
God
your
have
cool,
the
Jim
right
Bob or
to flood
Dustin.
the earth?
Because
Can y'all
Buffy need
see
to go
him
piss on
s-
people's crops. I need
Y'all
to go
can
piss
see-
on people's crops.
You can
Did
see
God
God
use
saying
force
that.
when he
I'll
flooded
tell you
the
what.
earth,
If
Jim Bob?
somebody pays,
Everyone's talking.
$100 just to boot the Puffy Cloud, I'll definitely just go for a whole nother hour. I'll give you 2 fucking hours if you want.
Yeah, it could make sense because I piss on all of your food. I piss on your crops.
Was it
I piss on your
was it
crops.
force God was using when he flooded the earth, Jim Bob? Would you
What's that?
consider that his right? Was it force God was using when he flooded the earth? Would
His
you consider
right?
that his right?
What do you mean his right?
Yeah, where's he getting his rights from? Where's
What are you
God
talking
getting
about
his
right?
Force. Force.
Yeah, but you can.
Was it force? Was it force or was it his right? I don't know.
I
Which was
already
it,
said
Jim Bob?
nobody answered the question.
Tell
How do
me
you
after you
deny
catch a lightning bolt.
birthright?
Wait, hold
How
on.
do you deny birthright?
Shut up, Cloud. So, Dustin, you said God now has rights.
No, I'm asking you. I didn't say that. I'm asking you. I said, was it God's
Wait, why would
right
he
or
need-
was it his
why-
force?
Why would he need rights if he can just use his force and will?
I don't know. That's what I'm
I
trying
don't
to
know.
figure out
You're
here.
a fucking idiot. You just
All right, here, check
I'm
this
an
out.
idiot because I asked you a question, Jim Bob?
Yes.
Interesting.
A question
right.
can make someone an idiot, right? Can you make?
Yeah.
Can you?
Oh.
Can you be an idiot for asking an idiotic question?
You can certainly reveal
I
yourself.
guess.
I just demonstrated, Dustin.
Maybe
that
maybe you could be stupid for not being able to answer it.
Yes, I did.
Hey.
answer it. I just told you, dude. If God can flood the world and do anything he wants, right, by his own will, why would he need rights?
Jim Bob, I think me and you have reached
I don't know. Total
agreement
silence,
suddenly.
Dustin.
I think we've reached agreement suddenly.
you
I
didn't
think that
answer my
rights are
question,
come
Jim
from
Bob.
force. Now, I think from the ultimate guy who has force, which is God, he gives rights.
Yeah, now Joe Cool's sobering up.
So what are you saying, Jim Bob? Are you
Sobering
saying that that God had to use force?
What? God
in order
didn't
to
have
accomplish
to
a
do
goal?
anything, dude. What are you talking
God
about?
didn't have to do anything.
He didn't have to do anything.
He didn't have
I think
to do
that
anything.
the difference is when humans act, what we're saying is their actions have to conform to justice, right? That's what we mean by giving others their due. But God's actions define justice.
Yeah, God's
I think
actions
so.
are all just. He doesn't have the right. The
Why
right.
don't you just ask the question? It sounds stupid. Where does God get his rights
That's the
from?
thing, Dustin.
how do you
if
get to
God had a
justice
right,
without
if God had a
right?
right, if God had a right would be independent of God.
What?
If God had a right, that means he possesses something. If he
Well, there it is, chat. I predicted it, and he did it. Joe Cool eventually lick his finger, find out which way the wind's blowing, and then he'll get on side with the win. Try to be on side with the winning side, right? It is the national animal of Scotland. Interesting. Told you. I told you it was only a matter of time before Joe Cool would switch his opinion, find out which way the wind's blowing. Any way the wind blows. Any way the wind blows, Joe. Absolutely 100% bad faith actor.
he possesses
Right.
something like a
Doesn't
right,
he possess
that means, it has its own
everything?
that means it has its own ontology separate from God.
All right, let's work on going up the ladder some more.
You and me?
God, in order
We're
for
not
it to
separate from
right,
God.
God would need to protect it from something, right? You would have
Yes.
something
All that
that
would
could
come into
take
play,
that
yeah.
force away, or it's not, and then it's not a right if they could do that, right?
Well, I don't understand
It's
what the
not
point
given
is
by
in
God.
killing everybody if it wasn't by right.
It's
Well,
not
you
a
have the
right.
evil
It's
people.
just, dude. It's just will. His actions
you
are
spell
just.
that?
You know what justice means, Dustin?
Which is the same thing as a woman being raped and not being able to exercise
Gotta
will
say
against
grape,
it.
dude. We're on YouTube. So
Thank you.
So, do you know what justice means from a theological or Christian perspective?
No, Jim Bob, I'm asking you questions. Why would you ask me if I don't understand something? Why are you asking me something? Are you trying to prove that I don't know? I'm already telling you I don't know. I'm asking
You
you.
sound like a filled diaper leaking.
So?
You're being a
So
queef
what
right
if I
now.
sound like that? Can you
Which
answer
is
the
a
question
fuck,
or
the
not,
fatty
Jim Bob?
cloud.
Can you even
Oh
repeat my
my
question, Jim Bob?
God. I
Can
don't
you
even want to
repeat it?
repeat it. Uncle Fatty in with the 666. Jimmy Bob, sir, was it you?
Well, she said that with an awful lot of Catholic. I'm just a good old fashioned Catholic girl, guys. I'm just a Catholic girl. I'm just a Catholic girl, guys. That's all I am. I'm just a Catholic girl. I'm rebranding myself. I'm not an old boot whore anymore. I'm not a Jezebel. I'm a good old fashioned Catholic girl.
Your God that gave China the right to occupy Tibet?
Wow.
Damn, good one.
No,
Who?
God gives
this
permission
goes
for
back
things to happen.
Well, not even permission, right? This is part of the free will. So
Yeah, that's
God
permission.
doesn't want another man killing another man, but he gave man that free will. And even going back to the flood, right? It's much bigger than God just came and wiped out a bunch of humans pre the flood, right? And I'm not the most knowledgeable person on this, but there were the Nephilim, and the Nephilim were actually not humans. They were
Talking about the Nephilim.
they were a whole nother part of
I'm not knowledgeable on this, but I'm going to opine.
the creations from God that did not have the same free will that we did. And they were interbreeding with, and this is all in the Bible. I'm not like doing anything weird here or coming up with a conspiracy story. We're breeding with with humans.
Are
we
you a
had this mix of-
Protestant?
Yeah.
No, I just go purely by
Scripture, sola scriptura.
I'm Baptist, right? So
Yeah.
there was a cleansing, and part of this comes down to Cain and Abel.
You gotta
as
abandon
well,
that,
but-
dude. You gotta just abandon that. Just gotta go full
But-
orthodoxy, dude.
You know what you need to do is you need to read the there's a whole spectrum of Bibles, right?
The
There's,
religion of the apostles. Yeah, you need to read that.
and just go from the most literal
I hear
translation.
Rock and Sand is really based.
Yeah, rock and sand. Yeah, no, dude, you can't just read the Bible like that. I'm sorry, you just can't do it. So you're gonna get into trouble
It's a
every time.
little
you do
bit
that.
different, sir. I say if you're going to have a tent revival, you need a good Baptist minister in there to do it. So everybody give me money.
Yeah. The evil are showing themselves to you, folks. It's up to you to pay attention. The evil are revealing themselves to you. The mockers and the scoffers. They're just showing you exactly who and what they are.
We're gonna get it. We're gonna get him in the just path. We're gonna get him in the just path.
JB says, really hoping the local
On that one. I'd love
McDonald's.
to have that with you, Jim Bob.
JB says, really hoping the local McDonald's cuts the Wi-Fi so Joe Cool drops off. Marcus gifting 5 Jim
Thank
Bob
you, Marcus.
memberships. Millennial Mike says, win Jim Bob for stomping the feminists on whatever. I was intrigued by his take on cops not being required to protect people.
True.
Be interesting to argue that.
That's a fact.
Yeah, he's right. Cops don't have they don't have to protect you if they don't want to.
That's right.
Like,
Yep.
On a serious note, Sarah, I'm gonna get out of here. But on a serious note, Jim,
I just want to let you know that water is wet. He just established that cops don't have a duty to protect you.
You were already gone, bro.
on a serious note, man, I was kind of hoping I could catch you on a live because I want to continue this conversation. I have questions. I'm asking in sincerity. I hope you understand that.
He's a bagel.
Well,
No.
I
He's a
don't
bagel.
trust you.
He's a
You
bagel.
don't trust me?
He's
I
a
don't
bagel.
think that good of faith, but I'll give you half. I'll give you 50% good faith.
He's a
You got to
bagel.
earn the rest though, because like
Bagel.
you're one-on-one with me. The fact that you didn't concede that in the king scenario, it was ultimately just power and force that was determining the
What do
right.
you mean I didn't concede?
You said it proved rights exist, where I'm literally pointing to force existing. That's the only thing in reality that's happening is force.
So there's not. I'll concede for the sake of brevity because I want to continue this conversation. I still have questions. Have a good night. Catch you later.
Easy, bro.
Later.
Let's see who's back. All right, I got one
Go fuck
more
yourself.
new person in line. I do have to put a shield up just for now. Oh, okay, thank you. You can go back. You're good.
And put your clothes on.
Unless
see
you
a
want to
ball?
do you want to
calm down,
stay?
Joku.
Oh, shut up, puppy. Do you want to stay on camera or do you want to go back to? Okay, all right. Just making sure. Some people don't want to be seen. All right, fair enough. And then let me read the last couple, and then we're completely up to date on super chats. Clay Foundations, our lovely Bricky says, read the new Jim Bob version of Wright's Bible by force. Oh,
You know, it's kind of funny because whenever Brick donates to me, which I ask him not to, he does the minimal donation almost every time. Isn't that funny? But when he's trying to get the whore's fucking attention so he can get invited on panels so that he can be he's such a fucking narcissist, dude. You're really not that special, bro. You're really, at the end of the day, you're not that special, Brick. And I know you're probably still lurking. You're probably still fucking lurking because you are a narcissist, Brick.
only Never by peace. Never signed treaties with Jim Bob. Was preceded by previous book wrongs.
Dude, you're such a retard. Peace assumes force. How do you keep peace? The threat of force, you dummy.
Yeah, that was
Ricky, go put a tampon in the wet spot.
Yeah, he just got dunked on for like the third time. He paid money to get dunked on. He's that much of a pick-me girl. You're just a pick-me girl, Brick. All you are is a fucking pick-me girl, Brick. You're a pick-me girl. Oh, it's so pathetic. It's sad.
JB says, you don't go to jail because you violated a person's rights. You go to jail because you violated the law. You don't go to hell because you violated someone's rights. You go to hell because you violated the divine law.
Very
That's a really
nicely
good
put.
point.
Very good point.
Yeah. And for the record, you guys are 3 super chat goals into the 10 for the goal. You got 6 minutes to make it happen. Or I so lovingly go to bed where I belong, and it's ever so sweet. So up to you to decide. I still have Duck and Scott to be backstage. Scott, I threw you back there because you looked like you were kind of just panel squatting. But yeah, thank you. And then Millennial Mike says, a law is not the only enforcement mechanism that can be used to enforce duties or behavior. I believe cops have a duty to protect, just not legally. Any thoughts to that?
Well,
not
Council Rock versus Gonzalez, they have no duty to protect legally.
Yeah, but they have a duty.
I think he's talking about like a moral duty.
Yeah, they have an obligation to respond to the violation of the law, which you could say indirectly could actually protect somebody, like as a consequence. But they're really just reacting to the law, and so suddenly the law changes, and then suddenly they're up in the air whether it's their duty to intervene. If it's totally legal, it's hard for them to intervene. They could actually lose their job.
Council Rock versus Gonzalez makes it totally legal at this point for them. They have no duty to intervene. They can, in a court, if they didn't do it, they'll win if they didn't help you.
Right.
Well, in any situation where martial law is declared, you're fucked.
Hey, I tried to warn him, Mr. Mimsy. I tried to warn him. It wasn't going to go off like he thought it was going to. I tried to. I really tried to. He doesn't get it, chat. He doesn't get it. He's oblivious, dude. It's just about him. Everything is about him. It's about what he needs.
Yeah, all rights are taken away.
Anyways, Jack, you didn't graft well. Puffy gotta go piss on people's crops. My boss is gone, and he's gonna be back.
Bye, Puffy.
Of course your boss is God. Of course.
Puffy was almost as bad as the Furby
Oh my
in such a
God.
short amount of time.
That was Chris Lestrange.
I know, Chris. What's going on?
Oh, Sarah, did you tell Jim Bob about the 30?
Yeah, the Furby. Yeah, Furby booted.
Yeah.
I don't know why that took so long. I mean,
I have a pretty high tolerance level for a lot of things.
Now, don't break, Sarah. Whatever you do, don't break.
Yeah.
I know you females can be very. Just keep strong.
Or if
Yeah.
you do break, just look me straight in the eye when it happens.
Well, I mean, even at that, like, okay, so we have panel interruptions quite often, but most everyone, when I say shut the fuck up, right, you guys all like, okay, I'm going to shut up now. But what the Furbies' problem was that they would come back and be like, don't, like, they interrupted me. Blah, blah, blah. How can you give them more time than me? And how can you do this? And how you.
And the little cocksucker wants to fucking lecture me about my oath. Well, that's funny because the Bible says to swear no oath. So let your yeses be yeses and your noes be noes. When you say you're about peace, Brick, and all you do is sow chaos and discord pretty much wherever you go, that makes you a fucking liar. What do you got to say about that, Brick?
You do that. And, so inevitably it's just
I can't
like,
stand liars, dude.
if you're going to continue arguing a decision that I've and I feel like I'm pretty intentional when people are interrupting, and I'm pretty intentional when I'm trying to read super chats or get through.
And he's fucking texting me like a little. Do I gotta block you, little cunt ass? I guess I do.
It's madness for a lot of things I do.
So this is what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do to you, Brick? I'm gonna do to you what you do to everyone else that you don't fucking like. I'm gonna fucking rip your tongue out of your fucking throat, and you're no longer gonna be able to have access to me. How's that fucking feel, Brick? Oh shit. Oh shit. Guess what? You can't fucking do now, Brick. Guess what? Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck all the way off, you fucking retard. You really are a fucking retard, dude. And it's funny how you run around calling other people losers. Dude's gainfully employed while you crash out in another man's fucking house because you can't support yourself. You call him a fucking loser. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're a fucking turd that needs to get flushed, dude. You're 100% a fucking turd, Ferguson.
And so Furby just didn't understand how much grace I gave to them.
You were extremely patient, super patient, yeah,
But
super
they just
patient.
it's always you give an inch, they try to take a mile. And that was just at the point of absolute stupidity. Like I think
And it
Furby
got over to
did
disrespect. Then it moved to disrespect.
right. I think Furby did much better on the debate yesterday Friday than normal. But then when they started pushing back, when I wanted to like finish the super chat and move on, and they just weren't like I
really
already
regret bringing Furby up. I honestly do.
sorry, it's woman prattle. I apologize. My goodness, but
Prado, how old are you?
What's
I
up,
get-
Rastafari?
we told that all the time.
What up? Sorry, I had a question for the other guy that was talking about the king. As far my family is William Tyndale. He translated the first Bible into English and got
Okay.
crucified. But the thing is the king and the Pope and stuff like that have killed more people, and religion
here
has
we go.
separated more people than it.
What's up,
than
Frexia?
it's brought people together. And I always hear people, fighting over what religion's best and this
Why
and
should
that.
I unify? Why should I unify with Muslims?
Each is their own to believe whatever they want, but to push it on someone else's belief, I think that's when it kind of is different.
Would you be willing to push that belief onto people?
Well, the police push themselves on us every day.
Oh,
The
here we
courts
go.
I'm asking you a question.
Oh shit, he's one of those guys. He's one of those guys, chat.
I'm asking you though. You're saying, "Oh, the division is bad," and I go, "Okay,
No, it ain't bad.
should we?"
It ain't bad.
Well, you said it separates people, which insinuates that that's not a good thing. It's like
Uh,
division's not good.
In a religious way, to you.
Yeah, Jesus said, "You think ye that I came to unite? Nay, in fact, I came to divide rightly. Mother from daughter, father from son, mother-in-law from mother-in-law, indeed, household from household." What is confusing about that? What is this kumbaya nonsense? Like seriously, what is all this kumbaya nonsense?
Use religion to kill people and to separate and make
Wait,
laws.
no, just division.
You just hate God, dude. That's what it is. You hate following rules and laws, and somebody hurt you. I guess a cop touched you in your no-no place or something. I don't even know.
No.
Stop
That is
breaking the
division.
law,
Why-
asshole.
No. Let's say division without killing people. Why is division bad?
Division isn't bad. You need always you need negative for positive. You need positive for negative.
All right, now you get me
So
back
it's
on
not
board a
bad.
little bit.
You an anarchist, sir?
It's both. He's saying at times when it's good, times.
So it's like a balance. It's like
Uh-oh, here we go. Yeah, I missed some stuff. The Muppets are acting like his BFFs, but only to gain more dunking clips where he is the clown, but Brick is too dense to even realize he is the butt of their jokes. Exactly. I know that I'm the butt of a certain channel's jokes out there. I know 100% I am, right? But Brick will sit there and go into places just to get clowned on and then call other people clowns. It's like, dude, I'm the only one that treated you with any kind of dignity and respect, Brick. I'm the only one. I'm the one that told you when you go to these other places, dude, they're fucking using you. I've asked you to stop super chatting me because you're on the panel most of the time. I don't think you should have to super chat me if you're part of the show, right? In that sense. But you said you wanted to support me, but your support only goes so far as, I don't know. Let me ask you a question, you fucking twat. Brick, let's for that matter. When's the last time Raging Tomato or fucking Dusty Powdered Dusty or fucking Wrestler fucking put one of your fucking videos on their fucking community page? When's the last time any of those people did a fucking sub drive for you, you fucking retard? You absolutely bit the hand that was fucking feeding you, you fucking moron. And you did it one too many times, Brick. There will not be another fucking opportunity for you. There won't be another fucking opportunity for you, Brick. You dug too deep, you dug too long, and now you got the fucking bullrog, you fucking idiot. I was probably your most staunch advocate. Rooting for you, Brick. Rooting for you. And this is how you fucking do your allies. You treat your fucking enemies with more respect than you treat your fucking friends. That's why you're a fucking professional, homeless, pseudo couch surfer, Brick. All you are is with a roof over your head until your next fucking homeless adventure, Brick. Why? Because you won't look in the fucking mirror and examine yourself because you're too busy with a fucking camera and everyone else's fucking face trying to point out where you think they're all fucked up. Go fucking look at yourself in the mirror. Go fucking examine your life, you fucking muppet. That's the last bit of advice I'm going to give you, dude. You're now officially in my rear fucking view mirror. Brick comes into my channel running his cunt fucking mouth. You know what to do, mods. Fuck him. We'll do to him what he likes to do to everyone else. You're a fucking blight, dude. You're a fucking cancer. Be gone. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I don't know what God you serve, Brick. I think it's yourself. I think it's yourself. Mimsy says, Tim says, he certainly has revealed himself to be naive and incredibly immature. Yeah. I'm fucking irritated. I'm not going to lie. You got underneath my skin. You had an opportunity to have a direct conversation with Jib Bob, and you acted like a fucking teenage girl. You literally did, bro. You had an opportunity to have a salient, intelligent conversation with a guy that I would love to have a conversation with someday. Just to pick his brain, just to maybe have a back and forth. Don't necessarily have to agree with the guy. I would like to have a conversation with this guy, face to face, man to man, so to speak. And you squandered your opportunity and acted like a fucking child, just like in your fucking videos where you lose your shit on these people that are just working their jobs, dude. They're just working a job, Brick. They weren't fucking with your rights. But you know what? To a hammer, everything looks like a nail, huh? Fucking idiot, dude. It's funny how the hammer doesn't recognize a nail when a nail's sitting in front of him, but actually goes after everything that's not a fucking nail, acting like it is actually a nail. I wasn't a nail, dude. You decided to pull your hammer out, fucking take shots at me, you cocksucker. Now you get the fucking horns. You want to mess with the fucking bull? You're going to get the fucking horns. You're a fucking idiot, dude. Dude, you're not underneath my wing anymore, bitch. You're on your own. Go fucking sink or swim. If you identify as a man, go fucking start acting like one. Here you go. I'm done. Brick claims to be 1A absolute while he blocks people who don't agree with him. Yep. Mr. Mimsy says it's hard to stand on principle when you're willing to sell that principle just to get on a YouTube panel. Bingo. Sorry, Frexy is probably like, what the hell is going on right now? MC Dilligaff says it sucks you lost a friend you stood up for. Well, I don't know that he was ever my friend, man. I think I was just another fucking step stool. That's it. Just another person that he laid flat on the ground so he could stand up just to watch the fucking horizon a little further. He lost, dude. He lost a fucking friend. I was for sure a friend to that dude. I know MC Dilligaff, GS has consistently been a staunch advocate for Brick, but the level of utter disrespect being returned is quite shocking. Thank you, Let's. Thank you for your cervix. I hope you're doing all right, brother. And I hope you understand, no disrespect to you. Brick, I'm telling you, man, watch out for him. Watch your back, bro. Frexy says, lol, just glad I have headphones in. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, here we go. Did you just break up with Brick again? This won't stand. I'm telling Wrestler et al. Cool. Good job. Good job, Hill Pirate Studios.
It's like a
You know what to do,
Buddhism
chat.
or something. Like it's a
I mean, he was saying
balance.
something about peace.
So a grape is actually good because it
Jim Bob,
balances
he was
out.
saying he was saying some. One sec. He was saying something about peace, but if you drove him to talking about oppositions, and so I don't
What?
feel like it's in conflict to say, well, people fight about.
Well,
like,
well, no,
petty
Duck. To
stuff,
be
but-
fair, he started with the cliche of religion separate and divide people, and I would stop him right there and say, "What's wrong with division?"
Great question.
Innocent women and children have burned alive because of a religion.
And
You
they
know-
also haven't done that because of religion.
Yeah, I mean it's like point out that thing bad over there, that thing bad. Thus, everyone who associated, everyone that looks like that thing that bad happened is bad, right? It's crazy. It's crazy, chat.
No.
Yeah. Oh, are you saying religion hasn't stopped people from bad things?
What's up, Karma?
Nothing. No. Okay, so the end of slavery wasn't informed by a Christian value set.
What wasn't supposedly
birth of
Yahweh?
the nation was
What wasn't Yahweh
arguably.
hung on the cross by people that turned him in that were supposedly
That
close to
doesn't
him?
answer my question. I
Yeah,
asked
it
you:
does.
is there anything good that comes from religion, in contrast to the only things that you name that are bad in the
If
name
you
of
call separation good,
Dude,
It has
is
to be
family
yin and
good? Is
yang.
family good?
what's
Is
that?
family
I mean, just quote the Bible, Jim Bob. Do you not know the Bible? You're claimed to be an Orthodox religious dude who's about to get baptized, but you don't understand. Look, I don't even claim to hardly know any of the Bible. And I certainly don't claim to be an Orthodox in any stretch of the imagination. But I just quoted the Bible. I quoted Jesus. Think thee that I came to unite. Nay, I say to you, verily I say to you, I came to divide and rightly divide. And then he gave the examples of who he came to divide.
What kind of question? What kind of question is? What kind of question is family good? Family is good.
Duck,
but it's
I'm not
also,
asking you.
How do you get rid
Fucking-
of
why don't you
family?
tie that necktie
never do.
like tighter around your neck and shut up for a second?
Oh my God, Jim Bob.
I'm
That's almost
asking
a
the new
TOS
guy a
all of
question.
you
That's almost a
little
TOS
shits,
violation, Jim Bob.
You're
I'm
only
asking the
halfway-
new guy.
Look at the little whiny Jew. Oh, it's almost a TOS violation, Jim Bob. Ooh, we're gonna get you canceled. We don't like you, Ortho freaking. Ooh.
A question. I asked him a question. Is family
My bad.
good? Is
My
making
bad.
families good?
As far as I know, you guys were just talking about how one brother Cain and Abel. So you tell me.
Are you?
Wow, that was
Do you have a head injury or something? Is
You
making
just,
fam-
it's just a simple question.
is making families good?
Is Cain and Abel good?
Dude, stop, please.
All right.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Get
What
engaged
is
with
this
it.
question? What is this
That's
line of
Exactly what I'm doing.
What is the line
usually
of
when
questioning,
somebody
Duck?
asks you a question, you answer the question.
Duck,
You
the
ask
the question is
fucking-
relevant, Duck, because if there's a religion, in this case Christianity, that sets
Yeah.
an obligation and a virtue of making
Okay.
families, and if that's a good thing, I'm going to say, oh look, a religion that actually prescribes a good thing.
Congregations. I believe in congregations. I don't believe.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you want to. What is a
You
family
believe
to
in
you?
bumper
Blood?
stickers, dude. You're a bumper sticker machine. That's all you're saying right now.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's good thing.
Platitudes.
I believe in
Just a bunch of platitudes. These are platitude machines. I agree.
congregations. I believe a good equals the bad. I
You're saying
believe everything's
family.
on a seesaw.
You
You're
just
literally
mentioned family, Cain
gibberator,
and
bro.
Abel. You just mentioned Cain and Abel about people out of the Bible, and then you're asking me if family's good, and I say I don't believe in that. I believe in a congregation. No,
What is a congregation made of?
You didn't
Is there anything
clarify
else?
nothing, man.
Is congregation made of people?
If you want to call it family, what is people?
What is
Because
people?
if you look at the
People
word
that are
people,
producing
that's
families.
actually, if you look at the word that actually is adopted,
What is goldfish?
Okay, Jim Bob, I have a serious question though.
If
Jim
you
Bob,
look at the
Jim Bob,
hold on. If you look
Okay.
at the word what people is actually, it's actually taken from the government and they created.
Tooken? What the? Uh-oh, what did Wally say? Karma, you would still not know. Shots fired. How dare you? How dare you? Let's see. Should I do this, chat? Yeah, I think I should. Are we going to copy it? Yes, we are.
People and person is two different things. If you can look it up.
Ooh, you're catching up to me, Karma. Oh, you're catching up to me. Ooh. Ooh, oh, karma's catching up to me. Ooh, chat. Ooh, child, things are gonna be easier. Ooh, child, things are gonna be. What is this? Counter target spell. Let's go. Let's get rid of that. Try to anyway. Tim says, Karma, to put it simple, you can understand why we all like you. You are simply a day late and $1 short of the drama. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We don't like all that drama here. We like calling aces an ace and a spade a spade. Wally says, I know Tookie from the hood, so Tookin must be his brother. MC Dilgaff, Karma, it's been established that in terms of world fuckery, Brick is a lookout. He inadequately looks out for himself. Yes, he actually inadequately looks out for himself. That's actually a really good point. That's a really, really good point. But he likes to tell everyone else how they should live their lives.
Up, Google
Well,
it,
how are
whatever you
people
want.
made?
Google it.
How are people made?
What's people? I'm a living man. I'm
Yeah,
a
how are
living
men
man.
made? How
Oh, holy shit. He goes to the school of bricktardiness. Oh my god, it's a bricktardo. Oh, it's a bricktard. Oh, holy crap.
I'm a living man. I'm not people. I'm not a person. I'm a living man.
Okay, how are living man made?
Karma wants to know, is he back to that backstabbing BS for clout again? He's doing what he does. Yeah, he wanted to call me out as being bad faith like somebody else who was actually not bad faith while I was being good faith to the dude. Yeah. Guess what, chat? Life is about choices. Choices have consequences. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that, chat. How about that? Let's bring this up. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Exile one of them and put the other one into your hand. Let's do this. Let's see what happens with this.
You're asking a man. Did I say I'm Jesus or Yahweh?
Oh, you can't answer a simple question, dude.
Oh, that's not a simple question. You tell me how are you
born?
jackass?
Where did you come from?
How are you made?
My parents made me through sex.
Oh.
Simple. See how quickly I answered that?
So am I your enemy now, Let's? Is that what you're telling me? I've always shown you respect. Are you going to turn on me now, Let's? Yeah. You're a big boy. That's true. You can look out for yourself, Let's. And yeah. Matter of fact, I caught a lot of shit on my own post for actually promoting that video that's on your channel. And I said, yeah, I put on a uniform for him to say whatever he wanted to say. Now, that doesn't mean you're free from the repercussions of it. And when you accuse me of being bad faith, not you, Let's, but when he accuses me of being bad faith, after he told both of us right there on that private conversation, I told him, I said, this is not going to go like you think it is, bro. It's not going to go like you think it is. People aren't going to look at this like you think they're going to look at it. This is not going to be a good look for either one of you. But if you guys listen, if y'all want to tilt at the windmill, y'all want to look. I can't stand people that every time you fucking turn around, they threaten to sue somebody. It's so fucking gross, dude. Every time you turn around, someone's threatening to sue you. It's not a good look, bro. It's not a good look. I don't think it is. Maybe you think it's a good look. I personally don't think it's a good look.
How come you can't answer that?
Because he
What do you
has
mean
no
by-
answer. Millennial Mike came at the Big Five, says all your broke viewers are relying on the rich landlord to pay the super chats. You can't eat the rich.
Wait.
What would you do without me? Win, Sarah. Win. Hold the fuck on. And for the record, you guys did not make the goal. All you had to do was send 10 super chats. You could have sent like a bunch of $2.
So what you're telling me, Let's, is you went 0 to 100 on people. You when Brick sat next to you and said, of course you joined the military because you weren't smart enough. You had no skills basically to do anything other than be in the military. You're okay with that, bro? I mean, I know you're okay with him saying it, but What is he saying about your military service, dude? I'm just curious, man. What's that say about your military service? Right? What is that saying, man? What is that saying about the fact that you allow this kid to stay in your house? Yeah, I call him a kid because he ain't acting like a fucking man. But listen, man, you do what you're gonna do. You do what you're gonna do, bro. I mean, if you're bound and determined to go head first, like right off the dock, right into the deep water. I mean, I'm just curious, Let's. How many times have you been arrested before Brick Jones came into your life? I genuinely am curious. How many times have you been arrested before Brick Jonesy came into your orbit? Maybe it's a lot. Maybe you've been arrested a lot, dude. I don't understand how you could have a nice house and stuff if that's the case. I don't understand how you can have anything nice. I'm just curious. How many times were you arrested before Brick Jones came into your life?
Super chats. I always leave it open to you, but you failed. So here's what we're gonna do. Unless somebody drops a big hundo, I'm gonna give this about 3 more minutes to Jim Bob.
I'm not taking this.
Spank, whatever this guy's name is.
How was Yahweh made?
You guys have
Yahweh's
Yahweh
eternal,
was from
dummy.
a virgin. Yahweh's
Yahweh's
from a virgin,
eternal.
right?
That's an incarnation, dummy. You don't even deserve to have a fucking
so you're
radio.
saying, so I see. So we're all made. And then what about the people that carry semen for other people and have babies?
What do you mean
that
by
didn't
people?
have sex?
What do you mean by
What do you mean by people? I
What
thought you
about
were
clones?
people was.
Well, what about clones?
What do you mean by clones?
What
are
about Freemasons? What about
Okay, you see how
triangles?
fucking annoying that is, you retard?
Jeez.
Fucking truthers should be put in prison just for talking.
Yeah, Q-tard, the $2 isn't gonna work now. The whole guys, I gave you 30 minutes. I gave you 30 minutes to send just 10 super chats, and you all fucking failed. This could have cost you $20. You all fucking failed. Now it's either $100 or you got 3 minutes before we go into closing statements and I go to bed.
Hey, let me get in on something real quick. So just
here we
one
go.
thing that we'd have to say about Yahweh or families is that if there are biblical principles, people can't use biblical principles to build a society, right?
Why not?
But
Yeah, why not? Like, what do you mean people cannot use X, Y, or Z? What does that even mean, dude? Like, by what authority do you make that statement? Are you going to stop people from doing it? This is what I'm talking about. It all comes down to force. It all comes down to force, chat. Doesn't it? At the end of the day, does it not all come down to force? How are you stopping anyone without force? What are you appealing to? What's your appeal?
people,
Yeah,
people
what
who
does?
are
Whoa,
I didn't end the plane yet.
whoa! Why not?
What you have to be able to do is you have to
you're
be
not
able to
gonna
make
justify
society
that claim?
tolerable for people like Jim Bob.
Listen, buddy, let's deal with your first claim,
In some
dude.
sense.
You just said
Yeah,
you can't
yeah,
build
yeah.
a society on biblical principles. How do you build a society then?
You live in one.
Fucking
Yeah,
Joe,
you
dude,
decide-
unbelievable.
I
What does Joe do? What exactly does Joe do? What does he do? Because every time I see him, he's just sitting in the same spot, smoking a blunt, getting high. Like, I mean, is he like a trust fund baby? Is he independently wealthy? Is he an EBT American? I mean, what exactly does Joe Cool do? What does he do?
think at a bare minimum, you decide I don't want to die right now.
What do you mean? That's assuming dying is
society.
bad.
Huh?
Yeah, the Bible says to die is gain, to live is loss. Room temperature, Joe Cool, chucking fool. Yeah. Why would you put yourself at risk like that, Let's, especially in that type of a situation? My question is this, dude. Does Brick doesn't give a shit about your privileges to be on post? He doesn't give a shit, dude. It's post privileges for a reason. Retiree or nothing, dude. You served. Your service is now over. That's it. You're now retired, just like me. No one needs to roll out a red carpet for any of us, right? I get it. Anytime I mention my military service, people mock and scoff at it, right? So clearly, the American citizenry doesn't give two fucks about America or American veterans or any of that stuff. They really, at the end of the day, don't give a shit about any of it. Oh, so now you're shitting on me? Dude, I've shown you nothing but respect, bro. Yeah. So I don't, who's the retard in this situation? You or Brick or both of yous? Or is Chili to blame for all of this fucking shit? Dude, please just fucking unsub, dude. I don't want your fucking support, man. Because you're probably going to threaten to sue me next, right? You want to sue everyone for doing their fucking job. That's the weirdest fucking flex I've ever seen in my entire life, man. Weirdest fucking flex in my entire life. I lost a shit ton of respect that day. Shit ton of respect, man. I see it now. I thought you were some old doddering fool who was being held prisoner by Brick Jones, but obviously you guys are in cahoots with each other. Making me scratch my head a little bit.
That's assuming dying is bad.
That is assuming dying is bad, but
So that means a value for
people,
that. So hold
most
on, Doc.
people
Doesn't that
reason through
assume?
that one.
No, hold on. Doesn't that assume
Sad, man.
value?
Sad.
There's a metaphysical value for human beings.
All it's saying is that a
It's sad, bro.
person,
It's sad.
behaves as if they have instrumental value in their life.
Okay, is it true,
All
or
it's saying.
can someone behave that nobody's instrumentally valuable?
McCloudy.
Yeah, a nihilist.
Okay,
but
cool.
I
Does a
don't
Christian
think-
does a
I don't
Christian
think we
does
generalize.
a Christian paradigm provide an account for
Sad,
why
man.
humans
Sad.
are valuable?
Sad, bro.
It actually doesn't.
Oh,
we
it
don't agree on
doesn't.
that,
So,
though.
what's
That's
your?
not
How do
safe.
you justify why humans are valuable then, from your view?
From my view?
Yeah.
I justify humans as valuable. I don't know, because we have cognitive processes and stuff.
Oh, so people who don't have cognitive
So
processes.
you're brain dead in a coma, or Brick Jones.
That's even not necessarily true.
Oh, so
That's
you
not
have a
necessarily
cognitive
true.
process. So if you're missing the cognitive process, then by your own standard, those
Yeah.
aren't valuable.
Well, do you find any value when you if you go walk to the mall or you go to the park? Do you
So
find
you're gonna
value
dodge the
in being able to
question,
move
or
around?
you're just gonna dodge the question, aren't
That's specifically answering your
you?
question.
You're such a little snake, dude. Are you a redhead?
No, that's EOD.
All right, Jim-Bob, hold on now. I
You're
told
such a
you about
snake,
the
dude.
ginger remarks before.
Yeah, I'm trying to maintain respect for you, Let's. But dude, if you're gonna carry water for that fucking moron, good luck to you, bro. You need all the luck you can muster, man.
It's amazing these sophists, man. You counter them on their bullshit, and then they move to some other bullshit, so they don't have to deal with their own bullshit, and that's how they live their lives, just full of shit.
Hey, Jim-Bob, real quick, don't judge all gingers from this guy.
I don't. I know.
okay?
I know. I'm always attacking Jason.
No, we always judge.
So now you're butt buddies with the fucking retards over at the. See, this fucking shows how duplicitous you are, bro. This absolutely shows your level of duplicity. 100% shows. It reveals exactly who and what both of you guys are. Who and what you both are. Fucking who and what you both are. Fucking snakes, dude. Vipers. Fucking vipers, dude. You're a fucking viper, man. You fucking used me, and then now you're done with me, right? Is that what it is? Fucking A. Name one of these other cocksuckers that you fucking named that has ever promoted you directly. Name one. One of these fucking channels that you guys donate all this money to try to get that fucking retard Brick Jones onto some panel with a bunch of people that fucking hate him. Name one of them that have ever promoted you or your fucking channels. Name one that have ever done a sub drive for you or your fucking channels. Name one. But once again, you little fucking cocksuckers fucking bite the hand that fucking feeds you. Once the fuck again. Once again, Let's. Good luck to you, dude. You're going to fucking need it. I hope you like prison. I don't think you're cut out for it, though, bro. I mean, you're gonna whine and bitch and kvetch about you need your fucking meds and shit, right? Yeah, they tend to lose that shit in the prison. I mean, that's where you want to be, bro. That's where you want to be. You want to be in prison. Congratulations. That's where you're gonna go.
Judge Ginger.
Fucking
they
dumbass,
should
dude.
always
Jason,
they
even all
have
your
no
chats are red.
souls.
I can't
Even
listen.
Jason's chat.
I can't fix stupid. I can't fix fucking stupid. Let's just understand. You're a grown ass man. You've been warned. Now it's a choice.
Chats are always red.
And Almighty Nate sent in the big hundo so that you guys get your extra hour. So everybody, tomatoes in the chat for Almighty Nate. Thank you so kindly. You are amazing. And then he follows up with an extra 20 to say for the stress. Thank you. I'm going to run upstairs and get an ice pack for my back, but you guys may continue on with the conversation.
So Jim Bob, I just want to say one thing. I just want to say it's so funny to me that
It's about choices, man. Choices have consequences.
Dude. I don't need your
who-
fucking meta yoke, dude. You know what's so
for
funny to
someone as
me? You talk like a
for
girl,
someone as
dude.
self-interested as you are.
I'm not
I mean-
self-interested. I want to talk
you're
about
not?
ideas,
Oh,
retard.
Oh yeah, the fucking Buddha sitting across from me, bullshit, bull fucking shit, dude. No,
What?
and so you say
What does that mean, Let's? Since when have I ever spoke for you? Oh, here, let me show you, Let's. You want? I haven't spoken for you. I've spoken up for you, Let's. You don't think I have? Oh, that's weird, Let's. Let's test out your little theory. Oh, that's interesting. Well, let's go. Let's go ahead and switch accounts. Let's go to this generally specific. I don't know. How many times have I put your guys' posts up on my... How many times have I promoted you? I wonder how many times. Oh, well, there's one. That's weird that the thumbnail's gone. You know, the one that said arrested. It's weird that one's gone. Well, yeah, there you go. Literally fuck off, dude. How about that? When have you ever spoken for me, dude? When? When have you ever spoken to me, for me? Yeah. You supported me, right? As long as it was expedient for you to support me, right? Right, Let's? Is that it? As long as it was expedient for you to support me. Let's. Now that it's inconvenient, I guess. I fucking warned you guys. I warned both of you that night. I warned you both. I said, this isn't going to turn out like you think it is. But you didn't want to listen.
I can't use a secular worldview to talk
No.
about self-interest, but you can.
I didn't say self-interest. I
This is
said
insane to me.
valuing human
This is
beings.
bullshit.
You still wanted to release it. You still wanted to
I
release
said
it.
You, from your secularist bullshit view, you're such a little worm, by the way. You really align with your worldview that you're a creature. That you can't tell me what's
Right.
valuable. What makes humans valuable?
Is that so? And that's my, and all of a sudden, and so you're asking me to define like universal value as you see
Yeah.
it, and because
Yeah,
I might
because
not
guess what
see
you
the
said,
world that
Duck.
way or approach
This
the
is what's so
question that
wormy
way.
about these people. Notice
Yeah.
how he started with you don't need a Christian view or a religious view to build some sort of meaningful society or whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's a universal statement, dude.
That's bullshit.
That's not a universal statement?
What? That
Well,
no, because political rights happen in a political society. They've changed over thousands of years. What we talk about as political rights now.
Yeah, man, you guys worship Chili DeCastro, dude. He don't give a fuck about you. He doesn't give a shit about you guys. You guys are gonna get all gassed up. You're getting all gassed up, dude. You're gonna get all gassed up and you're gonna go to jail. And you're gonna look foolish in the end of it all. You're going to look foolish. And just remember the conversation, man. There's gonna be a point in your life where you're gonna be sitting in a jail cell, shaking your head, going, "I should have listened to GS. I should have listened to GS. He's the only one that ever told me the fucking truth directly, and actually did try to show that he was caring about me as a human being." But no, I let this muppet who doesn't have his own house, doesn't have his own car, doesn't have anything going for him other than crashing on other people's sofas. I let this retard named Brick Jones get all fucking spun up, right? Get me all spun up. So I'm screaming at dudes in uniform screaming, making a public scene, creating a public disturbance right at the threshold of entering a military installation. Not the sharpest marble in the bag, if you ask me, bro. Not the sharpest ring.
Didn't come about until like the maybe Commonwealth era. So like, what is that?
That's
like
from
the 16th
Christian
century,
common law,
17th
and all that
century?
stuff is derivative of Christian views. By the way, there's a saint, right? Saint.
Actually, hold on, because the chat's got a lot to say too, man. You have no concept on how painful and how cringy it was for me to even try to support that video. It was so against my principles of what my preferences of how I would try to treat another human being. Like your guys' ability to like look outside of yourselves and watch how you conducted yourself in that situation is staggering. That between you, a combined, what do you guys got? Like 120 years between the two of you? Or 111 years between the two of you? And you guys still don't have the wisdom to split between the two of you? To know that that was 100% about as cringe could get? Like, even after I sat there and reviewed it, and I'm like, I mean, granted, I don't know what happened before all this, but hey, man, that's not a good look. I don't know if you remember me saying that. It's not going to go. You're literally going to, your enemies aren't even going to have to load the magazines. You're going to load the magazines for them. And you're going to install it into whatever it is that they're going to use to destroy you. But in your mind, you got this. In your mind, you got this. You guys are winners in your mind. You're winning. You guys are winners.
Saint Gregory of Nyssa was writing in depth about anti-slavery for many, many years before the Enlightenment and all these people that you're.
All right, so let's go ahead and scroll back here. So Tim says, no, Mimsy, get it right. I am an asshole. Mick Dilligaff says, I think 99.999% of people medication dependent wouldn't deliberately cause a fuckus. Plan better. Yeah, I mean, you can't act like a perpetrator and then simultaneously cry out that you're a victim. I mean, you can do it. You can do it. It's not a good look, though. It's really not a good look.
I heard you had some dead.
I mean, you can do it. Life's about choices, but choices have consequences. You can't punch somebody in the face and then cry out in pain rubbing your hand, bro. Right? So let's see. The peaceful solution is to petition your government. A controversial conversation. Your words offend yourself forcefully. That doesn't even fucking make sense, dude. You need to buy a different book of adages, bro, or axioms. It makes you sound a little foolish. Why would you put yourself at risk like that, Let's, especially in that type of a situation? Walrus says, room temperature, Joe Cool, cuckling fool. My bad, Tim. Let's says, no wonder the butt pirates rerun your views. Freedom rings, truth matters. So now you're mocking me like a little fucking cocksucker, dude. Yeah. All right. Fuck you, dude. Let's see. MC Delgaf. What was the truth of that situation, Let's? Why were you both fucking with the sentries? Let's, your privileges of going on base is not a right. It can be removed at any time. By force. Mm-hmm. McDilligaff says, I knew Let's would shit on you. If he didn't, he'd have to admit their video stunt was abusive. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. And then Tim said, Let's, I still have respect for you, but I've lost all for Brick because of his words. If Brick wants to threaten me or has an issue with me, then he should grow some balls and come face to face with me. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. Yeah, you might want to wait till after surgery to have a fighting chance. Let's Otvo says, ad hominems are beneath you. Well, you don't get to dictate what's above and what's beneath me, bro. I'm a fucking man and I do what I fucking please. I don't ask you or beg your permission to do any of those things. Because clearly you didn't do what I wanted you to do. You didn't show respect to people in uniform that deserved respect. You didn't maintain your composure. You literally spurged out for over 20 fucking minutes, looking like a fucking idiot. Looking like an idiot. And then you come in here and you shit on the one person that actually tried to advocate for you, tried to support you, and told you the truth that it's not going to be the look that you thought it was going to be. You just don't get it, Let's. He's a chaos agent. And maybe that's what you're into. I don't know. Maybe you both like to smear cream cheese on your bagels. That could fucking very well be exactly it, bro. All right. Wow, I'm honestly shocked right now. I'm not, Karma. I'm not shocked at all. I'm not shocked at all, Karma. I fully expected this was going to happen. I tried to be respectful. Maybe almost 55, but the backstabbing still shocks me. Yep. Since when have you ever spoke for me? We the People says, good afternoon, all. Tim says, you have seen the Muppet clipping the hell out of Brick and using him for laughs and views. But wait, everyone else is wrong for seeing it. Yes, exactly, right? Stefan says, at Karma's, I went to look at Brick's video, and he is always very aggressive with the employees. Well, not always. In one, he was calling nonstop 2 female employees. Oh, yeah. Let's says, that's promoting yourself on other channels. That's promoting yourself on other channels. What you're doing is promoting yourself on other channels? Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. Oh, I hope it gets you the fame and the fortune that you so seek, bro. Karma's Helper says that's because he follows Chili's philosophy of attack, 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 and then, okay, now I'm a victim. Yep. He plays the victim. Tell me I never supported. You did. I hope you stop. I really do. Because if this is what it is to be an American, is to be just absolutely be abusive to people that weren't even harming you. No, man. I'm not down with that. And if you're going to let a little numbskull like Brick Jones shit all over your military service, well, that's your choice. But that makes me, that lets me know what kind of a fucking heel of a human being he is. That motherfucker didn't have the fucking cojones to serve. But he wants to wear his dad's uniform. He wants to act like, oh, you're going to be PT. You're going to get PTs for the rest of your life. Dude, you're not even saying the fucking verbiage correct. You're such a fucking retard. Brick, you're such a fucking retard. It's just crazy, dude. Like, just stop. Just stop now. Stop. Stop now. Stop now, Brick. Yeah, maybe I should take that advice too. I agree with Karma's Helper. He is trying to be like Chili. Let's says some things need to be heard. Yeah. Oh, they were heard. They were heard, Let's. Oh, most of the people that I care and love, by the way, and I respect, they heard it loud and fucking clear. Life's about choices. Choices have consequence. I hope you're just listen. You choose the choice, then you chose the consequence. So don't kvetch and complain and whine and try to throw the victim card out when all this shit blows up in your face, bro. It's gonna fucking blow up in your face. You're gonna be sitting by yourself alone with crippling back pain in a very uncomfortable fucking cot that has next to no cushion on it whatsoever, and probably the thinnest pillow that's ever existed on the face of the planet, with one little sheet that barely even covers you. And you're going to be going, I should have listened to GS. Brick is a fucking cancer. What's up, Elizabeth? I personally have met Jose in Vegas when he shoved me into a door while I was entering Circle K. He's truly a jerk and a bully. Yep. Elizabeth McClellan says, "Hey GS and chat, I've had visitors, so I couldn't chat, but I'm listening. GS, not that my opinion, yes, it does matters, but I wanted to thank you for saying what we are all thinking. Yeah, it's fucking disgusting. It was disgusting. I tried to bite my fucking tongue on it because I didn't want to I just wanted people to respect that you have the right to do these things. I lost respect, man. No one is perfect, but true and perfection, not just admitting wrong. Not my experience at Tim. Yeah, not your experience. Yeah, because you're expedient to him. You're useful to him. I mean, I wonder how many fucking views and bots he has. I don't understand when I have more engagement in a channel that's got 312 people, maybe that, and I get more engagement my engagement ratio on my live streams is much higher than Chili's. It makes me wonder, just like Chris Ryder. Look at Chris Ryder. He's barely over 1,000. He barely got monetized, but he claimed and sat there and bragged, "Well, I have 70,000 people channel. I can copy this in no time at all. I can make another 70K channel in a month." It's fucking hubris. It's fucking hubris. Y'all gotta put your hubrises into check. Stefan, yeah, the video begins with shit spewing at two people doing their job. Yeah, it's bad. Just to be clear, Mr. Mimsy said, just to be clear, I will 100% turn on anyone for the right price. No questions asked. Hi, Miss Elizabeth. Stefan St. Germain says they are terrible with female employees, but when they hit a wall like at the base, they are in shock. Tim says, I didn't even know who he was at the time. Oh, you didn't even know about Chili, yeah. Let says, I failed to realize you were such a bootlicker. That is so fucking weird, dude. That is so weird. Coming from a guy who was retired from the military. Did you serve the entire time? I'm just curious. You're the bootlicker? Yeah, I'm a bootlicker. Yeah, truth matters, right? But except for when the truth is something you and Chili, you little Chiliites, can't fucking handle the truth. Dude, kid gloves are off, man. Kid gloves are off. Chili's a fucking absolute nincompoop. He's a fucking moron and an absolute fucking travesty of a human being. That's what Chili is. He's a fucking piece of shit human being. There. I bit my tongue. I kept my fucking mouth shut out of respect. Now you can say whatever the fuck you want about me. Bootlicker, frauditor adjacent. What am I? What am I? Try to hurt me, let's. Because you're not on the friend side anymore. So you're whatever you say to me at this point in time has no fucking effect on me. Just like we'll just add you to the fucking heap of other enemies, right? No fucking problem, buddy. No fucking problem. It'd be open fucking season now. How about that? Let's make it open fucking season. Let's make it open fucking season on how much fucking muppetry you guys are up about. Let me fucking review your shit. So you can copyright strike me, right? Because you fucking believe in freedom, don't you? Oh, you believe in, First Amendment. I want to express myself by reviewing a video. But I bet you cocksuckers will fucking copyright it, won't you? I bet you will. Yeah, being a nuisance, exactly. Buckle up, Buttercup. Okay. Is that a fucking threat, you cocksucker? Fucking, I wish you would, motherfucker. Is that a fucking threat? Are you fucking threatening me? Are you bricks sucking each other's fucking dicks? Is that what the fuck? Is that the weird, creepy arrangement you guys have going on? Does your wife know? You guys hold each other by your fucking ponytails while you're sucking each other off? Is that what's going on, Let's? What do you mean, buckle up, cocksucker? You fucking threatening me? Dude, you got more to fucking fear from fucking table salt than you have from me, bro. You're going to fucking deselect yourself out of your gene pool. I've seen your physiognomy, bro. You know how many, like, tall guys make it out of their fucking 70s, let alone insanely overweight guys? You know how many people survive, dude? Not very many, bro. Go look at the statistics. You might want to go to fucking Planet Fitness and stay away from auditing for a while. All right, Tim says, watch out. Next, we will be called jackboot thug pigs and put into torture cuffs. Yeah, there we go. It was meant to be offensive. Good. Then I hope you're offended too. Stefan St. Germain, for these guys, respecting another human being is bootlicking. Yeah, exactly. Force loads their own weapons. Mm-hmm. What force do you have? An appeal to authority to not take your rights away. That's your force. What are you doing? You sound like a fucking Karen, dude. You guys sound like a bunch of Karens. You run around acting like fucking Karens. But you and Brick was repulsive and offensive. Yeah, I would agree. What was the crime? I guess it would be a public disturbance, but because they were trying to give you a break, they probably didn't write you a ticket. I mean, your thumbnail literally said arrested. I mean, I'm glad I got a picture of the thumbnail. I'm glad I took a screenshot of it. Because I don't know, I can't seem to find it now. It says arrested, and then when I asked Brick about it, he's like, "Oh, what were the charges? We were never arrested." You literally on my channel said that you were arrested. Well, detention is the same thing as an arrest. It's a pseudo arrest. Those are your words, not mine. Walrus says, "Okay, now I have lost all respect for your lack of self-awareness, and you deserve to lose all privileges. I wish you the best, but see, you will only listen to people who will hurt you." Yep, that's exactly it, bro. You're only going to listen to people that are going to bring you to ruin. I tried, bro. I tried. I was rooting for you, but it's going to be too late, man. It might even cost you your fucking marriage in the end. I hope that doesn't happen to you. As someone who has been to Kirkland Air Force Base many times, I can verify the fact that there is a sign before you get to the gates that says all visitors are subject to search. Mr. Mimsy says, Stefan St. Germain, it is a common trait that they abuse perceived weakness, but can't handle when they get pushed back. It's the very definition of bullying and of weak character and low morality. I like that, Mr. Mimsy. Absolutely true, Mr. Mimsy. Let says, my eyes. Oh, fuck off with your fucking stupid witticisms, dude. Dude, nobody's selling your fucking retarded bumper sticker or t-shirt. But notice Finkel paid to put Brick on the panel with Sarah, but then today he came in here dunking on Brick. Yeah, he dunked on me too, but that's what, look, at least I know what fucking Finkel is. Finkel's a snake. He's always going to be a fucking snake. He's going to never be anything other than a fucking snake. But at least I understand. Like, I don't have a problem handling snakes. I just want to know where the tail is and where the head is. Right? That's it. But it's people that come in and act like they're a boon to me. Dude, withdraw your support. Please, I'm begging you. Fucking unfucking subscribe. All right, Elizabeth McClellan at Let's. So you think it's okay to wish cancer on children because that is your hero chili? That's what your hero chili does. Stefan St. Germain says, at the Walrus, he has been repeating himself for years trying to sell his crap. Yeah, his indestructible trifold. Fucking retarded shit. No, cool story. GS, the arbiter of right. Yeah, whatever, dude. Fuck off, dude. Dude, I've seen your physiognomy, bro. You're not built for fucking prison. I would literally stay away from Brick if I were you. 2 minutes into watching and supporting you, I unsub because of Brick's actions and mouth. And your own. You are a disappointment. I am a disappointment. Okay. Well, I got 34 years with the same woman, so I guess I'm not doing everything wrong. Look who's spurging now. Yeah, I'm speaking like a fucking man. Don't you support my right to speak? I mean, at least I'm not screaming, show me your papers like a fucking absolute Muppet retard. I wonder who did that, I wonder who was spurging right at the gate in order to try to lose their post privileges. Yeah, I mean, I'm really tempted to call fucking Kirkland Air Force Base and warn them about you and say, here's a guy who has absolutely no respect for the fact that installation and to be on it as a retiree is a fucking privilege. And I show the utter disdain and disrespect he has for the men and women in uniform that keep that post safe. And how abusive he was. Maybe he doesn't deserve that fucking privilege anymore, Because, you wouldn't want to be a fucking bootlicker, would you, You wouldn't want to be gentrified and using all the privileges of the same fucking infrastructure that you then want to criticize and shit all over, and anyone that shows it any kind of respect is a bootlicker. Why are you a bootlicker, Why don't you get your fucking medication out on the free market? Why don't you buy your groceries out where you have to pay taxes, Why are you such a bootlicker, Only a bootlicker would bitch about the government and then go on to the post and fucking utilize the privileges of having worked for the government. You're a walking contradiction, Make it make sense, Help me understand. Maybe open up your book and find some cute little thing that you can say that sounds mildly retarded. All right, GS has bent over backwards, giving way too much respect on people who turn on him the second it's convenient. There it is. That's fine. I'm getting used to it now. Tim says, no, I don't need your approval or respect because I respect myself and others like quite a few in this channel. I would agree. I agree with that statement. I agree with Wally and I agree with Tim on that one. Superiority complex much. Dude, you sound like a Muppet, dude. Why are you still back here, dude? I thought you were leaving. But why are you still? Oh, what are you going to fucking do about it? What are you going to do about it? You're not going to fucking sleep on my couch, you little fucking prick. Why don't you fucking find out about me? Why don't you fucking find out? Why don't you try that fucking sovereign idiot shit with me, dude? Why don't you fucking test out your fucking tough guy theory, brick? Why don't you? Why don't you? Why do you only push your bullshit with people that won't take a fucking baseball bat to your fucking knees? Why? Why, Brick? Why, Brick? Why don't you fucking come fucking find out about me? Why don't you have Let's buy you a fucking ticket? We can go meet out. Hey, you want to audit fucking Fort Knox? I'll meet you at the fucking front gate. Let's fucking find out about it, Brick. Let's fucking find out about it. Why don't you have fucking Let's buy you a fucking plane ticket? Don't make it round trip, dude. Fucking idiot, dude. You're such a fucking idiot. Man, you listen, Don Quixote. Wally and Todd both have my respect. I appreciate that. Thank you. And likewise. Please do what bootlickers do. What is that? What is that? Block everyone that I disagree with? Isn't that? Oh, that's what Brick does. You're not worth. I'm not worthy of what? Can you do a complete sentence? Is that possible? Yes, we are not worthy of the chili cult. I agree. I'm not worthy of that. I don't want it anywhere around me. I think Chili's a fucking retard. And I tell it to his fucking inflated ego face, too. You're a fucking retard, Chili. You're a fucking retard, Chili. I mean, why don't you send his little fucking bought and paid for subs after me? Maybe he can get me canceled. Let's showing decency isn't being a bootlicker. Exactly. Yep, I agree. I get it. Freedom for me, but not for thee, is Brick and Let's' favorite lines. Yeah, exactly. Welcome back, Dove. Force meet peace. Force wins. Till now. Okay, so you're choosing peace. Okay, go in peace then. Take care. Bye. Hi, Elizabeth Karma. Yep. Oh, yeah, it's exciting, guys. It's exciting, isn't it? Fuck, dude. I warned you guys, man. I warned you guys. I told you this shit was going to blow up in your face, man. The people that support my channel have been through so much shit. Some of the most fucking hardcore supportive people that you could have had on your side. And you revealed yourselves. You revealed yourselves to be disgusting human beings. You have a right to be disgusting. I got a right to be an asshole. Isn't freedom beautiful? But it's pretty messy, isn't it?
Attributing all the advancement to. But the problem is you're not even addressing what your claim is. Your claim was specifically you can't build a society on Christian principles. Now, we asked you to justify that statement and you start fucking fidgeting around. Weird Al Yankovic.
So I can justify that because the Bible doesn't have any conception of what life is like for people.
Really?
In the modern era.
I don't even understand that, bro.
What?
That's presentism, by the way.
It doesn't talk about property ownership. Doesn't talk
really
about
none at all. You can't think of any
sexual assault. It doesn't talk about any of these topics. You need to.
He's trolling us at this point.
Oh, really? Those are the only issues that make a workable society. Then the only principles
not the only
are
issues, but they're
the
big
only
issues.
principles are if dude, you're like a feminist. Like, oh, we have to talk about sexual.
Bingo.
Assault right now.
It's okay.
Look, dude, we're talking about a functioning society, and you just said.
You know, the funny thing is nobody forced you to come in my channel and act like an insufferable human being. Nobody forced you to come in the channel and start taking shots. Even when I first saw you, I treated you with respect. But listen, you I don't know what kind of weird relationship you and Brick got going on, bro. I don't know what's going on there. Something a little strange is going on there.
A functioning society
There's
can't
something-
rest
hmm.
upon Christian principles, right?
There's some, I don't know. I don't even want to say what I think might be going on. We'll just leave that a mystery, but something strange in the neighborhood. Who you going to call?
Right. Name one Christian principle?
I would say ignoring sexual assault is one.
Oh,
being
you're
funny.
such a- you're
That's-
such a-
No, I think
Dude.
like the golden rule. The golden rule is not an example of political rights.
I didn't. How about love thy neighbor?
Isn't that the golden rule?
Ooh, are
No.
you
Love thy
breaking
neighbor
wind?
as thyself.
No,
Do
the
unto
golden
others
rule.
as
Stinky butt.
as you
No,
Hold
the
on, buddy.
golden rule,
Hold
by
on.
the way,
Ow,
needs a
ow.
justification for
Doing unto you.
personhood anyway. So the golden rule on its own doesn't actually get you anywhere because it doesn't
Well,
give
I
you.
understand that.
It doesn't give you the value of human beings distinct from beasts. Okay, which you don't have, by the way. You don't even have a distinction between beast and
Thou
man.
shalt not kill is not the same as thou shalt not. Thou
Okay.
shalt get prosecuted for homicide.
What?
Those are two different things.
Yeah, who said they weren't different things? What are you just making shit up now? Are you just bored?
No, this is.
What are
this
you
is-
reading? Fucking cards that you wrote an hour before?
This is.
I'm
an-
gonna just
I
read
think-
the
I think
next
all
random
50
thought I
states-
have.
All 50
That's just like trying to fucking have a conversation with these two, you know? I couldn't watch the entire video. Yeah, I couldn't make it through the second time with my wife. I didn't want to subject her to it. She was my wife was so pissed, dude. So pissed. Her father sacrificed I think he had 4 or 5 tours in Vietnam. Her husband went to war. Her brother is now currently serving. And to hear what Brick had to say about people that serve and wear a uniform, just wow, man. Wow. It kind of reveals, I mean, to me, dude, Brick, you're no different. You're no different than Antifa as far as I'm concerned. You are fucking Antifa. You are no fucking different than Antifa. You're probably running around with the defund the fucking police fucking signs and shit, wearing black bloc.
50 states in Puerto Rico. I think this is true. I think
What's
it's true
true?
in Guam as well.
What's true?
That thou shalt not kill is different.
Do you
than
think it's?
homicide
Hey, look,
law.
look. I'll ask you a simple question, Duck. From your worldview, is there any obligation to procreate?
Are you asking if I'm an anti-natalist?
No. I asked you if there's any obligation. Antinatalists take a positive position against procreating.
Just
now,
answer the
listen,
question.
I think it's a
listen
silly
fucking
question.
closely, you
Do you
fucking
have an atomic
sophist
clock?
worm.
Yeah. Do you have an atomic
have
clock
an
that changes?
obligation to procreate under your worldview?
So Dove says, I couldn't watch the entire video and was disappointed in what I heard. My daddy was Navy, and for someone to say someone was in the military because they couldn't do anything else pissed me off. Walrus says, I do not demand respect because of my service. There are too many who think atrocious behavior is just okay because they served. Yeah, I agree. Well, we know a few of those. We know a few of those, don't we, chat? We know a few of those.
So I would say I limit this because I think people. I actually I would say I have high confidence level that people naturally are going to reproduce under. specific
Unbelievable.
I'm not
circumstances.
sure that was
Answer
the
the
question, Doug.
worm.
It's
a
a
question.
yes
My
or
name's
no.
fucking
It's
Doug.
a
How do I
it's
not
a
Do
yes
actually
or
you
no.
have
Hold
an
on.
obligation to reproduce?
I mean,
You,
holy shit.
Judah,
Holy shit.
yes or no?
Holy shit.
It's a yes or no.
I don't know how I'm not answering this question.
This is what it's like trying to argue with people that don't have that logic doesn't follow. This is why he's so upset. He's like, you're a feminist. He sounds like a girl. He's got very feminine qualities. He has, ladies, forgive me. He has that flawless feminine logic thing going on. You know, where
Sorry.
You're talking about
sorry.
people. You don't know how you're not
Hold
answering
on
the
a
question. You're
second.
literally
Hold on a
doing the
second.
thing.
Doc. Every time, and I love
Ducking
that
is his
you-
name.
I love.
He
that
got the
you-
right name, right?
yeah, he is ducking.
I
That's a good
love
name.
that you come on open panels, and I love how supportive you are of the show. We love to have you here, but
Yeah.
I think you overthink a lot of things, and thus when somebody asks you a yes or no question, you come back with this out of left field statement. So what Jim Bob is doing is he's running a line of logic with you, and if you just answer yes or no,
Hey, cheers, Sarah. Sarah gets it.
he can actually get to the crux of where he's trying to go.
Let's see. I'm sorry. Elizabeth says, I lost both my grandfathers to war, both still young men, and 2 of my nephews are currently serving. Their actions are repulsive to me. I meant Brick and Let's actions, of course. Let's says, rights are eroding daily when the redress years are gone. Yeah, listen, you redress your grievance, and guess what? You're going to get voted off the fucking island. You're going to get voted off the island. That's what you don't understand, dude. You understand we're a constitutional republic, right? With democratic underpinnings. You get that, right? You get that our voice matters too, right? We're redressing you. We're redressing you right now. We're redressing our grievances with you, and you don't give a fuck. So why should the government give a fuck about your redress? You don't give a shit about our redress, do you? It's just on deaf ears. Because all you can think about is me, 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 me. You're ready for your little fucking solo. You literally think that you're right in this situation. It's the most ridiculous premise I've seen in a long time. You literally think you're right in this situation. It's mind-boggling to me. I don't get it.
Go with it. So that's what he's asking you as the individual. Are you obligated? Yes or no?
I would be obligated to have the responsible number of children I could properly rear. Yes.
Dude, do you have an obligation to have kids?
No, that wasn't horrible. We can't ask for a whole lot more than that.
We're getting warmer.
I think
There's really not even a right or wrong answer. Just answer the question so he can then go to the next premises. Like, do we have an empirical, I don't know, what's the word? Is there an empirical, like, demand on our lives that we are meant to procreate, go forth, be fruitful, and multiply? Based on my worldview, I would say yes, there is an imperative for us to procreate, right? That would make sense, right? That follows logically. But what does Dux believe? That's what he's trying to find out, dude. Why do you believe what you believe? What is your raison d'etre? Right? What is your raison d'etre? That's not even a coherent sentence. Exactly. Oh, hold on. Let's try redressing your own disgusting actions. The Walrus says, your actions are a true erosion of our rights because of the repugnant behavior. Yeah, I mean, acting like that is going to get other people cracked down on. In my opinion. Solo ongoing with peace. Your solo ongoing in a silo. What the fuck, dude? Are you retarded? Like, legit, I want to know, are you a retard? Are you a retard? What were you redressing by attacking the military personnel at the gates? You left out what happened when you arrived. No, that was in the video. When you arrived, the video began with your outrage. Stefan says, yes, MC, they rarely show how it started. Well, there's definitely whatever happened to the objective witness, it doesn't lie.
I am. I think I would say yes.
Okay,
but I don't think
what's
that,
your
like,
okay, cool. What's your obligation?
I'm not. We used to say momos. I'm not. I don't
Okay.
want to have like 9 kids.
I didn't
and
ask
I
you
think
about
that's
that.
wrong.
You're like a woman,
I was
dude.
like,
Look,
Back.
Yeah.
focus. I didn't ask. If I asked you, what do you want in your salad? I didn't ask for a diatribe of whether you like avocados. Okay? I asked you from your worldview. If you share your worldview with someone else and you had no obligation to have kids, could you tell them that they had an obligation to have kids?
Yeah, as a liberal, but I would say, well, I don't have to have kids because they work the farm, Jim Bob.
Dude, you don't run a farm, do you?
You know, I mean, the crazy part about it is, it's interesting. It's interesting. And I'm kind of low-key flattered. I'm low-key flattered. Based on the reactions that I'm seeing to your actions and people having opinions of your ongoing actions, I'm flattered that the people that have enough respect for my show or for me as a human being and think that I operate in good faith enough to try to overlook some of the people that I platform on my show. I really do. I'm floored. I'm like legit floored. I'm shocked, actually. Because now that my little umbrella of protection is being removed, people are actually free to say, they're actually free to redress what they feel about you and your behavior. That's interesting, isn't it, Let's? Isn't it, Let's? That because out of respect for me, these people tried to give you a chance to be platformed. And they didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, meaning they didn't chuck me out because they couldn't stand you guys. But there's a danger in that. It's a danger in platforming people that are absolutely repugnant. And then you get the decent folks out there that no longer want to be associated with you because you platform repugnant people. So there's a danger in that, right? But I'm actually kind of gobsmacked. I'm floored. I'm shocked. I'm surprised that so many people had such strong opinions of you and Brick and were keeping all of that in their pocket out of respect for my platform. They respected you out of respect for my platform, and maybe out of respect for me. Well, obviously out of respect for me, obviously, right? If they didn't respect me, they wouldn't have respected my platform. And now that little umbrella of protection is being lifted, you're starting to get a good glimpse in the mirror, buddy, of how people really think of you and your behaviors and your actions. And the fact that you want to double and triple down on it, it says a lot about you. It says a lot about your inability to be self-aware. You're free to do that. You're free. You are absolutely free to be self-unaware. Nothing says that you have to. You can live in whatever deluded world you want to live in. That's fine. That's called freedom. You're an American, aren't you? If you want to live in delusion land, but eventually you're going to hit pavement. You're eventually going to hit pavement. And I hope you're prepared. I hope you're prepared when the pavement comes up to meet you. The Walrus says, when you address a situation with a chip on your shoulder, reason goes out the window. I agree. Listen, I'm not even, yeah. Mr. Mimsy says, there is already a pushback from the government regarding the behavior of 1A auditors, the HALO law in Florida, for example, or the push to change charges from a misdemeanor to a felony. Yeah. Elizabeth says, I feel a bit embarrassed for not seeing those two idiots for what they truly are. Shame on me. I don't, it's kind of like I said, like I pointed out, there's a lot of people extended respect to you guys because of their respect for me. And I'm so humbled by that. I am absolutely, I guess maybe I don't realize how much of an impact I might have on certain people on the internet. And I need to take that a little bit more seriously, I think. Mr. Mimsy says, these are real negative impacts that 1A auditors have had, the complete opposite of that which they claim to fight for. I think you will spread towards the U.S. Let's see. I have no doubt, Stefan. Fake respect is not respect. Oh, really? I think if you rewind it, you'll see who shot first. Yeah. You'll see who took shots first, buddy. You'll see it. No, you probably won't, actually, because you're a perpetual victim. You and Brick, dude, are just perfect. You're two peas in a pod. It wasn't fake respect, and you know it. Tim said, so says the guy who has fake respect from Brick, who doesn't even respect himself. Yeah. But he's a man. He's a man that acts like a boy. Stefan says, As they say, poke the bear, enough, it will answer. Yep. Bingo. Karma says, okay, back. Had to make the grand lunch. Sausage, cheese. Ooh, that sounds so good. Cheese, scrambled eggs, and strawberries. He's a happy kid. That sounds amazing. Respect is given until it's taken away, I think. I give people... The first time I meet someone, I try to treat them the way I want to be treated. After that, I'll treat them the way they treat me. McDilligaff said, I went to watch the video again. It starts off with let's cursing. Well, they explain with their narrative what they say their purpose to go on post was. Of course, there's no video. I went to watch the video again, and it starts off with let's cursing and mouthing about having to take his meds. There's no approaching the gate. What was said prior to him saying the guard hated to the guard that hated his job. Stefan St. Germain says, Karma's helper would you adopt me? Yes, that sounds amazing. By the way, I'm going to let this play. I got to let my doggos out. I'll be back. Oh, let's brick. Shame.
I personally don't.
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about?
I was on a farm, and my dad told me how to
my
do that.
great.
Well, one time in my mind, if I was a farmer, maybe I would. Dude, what's wrong with you?
I don't know. Something
Duck,
probably
do,
is.
He said, "I don't
you,
know."
Do you, Duck, under your
Yeah.
worldview, a secular worldview, have a moral obligation to procreate? Yes or no?
I mean, I think having kids is gnar. It's great. It's
Oh my god, I want to fucking fight you so bad.
All right, let me ask you, let me kind of run this with you, Duck. All right, I'm just gonna ask you a bunch of questions, and you just give me one answer. I don't need any sentence. I just need one word answer. Red or blue?
Blue.
Oh Jesus. Green or yellow?
Green.
Black or
Green.
brown?
Black.
Okay, so you are
Black.
capable of
technically,
doing
black's not a
this.
color, so I
Okay,
can't really say
so
that
now
answer.
now replace those with yes or no when Jim Bob asks a question. Yes or no. Okay.
This is a secular paradigm you hold.
Yes.
Do you have an obligation under that paradigm, an obligation, a moral obligation and duty to procreate?
Yes.
Okay. What is the secular paradigm that you have, and what gives you the obligation to procreate?
Under a positive study of phenomenon weighted against any moral consideration for phenomenology, there is a moral good to having children. That's
No.
Auguste Comte in.
Okay, so
talking
you're
about
against abortion then?
I don't know where that would have come from.
Oh, okay. So someone's about to have kids who shares your worldview and they're about to abort it. Do they have an obligation under your worldview if they share your worldview to not abort the kid? Uh-oh, you're in a contradiction because you're a fucking nonsense machine. You're a waste of time.
I thought you were going to call me a Nazi.
No.
I
you're
thought
not
you were
a-
going to call me a Nazi there.
You're a waste.
You broke Duck.
I don't know what you want me to say.
You're in a
broke brick
perpetual
earlier.
contradiction. You don't think
Oh,
about
is
this
that what
stuff.
Brazilian says?
You're a nonsense machine, dude.
That's 100% true. Duck is a
You don't even
I-
care that you're a
I'm
nonsense
not
machine. You
an
just don't even
anti-natalist, though.
care.
I don't even know how we got into this question.
You
about
have no
anti-natal.
obligation to even be consistent under your own view. You don't even care if you're inconsistent. You just don't
I
give
don't
a
know
shit.
how you got in bed with this, dude. You're going. You're acting like I'm. Maybe. I mean, Sarah always tells me I'm going crazy. Maybe I am. I'm starting to believe it. But the point is that.
You really do sound like a woman. How are you trying
Yes.
to
Yeah,
make
such a
Where did this come in the conversation that I have
Duck.
this
when
crazy
you made a
motive?
claim that said society can't rely on Christian principles, whereas one of the first necessary
Just log
components
off, Bubba. It's a
one of the
slaughter.
one
Yeah.
of the main consistent components that's required for a society is procreation, where Christianity actually has a
Yes.
duty. By the way, Duck, we are winning that war. So if society relies on procreation and Christians on net balance are overproducing comparatively to your shitty secularist view as you smoke the little weird thing you have in your hand, how come it's the case that the Christian principles are actually giving us the children and the next generations, and your view isn't?
Why do we
I've seen
need
a lot
more
of- I've seen a
kids?
lot of pornography, and I don't think it's Christian principles that are giving anyone kids.
What the fuck?
Hmm.
Are you
Well, he's
talking about?
Jim
Let me
Bob.
take
Why
a
do
quick
everybody
break
say?
really quick. Hold on, Joe. Joe, I'll give the thought back to you in
Just
just
the
a
worst
moment.
bad faith
Adolf,
little
Like that,
snake,
buddy.
dude.
I don't think it's.
It's
I
like that,
don't
Jim
think
Bob.
it's bad. I don't think it's bad faith, Jim Bob. I think he's
Possession.
over. I think
No.
he's overthinking it. To be
No,
quite
he's a
honest.
weakling. No, you're giving
I'm
him
not
too much
weak, dude.
charity.
I'm not
I'm
weak. That's
giving
one
He's
thing
a
I'm
no.
not. I
total
ran
I
five.
weakling.
I
I ran
don't.
5
I'm not
miles today. I run
saying. Hold on.
1,820 miles
Okay,
per
Doc.
year.
No,
It's
you're
okay.
no, you're spiritually
Listen,
weak,
listen,
dude.
listen. I don't think he's overthinking in an intelligent way. Let me clarify that. I think his brain's just kind of rattling off some synopsis and it's just shooting around and he's just saying whatever thought process comes into play.
I'm just telling him, religious people, even not even just Christian, they produce more than you, and you're like, yeah, but it's because of pornography. No, pornography trains people to not have kids, to just jack off and not actually even engage with a woman a lot of times. What are you even talking about, dude?
No, okay.
I
I'm
don't
also
know. Hold
let-
on.
So let me
Adolf
say
with
one
the
more
big
thing.
five
Sorry.
says, "Hey, Jaw, Chris, and Duck, put the pipes down and repent. You are dummies. Drugs are bad. Also, the newest guy looks very confused. Jim Bob win. That's Osbron. Osbron always looks confused because he always gets really
Yes.
close to the camera. And Finkel in with a 20. He said Jim Bob needs a breather. He's losing it. Take 20. Jim, remember to inhale and exhale. But you cannot boot the original panelists. That's a rule we made
That's
a
right.
few months ago. But Finkel, I don't think came up with anybody to boot in regards to that on the
Okay,
credit.
I'll have it.
Oh, Jim Bob,
okay,
here,
go ahead.
let me
Go ahead.
let me pose one.
I have one. No,
question
no,
for
I
you.
have one. No, Doc,
Let me-
one
no,
more
I
question.
get-
Do you have any moral obligation to stay married?
My moral obligation, Jim Bob, is to find the smallest and the most large scale, highest scope, highest priority problems. And between those two things, I can talk about a family, I can talk about politics, and I can talk about my own personal beliefs, why I don't think Christianity or Christian nationalism is an asset to civilization.
Cool.
Those
You
are
need an argument
those
for
are the two
that.
things I
Nothing
care
you
about.
said is an argument. Okay. So I asked you a question. Under your position, is it an obligation for your family and your marriage to stay together?
Under my position, yeah, absolutely.
Really?
It would be really difficult to imagine any family working without close, both emotional as well as tangible, like physical relationships.
Why
Not-
would it
not-
be
not
why would it be a
sexual, but-
moral obligation for you to stay in a marriage even if it wasn't working?
Because we consume a ton of energy as people.
How is that
our
moral? How's that
lifestyles cause
no,
a ton of suffering,
No,
and they can
how is it
produce a lot of
moral?
well-being.
Dude, do you know what a moral obligation is? You're describing is statements. I'm asking you, why is it moral under your perspective? Why is it a morally good thing or a moral obligation to stay together in a
Because-
relationship, in a secular marriage where you're just married to each other's preferences, by the way? If your preferences change, why are you morally obligated? Why is it a good thing?
So because anything teleological, and I'm gonna need a fucking shower after this. Anything teleological, that can possibly happen from having a family, having any kind of relationship, even a traditional relationship between a man and a woman, or owning a business, buying a house,
Okay,
being
cool.
broke your whole
Oh my
lives,
gosh, dude. It's
all of
just
those
like
things.
fucking-
Can-
Dude, what do you,
can be
why do you
better
think
in
why
a
why would you assume that you think you have a teleology under secularism?
Well, I personally
That's
don't.
what I'm
trying to be
wondering, too.
charitable.
What's your higher purpose under secularism, Duck?
My highest purpose under secularism.
Yeah, what's your teleology?
Is to leave a world for the next generation.
That literally says
That's how I
nothing.
would answer that question. Yeah.
What kind of world? What are you talking about? A world? God, you know what? When you die, there's definitely going to be a world here. So it takes nothing for
Oh,
you
we
to
agree
fulfill on
about
your
that.
teleology, dude.
We agree about that.
So you were just literally said nothing. You said a bumper sticker that didn't tell us about what the world is. Nothing. It tells us nothing. You're a
know that.
nothing machine. You're like
That's
one
fine.
of those old typewriters who make all the clickety clackety sounds, but there's no
Like
paper
Tom
or ink.
Hanks. Like Tom Hanks, right?
No, like you.
John comes in with
Tom
a big
Hanks is just
five.
a
Got to
typewriter
love
guy.
when Ortho
I'm not
Bros
the fucking
continue
typewriter
to
guy.
harp on moral obligations as Christian Orthodox. Overstressing having babies is not center to Christianity.
No one said it's center. It's one of the aspects. John Mosman, you can actually call in and get wrecked if you want to, instead of ankle biting.
I
Ankle
like John,
biting.
but I would like to see John get wrecked. But I do like.
John
I
also
don't like John.
says, in agreement with me,
I don't like
he is bad faith, John.
So I've been on a few panels with Duck here, and I'm starting to have a huge affection for Duck here.
Somebody typing
but
very loud.
Yeah,
You mean
whoever's typing
My hands are
stop.
off keyboard here.
it's duck talking. It's duck thinking. It's just the sound of him thinking.
But I haven't fully understood Duck's full worldview, right? And I would like to get to know what that is. And I mean, I have mentioned since we've been on like 3 shows now together, and I've mentioned, I'm from the Christian faith. Obviously, Jim Bob doesn't like.
No, you're one of those nice Christians. Who are like, I really respect your nonsense, Duck. I really want to get to know your nonsense.
Well, you'll notice I haven't used one swear word tonight, right? So, yeah, I am one of those nice Christians. Although I do love the book, No More Mr. Christian Nice Guy.
God.
I do have a question here, right? Based in faith and Christianity, we have a set part of morals, and this is to you, Duck, too, because I just kind of want to understand your underlying view here. We've been going through centuries now well, not centuries, but a couple of centuries on the Christian faith of not changing how we behave in our morals and what we upstand for. But we also can see in the last 2 centuries, it keeps on changing. And where we are today, from your worldview, and maybe I'm wrong here, so correct me. I want to know your worldview. Would you not say in 100 years, your children are not going to believe the same things you do, and they're going to have different views, and it's just going to keep on changing, all depending on what everybody else just says is right and wrong, and what they're
To some degree.
versus having some like standard that you just stick to. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, it makes sense, and I can answer this 2 ways. In the 1950s, I could believe that I had the white picket fence, and someone that didn't look like me didn't have to have that. And at that point, it didn't like, and so that's changed a lot just in the last 70 or so years. Also in the 1950s, we believed that you got fascist countries that deterministically went to war with the world if you didn't have hegemonic power, which in 2024, I don't think people conceive of that question even close to the same way. And so both in the community as well as on a global stage, if people can't look at large acts of collective violence and see a personal responsibility in that, that is something that would be important for me to hear or see or know about.
Good evening.
Does that make
people.
sense? Collective acts of violence.
Brenda
Am I on a
is
panel with a bunch of
back.
fucking dead light bulbs? What is this? I feel like I'm in
Doc,
Looney
did you-
Tune land.
I
right
bet
now.
you.
Honestly.
did you
Brenda, I bet is.
Incel. This is
No
an
one
incel
cares,
group.
Doc.
It doesn't help me with where your worldview comes from. So.
Look,
I made
Doc,
him go.
Doc started talking, and Jim Bob's internet took a shit because it just fucking failed. Hold on, I got
I got a
the old
question
one
for
to bring
Jim
up
Bob.
the new
It
one.
killed
Hold on.
itself. It couldn't take.
Hold on,
dumbass.
let me get through a couple more super chats, and then we can get back to you guys. Mitchell
Very
Jennings with the Big Five says, "How many studies does he think we had to do till we realized as a reproduction was good and moral?"
I don't think that reproduction is necessarily good or moral.
Well,
Right,
you
I
don't
was
have a
gonna-
standard for morality, Brenda.
Yeah, I
so-
do. Yeah,
no,
I
you
do.
don't. Why is murder wrong?
Because it's wrong to kill other people.
Oh,
Other
assert
sentient
it
beings-
again. Wow,
Yeah,
top,
other
top
sentient-
level epistemology here.
Because they're sentient.
It's murder because it's wrong because it's wrong.
It's wrong because they're sentient beings.
What do you mean
Is
if
that
they're
all
not
sentient
sentient?
beings or only humans?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what's sentient mean?
I agree though.
Sentient means they have a capacity for understanding and rationally understanding the world around them.
Can a computer be sentient and rationally
Yeah,
understand the world?
It could possibly.
So it's wrong to hit a computer with a baseball bat then? Ruh-roh.
I don't think
the
that
end
they
of your
feel
that's
that.
the end of your entire ethical system.
Really?
You want to try again?
Yeah, I don't think computers feel that.
What do you mean
Do they?
feeling under your view
Do you
is
think that they
strictly
feel?
No, Brenda.
Do you think if I
feeling-
hit the case
Wait,
on my
well,
PC,
first
it
off,
feels it?
first off,
That's just signals.
rationality.
That's
Do you think-
signals under your view.
Yeah, do you
Input,
think that-
output.
Yeah, do you think there are any signals going to the PC if I hit
You
the
could make a
case?
signal and a computer can relay that's painful based on your system, which
Do
is
you
all
think
input.
that do you think if I hit the PC case, there's any signal going to the PC?
So if there's no pain, it's okay to beat
Can you
someone's head
answer
in
the
then.
question, or are you going to run away?
What does pain have to do with it?
Are you going to run away?
What does pain have to do with it?
Are you going to run away?
I'm asking you, how is it relevant?
I asked you a
Well,
question, and you're
If
not
this
answering it.
Kane,
question,
can
no,
I
the question
ask-
assumes.
I
The
asked
question
you a
assumes,
question.
Brenda. The question assumes there's a difference between a
asked you a
computer and a
question.
person.
I want to ask, is pain required for something to be immoral?
Seriously.
I think it's wrong to cause undue suffering to other sentient beings.
But is pain a requirement though?
That's what
Because
suffering would be,
sometimes
Lily.
causing,
not what
hold on,
suffering is.
because sometimes like if a doctor has to give me a shot, it's going to be painful, but it might
yeah.
actually help me. But
Yeah,
based on that, would that pain be requirement for morality?
I didn't
He did say undue suffering.
Yeah, I said
that's-
undue. That means
yeah,
it's
that's-
not necessarily categorical, right?
Look, Brenda,
It's
if there's two
conditional.
people who feel the same pain, isn't it logically and practically possible that the same pain people are experiencing, one person can be suffering and one person can be overcoming their suffering?
No two people can feel the same pain.
Look,
They
if
have
it's
different
close to the
bodies.
same pain, right?
They have
right?
different bodies.
If it's approximately the same, then you just debunked your whole argument. Then,
No,
because
I
if pain
didn't.
is a particular, you can't make universal claims against pain because it's a particular. now.
can.
Good job.
Yeah.
Is this a male
I
soccer
can
count?
generalize. I can generalize.
Generalizations. I'm generalizing
from
right now. Okay,
particulars
I'm
to
not allowed to
general.
generalize, but you are. Look, if it's the case that suffering itself is not.
Do you
the
still
same
believe
as-
the Earth is flat, Jim Bob?
No, I never claimed it is.
Yes, you
Brenda,
did.
stop doing this. That's bad faith. You're trying to poison the well. Stay focused.
All
No, I'm
right.
just making fun of you.
Elite Eater says, stay married in bad marriages because we have frontal cortexes, bigger brains that make us feel bad, especially if kids are involved. Anybody want to add to that?
There's a lot of truth to
That would
that
just
shit.
be
A lot of it
would
is
just be an
guilt.
is-ought fallacy. The question, the reason I brought up pain, which adds on to Sarah's position, is that if someone doesn't feel pain, right, can I go up behind them and hit them and abuse them so long as they don't feel any pain because they're not suffering, right?
Yeah, I don't think you should violate another person's body without their consent.
Well, now you're shifting the moral
No.
claim that it has nothing to do
No,
with
I'm
pain.
not.
Then
No, I'm not.
you just did. It's
Yeah,
literally,
you
I just
said it
shifted.
was-
I said suffering. I didn't say pain.
If they
I said
okay,
suffering.
what's suffering without pain then?
Suffering is prolonged, undue pain that you're
Suffering's not pain,
consenting.
it's pain. Dude, you're a nonsense machine.
Not
too.
what I said. That's not what
you
I
just
said.
said suffering isn't pain. I ask you what's
I said it's
suffering, and you say prolonged
prolonged-
pain. You're a nonsense
prolonged
machine.
pain. That's not nonsense. There's a difference.
So suffering's not based on pain, it's based on pain.
No, it's prolonged pain.
Okay, prolonged
Do you not
pain.
understand the difference?
If someone doesn't feel pain, is it okay to
If I feel
to
a
accost
sharp
them?
if I feel a sharp pain in my side, is that different than feeling a
someone-
pain over a period of several
If
hours?
someone doesn't feel pain,
You're just waiting
is it
for me
okay
to finish
stab
talking.
them? If someone doesn't feel prolonged pain, is it okay to stab them?
No.
No, you still.
Why
hurt
not?
him.
My brother in
Because
Christ.
it's
They missed
without
the,
their
yeah, they missed the
Can I
definition of
ask Brenda, can pain be emotional pain, physical,
Yes.
like spiritual
Yes.
pain? And if so, how do you define that? Because if I have no feelings when people do terrible things towards me and it doesn't necessarily hurt me, does that mean that it's
Good one, Sarah.
still moral? Like, because
It would be
you know,
wrong.
Jim Bob could call me a fucktard, and I'm like, all right, cool, whatever.
I would say that
but is
that's
it still
wrong.
moral? But
I would
why?
say
It's
it's
not.
unethical.
If I say it doesn't cause me pain,
The intent
If
would
he-
where would
if
be
he has your
immoral.
consent, if he has your consent, that's fine. But
Oh, really?
Jim Bob, you do
emotional-
not have Jim Bob. You do not have my
asked me a
consent.
question.
What is
Okay,
what is
cool.
the point of consent though?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
if I tell Jim Bob, don't call me a fucktard. I don't like it when you call me a fucktard. And then you say, Jim Bob, you
Yeah,
say,
fucktard. You fucktard.
okay,
yeah.
oh man,
I
Jim
have a
Bob
fuck
called me
I have a fucktard
So-
pattern
so
breaker that
what
stays
is the
here.
difference?
So postmodernists and Jim Bob,
Oh,
this is like
gosh.
one
Oh,
thing
gosh.
Jim
This-
Bob
Yeah.
and I agree on. We agree on this. But I can
It's
say,
not
well, if I consent to pain, give me one
consent.
second.
It's
Give me 1 second.
intent. No, because you don't know 1 second.
In a
It's not
second.
I do know 1
consent.
second.
It's intent whether
There's no such thing
immorality
as
relies.
consent.
Nothing to
It's
do with
uninspired.
consent.
If
not a
you,
hu-
if,
that's
if,
not a
if there's
word in
uninspired
English.
consent, is that actually consent?
Everyone's
People
talking
believe
in a-
this shit,
Yeah.
and you know they would
You
like you to
know,
understand
has
that at
anybody
least.
paid for
So,
a
Sarah,
course lately? Hold on.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Brenda, if
Just
the thing is
wanted to have something.
consent, if it's consent, let me give you a scenario here. Let's say there's old Mildred and she's 98 and she has no family members. She gives consent, a written consent before she dies, that a group of men can do what they want with her dead posthumous body, okay, for money. And a company actually spawns from this, right? There's a company that does posthumous cadaver rentals, all consent-based. That's ethical under your view, right?
No.
Why not? It's consent-based.
Because it is a degradation of the human body. And
Wait,
I think
wait a second.
Excuse me.
Degradation?
Can I finish? Can I finish? Or are you just waiting for me to stop?
Dying is a degradation.
Can you wait? Can you
okay,
wait?
what's degrading?
Oh my God, this
right?
is Mel
It's
revamp.
it would literally
Yeah.
be
Oh, you read my mind.
violating. It's called
Mel 2.0.
What is it violating?
A corpse. It's violating a corpse. It
How could you
degradates-
violate an object?
It degrades the humanity as a whole. So yes,
does it?
would be wrong. Yes,
That's very
it
subjective.
devalues humanity.
Okay, so
Right?
so
But
by
if
your
she's
own
alive and
okay,
she
hold on,
exists,
hold on.
doesn't devalue?
By your
Yeah.
own standard, is it immoral or unethical to have sex with a doll that's extremely identical to a human?
No, I don't think that I have any problem with people having you for instance, you can
Don't
keep
do it,
your
Jim Bob.
sex doll.
Don't do
You can
it.
keep it.
Wait, Brenda, so what's the distinction, the threshold breaker between an object that's no longer alive called a body and a body that looks just like the body that's made of plastic? What's the
One was alive and the other is not.
well, it's not alive. They're both not alive.
No, I said was.
So what? No, but why does
Pay
it? The
attention
fact
to the words.
no, but
honey.
the person who was alive literally signed their consent
Yeah.
that they wanted that to happen to them.
Yeah, they don't have they don't have that ability to sign away
What?
the consent for.
Yes, they
for
do. That's what
degrading
cremation
humanity.
is, dummy.
No, they don't have that consent to degrade
They don't. I don't have the
humanity.
consent. Wait, hold on a second. I don't have the consent before I die to hand over my my inner organs or
That's
be
not what he
handed
was
over to a
saying.
Yeah, that's not what I said. Right?
What's the difference between me signing a waiver to give my body to a cremation, which is burning the body? Is that
Because-
degradation? Burning the
because-
body?
No, it's not.
Why is burning the body not degradation?
Because degradation is a subjective thing. It's
Oh, so there's no such thing as
Yes.
degradation. You're done. You're toast.
just because something is
In
subjective
a
doesn't mean it
secular
doesn't
world,
exist.
everything
No,
is
you're a
subjective.
nonsense machine. You're just point.
Yeah,
You're
you can cry. You can cry.
no.
but
You just cooked yourself,
you can
Brendan.
cry. You can
Mel,
cry.
I agreed with you up to the point where you said that degradation in these things are like stance dependent or they're subjective. Because I'm
That's-
generally more progressive and I believe in protecting the individual in law, like very firmly. But it's also so hard for me to to conflate this idea that like Jim Bob could or someone like maybe Joe or John in chat could have a sex doll and that thing
Are sex dolls capable of being alive?
Dead people are not capable of being alive, dummy.
If they were.
That's not the same statement as something's capable of being alive. A dead person
Not
who's
in any
just a
sense.
body and an object
Yes.
is not capable of being alive. And you,
That's right.
if you can say burning them, right, burning them or dissecting their bodies and distributing the organs and bones is not degradation.
Distributing
but
their organs benefits humanity.
So
is
does
it
sex.
possible, Brian?
Oh, chat. I'm eating lunch and it's delicious. Yeah, I'm eating lunch and it is amazing. All right, well, let's catch up on some chats, folks. Apparently, maybe there's some regret going on. Maybe some people like made some really bad life decisions and they're trying to salvage. I mean, I thought peace was the end of all things. I thought you were going in peace. But here you are. Still trying to justify, equivocate, rectify, clarify, transmorgify reality. Okay. My goodness, you guys are really... Yep. People showing their true selves. Yoda. Yep. I will not run and bury my head in the sand. Freedom is messy. Words are not action. So there's no such thing as fighting words? Check my phone. Okay. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think of that, did I? Yeah. I guess that's what they're waiting around for. Yeah. Yep. Let's let him be at peace, guys. Let's let him be at peace. Yeah. Freedom's messy, bud. Freedom's messy. Isn't life grand?
Friend, is it possible for that dead person to take back their consent?
How is that feasible when they're dead?
Yeah, exactly.
They're dead.
So they don't have the capacity. Neither does it. There's no difference between the object that was alive and
There is
basically a
difference.
doll.
There is a difference.
It's just an object.
One is a doll. The other is a human being.
But the only difference is
body.
your indifference to like people actually saying what I actually believe, right? That's what subjectivity is saying that I'm only indifferent when it's not my belief, it's not my worldview, right? I think both of you guys are being bad faith towards each other. It's sort of
Shut up,
so
Doc. Why don't you cry harder, dude?
I'm
not bad faith. I literally gave her her standards back to her. I did an internal
No, you
critique
didn't.
and I ripped her apart so quickly.
No, you just wait for the other person to stop talking so that you can
No.
interrupt and bully.
I
them.
used your- oh,
you're a bully.
Why don't you tuck your dick harder?
No, really. You truncated a lot of his thoughts, and he would have been at a disadvantage because he didn't get to finish a lot of his
Normalize
thoughts.
calling these people by their birth gender.
Their
I mean,
birth
I-
gender?
to circle back to the
What's a birth
if you
gender?
can't feel pain, I was actually quite impressed for the first time, Joe, with your comment when we were talking about.
Oh,
pain,
this is just
right?
old people teaming up right here. Sorry, I'm gonna go on mute.
You don't have to
And,
announce when you're going on mute, dummy. It's like announcing you're leaving the restaurant. Shut up.
We were talking about physical pain. Sarah brought up like mental pain.
We're leaving now. The meal was wonderful.
All right, I give up.
Vibe, go on. I actually wanted to. I actually wanted to hear what you had to. I was listening.
Shut up
to
so
you
you can
and I
talk.
interrupted you. Jesus
Yeah.
fucking
So
Christ,
right.
guys.
Shut up,
Sorry.
Doc.
So while everybody was talking about pain and whether like if you don't feel any pain, can you hit somebody? And then Sarah said, "Well, is this pain in a physical aspect or a mental aspect?" And Joe just kind of chimed up in the middle of everything.
Hey, man, to live is to suffer. We're not promised a life without pain, my friends. No one was promised that. To live is to suffer, chat. To live is to suffer.
And made a comment that it was intent. And that got my head thinking. So if you're dealing with somebody of a below average IQ,
Right.
and you're trying to do what we do on these fire panels, right? Just make them feel like crap and make them feel like an idiot, but they
Right.
don't have the mental capability of.
Shut the fuck up, Joe Cool. Do you not understand how fucking microphones work, you muppet? Mute the shit. You can actively listen and say, right, but you just want to hear the sound of your own voice, dude. Fucking idiot.
That. Does that make me wrong because he's not intelligent enough to understand the intent that I have?
It's
And I
still
think that was
wrong
a
if
really
somebody's
good point that Joe-
unintelligent. It's
Yeah,
still
Yeah, that's
wrong.
a really good point. That's like
agree.
calling someone a
I think-
retard who's too retarded to know what a retard means. Is it
Exactly.
mean? Yeah.
And I heard Joe just slip.
I love how people's true feelings start to come out. Isn't it funny? How the vipers they have their venomous little teeth just waiting. People reveal themselves.
that again,
It's
and
still
nobody
wrong
acknowledged it.
because
And I just
we
wanted to
should-
give Joe some acknowledgement.
because
for
we
that.
all have equality.
We have equality. Oh my
Yes,
gosh,
rights are
you're
about
another
Equality
super
doesn't
super
exist.
producer.
Everyone is
Sarah?
not created equal. These are fucking human brain tricks you guys are playing. I don't even know.
Yeah, hold on, Osfron. John in with the big 5 says, Jim Bob, it's like announcing you're leaving a Discord
totally.
server. I'll pick
Totally.
my ass up
Excuse me.
to the entertainment. Well, I've had a couple of people do that. Like they come in, they start trolling, and we just immediately attack, and then they're like, fine, I'm leaving this place now. Bye. It's like, why'd you have to say that? Go ahead, Osfron.
I just wanted to know how long it will take for the final thoughts to be said by everyone. Is it going to take another half an hour? Final thoughts. Final thoughts.
Just pretend this is it. You're finally talking. Just pretend this is it.
Why don't we start with a starting thought?
This is a group of incels. They don't
the
have thoughts.
Incels? What are you talking about? Incels.
Is that the best you got?
What's
Jim
what's
Bob,
more
I had a
incelibate-
question
what's more
while we got a
incelibate
little-
than being a troon? What's more
Why we-
incelibate than being a
Jim,
troon?
let me ask you. So while we got a little break here, do you think it's okay to force another person to do something against their will?
Yes.
Generally speaking.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You don't mean in
100%.
every case,
No, but generally it happens all the time.
right?
Let me
And-
ask.
Okay.
Sorry, Joe. Andy and Orthodox guy. I'm gonna put you guys backstage. I've still got Jason and Dusty just popped in, so I'm gonna remove the panel squatters for just a little bit, and if anybody bumps off, we'll add you back in.
When are some of those times when it's not okay to do something against a person's will?
What's that? Say that again. Sorry, Joe.
When are some of the times when it's not okay to do something against another person's will?
I would say that if from a Christian, from my perspective, I'm speaking from, if I'm getting in the way and obstructing their Christian duties.
Who decides what the Christian duties are?
Not you.
If your
Not you
Christian's
either.
duties are
Not you
to-
either, is it? It's not you, is it, Jim?
No, from my perspective,
No.
it's the Orthodox faith. It's a tradition.
Do you
So
guys
is it
give
God?
charity if they made a law conflicting with your charity? I assume your religion gives charity if they made a law where you couldn't do that. What supersedes
I would fight
what?
that law. I would fight
Okay.
against the law to some extent, but I think also charity. I think the connection. If the government doesn't have a shared sentiment of your ethical view, I think it could co-opt things pretty quickly. Marriage is a pretty good example of that, where the sacrament of marriage and its purpose from a Christian lens, the moment it was handed over to the government, it became a legal term as opposed to a sacramental term.
Which,
And,
What's the purpose of marriage
from a Christian lens?
from your point of view?
Yeah, Christian lens is
From
to
your point of view.
Yeah, that's my lens. I hold a Christian.
point of
Are you
view,
having
John.
trouble understanding what the fuck that means,
From
Brendan?
your point of view.
Yeah, my point of view is the Christian point of view.
Really?
Brendan,
Brendan,
Jim
Yeah,
Bob,
no, you
Jim
don't
Bob,
have
my
a right
point of
to-
view is the Christian point of view.
Well, that's you don't have
Jim
a
Bob
right
is
to
like
speak
very,
for
very
everybody.
religious. Sorry, I got
It's
water in my
just
beard.
insane.
I know he
like
is.
dumb
I know he
homeless guy,
pretends
but
to be. I know he does.
He's always going to support
Well,
the theist-
Mel 2.0.
I'll fight both
in
of you
all
physically.
fairness, a lot of people who don't believe in tradition or don't carry on tradition have a hard time understanding when someone says, like I, my worldview is based on X, Y, and Z. Because your worldview might just be me, and it's only what I believe, and I don't appeal to anything else. I don't adhere to anything else. So you asking the question is based on your own personal system. But Jim Bob is explaining.
I'm
to
a
you,
representative. I'm a representative. Right. What
Well,
she's
you
saying,
claim to
Sarah
be.
is
You
saying,
claim to be.
you can be a representative, right? And so you're actually appealing to something beyond your own preferences. From a Christian lens, anyone who even proclaims to be Christian on the panel knows this for a fact, that when you're called to your Christian duties, it sometimes conflicts with what you think you want, what you think, your baseline wants and desires. Sometimes you have to put those on hold and pursue something that's bigger. So from that lens, the question, what was the question? What was the original question? Anyone remember?
I don't.
Your
what is Psalm
worldview.
137 about?
What is the
Psalm
purpose of marriage?
137:9
Oh,
about?
the purpose of marriage is marriage. When you get married, you're basically marrying, you're marrying in a sense to the church.
All right, so MC Delgaff says, GS, please explain the military rules and when you could reason away a rule or any military person or any, so you can reason away a rule. I mean, I guess there is a level of discretion. Excuse me, not unlike, police officers. I think, well, there is a level of discretion. Usually when somebody's acting respectfully and appropriately, the chances of you getting away with something, like an infraction that you might not have been aware of, I would say are greatly, greatly enhanced. Now, I've had conversations with Brick about you should conduct yourself in such a way that you wouldn't be embarrassed if the if the jury was watching a video of you conducting yourself in such a way, right? Now, I don't have my rage under control. I don't have my mouth under control. That's good advice for me to take too, technically, right? At the end of the day, what is the goal? At the end of the day, and I've heard Brick lecture BZ Watchdog. At the end of the day, the goal is to not get put in handcuffs, not have your freedom taken away. I've heard him say that over and over and over again. Yet meanwhile, he's gonna get, like, instead of trying to get Let's to just kind of take a deep breath, if Letz's and Brick's rights were being violated, guess what would have happened? The camera would have caught it. They needed not say hardly anything. They could have just had the objective witness silently record. Do I think that there was some wrong on the parts of the gate guards? Yeah, I would say that there was some responsibility on the parts of the gate guards. Well, what does that mean in the long run, though? In the end of it, what does that mean? To not infract and jeopardize your post privileges. So I'm not sure if I understood your question precisely or not, MC. If you want me to try to answer it a little bit differently, I'll try. But so let me ask it again. GS, please explain the military rules. I mean, like UCMJ, military rules or policies and procedures governing the code of conduct of those that are on a military base. The military rules and when you could reason away a rule. I don't think you can reason away a rule because the rule exists because somebody put it onto a piece of paper. They examined it. They applied it. They stretched it. They likely it was pushed against, and it remains because it was adjudicated as being a good rule to have. But my first answer was that if you're being reasonable, sometimes you can get away with having broken a rule, and get grace, right? And get respected, because you're not intending to harm somebody, right? You're not intending to dress somebody down in a super negative way. I don't know if that answered the question or not very well. Walrus says, could not be your lack of reason. Of course, you can never be wrong. The lack of self-awareness is staggering. Yeah, I would agree. And you're talking to a dude that's, I don't even want to talk about the Walrus's military service. I'm just going to shut up about it. But yeah, you're talking to a legit motherfucker right there. A legit motherfucker. And we'll leave it at that. We the People 325 says, I just heard Brick say he had a thumb injury. Laughed my ass off. Sorry, but had to laugh. Well. Let's says, Tim, if you do not understand the events that led up to the redress, you're speaking from ignorance. But how are you redressing the person that's infracting and expecting a different result? What do I mean by that? It don't matter. You got it all figured out, man. You just keep doing what you're doing. You're doing great, dude. You're crushing, dude. You're doing great. What part of his view is from a Christian viewpoint? Ugh. Let's says Christian meant meet the devil with the devil's tongue. Interesting. Tim says, I have been to many bases throughout the U.S. and always have been subjected to search and having to show a valid ID to pass through a locked gate. So, same here. Let's says words should never take your freedom. That's the point. I welcome a discussion. Tim says, let's please stop believing Brick's gobbledygook because he literally makes no sense with his spewing of words most of the time. I agree. Sometimes he says some pretty intelligent shit, but most of the time he's a nonsense machine, just like Jim Bob says. Let's says, I speak for all. You don't speak for me. Oh, so that's what your query was. You asked, when is the last time that I spoke for you? Oh, when I shared your videos, when I platformed your videos, when I had you on as a guest to tell your story. I spoke for you. I spoke for you by allowing you on my platform to speak for yourself. Even at times where I didn't necessarily agree with some or all or even any of what you guys were saying, I still platformed you. That's how I spoke for you. That's an interesting statement. Karma says, unless you want the clicks and views, I watch auditors act respectable all the time. The ones that scream and yell are only looking for attention from the YouTubes they post to, in my humble opinion. No valid ID, so if fight ensues, the guard wouldn't listen to reason. So the interesting thing is this, right? Apparently there was 100% ID required. Apparently whatever ID Brick Jonesy had wasn't adequate anymore based on certain policies that have been changed. They gave Brick his ID back, but they kept Letz's because Let's is basically considered the sponsor. They even asked Brick on multiple occasions, was he in the service or did he have veteran status? Probably because they wanted his military ID. But because Let's Otvo was the one sponsoring Brick, and from my understanding, if you're sponsoring a guest onto post, guess what happens? You can be held responsible for their behavior. Sponsor. Look me in the eyes and tell me if what I'm selling you isn't worth buying. Doesn't that make sense? You're as a sponsor, you're sponsoring somebody. You become responsible for their behavior on that installation. You can be held accountable for their choices, whether they're their own man or not. I don't give you or Brick to speak for me. Yep. If the world of corruption was that easy to expose, go figure. Yeah, I can't imagine why somebody would not want to be talked to in a very disrespectful demeanor. Yeah, I can't imagine why somebody might have a problem with that. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, don't people just sign up to be... Well, Brick signs up to be abused. Okay, so I guess that does kind of make sense in Brick's worldview. You know, he actually seeks out panels in which he's going to get shit on. Interesting.
Church to Christ. So you're actually in a marriage that's not just between you two. You're marrying to
Could
the
you
body
answer the
of
question, please?
I'm
Can I
answering from my
say you're
perspective,
replacing
Brandon.
No, you're not. You're not.
Christ
Listen.
with the state?
Listen, Linda.
It's so
What is the
disgusting. These
purpose of
people.
marriage, Jim Bob?
I just told you.
No, you
you're
said what you think it is.
purpose.
You didn't
No,
say what
from a
what's
Christian
purpose was.
lens, from my lens.
Nobody speaks for me but myself. Let's says detained / arrested for words in your America. My America. It's not your America anymore. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, commie. See, that's where you don't understand. You start to sound like the communist. You become the fucking regime. That's what you're not interested in. You're not interested in hearing reality at this point in time. You're not interested. You have no desire for truth. All right. And you want to have a discourse or a discussion, but all you have is these weird, disconjointed, your sentences aren't even complete half the time. How do you make sense of nonsense? It doesn't make sense. You were detained by actions. Your actions were to be disrespectful, to create a disturbance. What's up with all this? I leave and come back, and Let's is starting to the attack now, huh? Is that what it is? Seems to be, King Bluto. Why'd you leave, King Bluto? That's the big question. You should never have left. How dare you? Hey, hit that like button on the way in, folks. I really do appreciate it. It helps out the show. Like, share, subscribe. Hit that notification bell so you don't ever miss a show, especially you trolls. If you are not entertained, are you not entertained? Let's see. King Bluto says, you don't speak for me. There you go. There's another person that says, you don't speak for me. You don't speak for me. You can call someone out without being a dick. Well, that is hard to do sometimes. Mr. Mimsy says, I'm sure belittling, shouting, and swearing at military personnel, or any public employee for that matter, qualifies as redressing one's grievances. Not for clicks and views. You guys were so pleased as punch with your behavior. You guys could not have been more pleased. You were so pleased as punch with your behavior. And I told you, this ain't going to be a good look. I warned you. Y'all didn't want to listen. And I still tried to maintain a respectful attitude about it and support your right to be dumbasses. But you double down and come at me all sideways and incorrect. You can get fucked and you can stay fucked. How about that? How about that? Get the facts. Yeah, well, it would have been nice. So I'm supposed to take your word for it. Isn't that hearsay? See, I used to take your word for it, Let's. I used to think you were good faith until you took sides with a guy who came in at me sideways and accused me of being bad faith. Just like somebody else who I just listened to and made very salient points the entire time. I think your little man-child Brick is going to get you in a whole fucking world of hurt, bro. And your little cult leader, Chili, is going to get you both fucking hemmed up. He doesn't give a shit about you guys. He does not care about you guys. All right, what it is, what it is. He cares. He's a good cult leader. He just wants to sleep with everyone's wives. I'm sorry, everyone's husbands. Yeah. Allegedly in Minecraft. What's up? Five's back. Tim says, Let's, the fact that you and Brick were out of line with your demands. Yeah. You should have just sat there quietly, waiting for them to give you your stuff back. You could have inquired respectfully and politely, but you created a whole trauma loop. But that was a choice. Whenever you bring someone else on base, you are totally responsible for their actions. Oh, there's another vet who I have a lot of respect for. Words are not a crime, are they? They can be. Yeah, they can be. Yep. Like buckle up, Buttercup, which could be construed as you making some kind of a threat towards me. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's substantiated, that could be considered a crime. Yeah, sure can. The Walrus says, words can be a crime. Try saying the boom word on a plane. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Oh, now we're a joke. We're the clowns, dude. You're spiraling, bro. You're spiraling. I hope you're. No, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone, bro. I'm leaving it alone. I still have respect for you, Let's, but you're making it real. No. I still have respect for you, Let's. Brick. That dude's a chaos machine. Mr. Mimsy says, was anyone detained because of words spoken, or was it because of the collective behavior? No. It's a great question, Mimsy. I mean, according to what I understood, there was no crime because I guess Brick Jonesy said, what were we arrested for? What was the crime? There was no crime. Well, then why did you put arrested in your thumbnail? Or are you telling me Let's made that thumbnail? Let's, did you make that thumbnail? I mean, it was a good thumbnail, but did you make that thumbnail, or did Brick Jonesy make that thumbnail for you and put it up on your channel? Is he trying to give you that viral traction? You thought, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to be big time now. They're going to recognize me. My cult leader Chili's going to recognize me. Witness me as you're spraying that shit into your mouth and getting ready to go sushi side yourself into oblivion. Dude, no one's going to remember you, man. Like no one is going to remember you when you disappear and you go to jail for a long time. No one from the internet is going to give a fuck. No one's going to give a fuck about me either. I mean, sure, it might miss. Oh, well, where's Let's or where's GS? After a while, guess what? They're going to find something new to distract themselves with. Eventually, you'll fade from their memory because at the end of the day, you're really not all that important, and neither am I. Brick wanted to be on a base full of people he thinks are losers. He is living with a guy he thinks is a loser. Therefore, Brick only hangs out with losers. That logic checks out. Tim says, maybe I should do a deep dive on all of Brick's arrest to show his true self. Oh, interesting. I think somebody might have some deets. The man that spoke for you. Whatever, dude. Save your breath next time. Tim says, like I said, neither you or Brick speak for me or any time. Don't forget the felonies, Tim. Uh-oh. There's felonies? Uh-oh. What happened? Oh, trust me, I know all about those, Karma. Sounds like there's been some op research going on. And because of their respect for me in this channel, maybe they weren't really revealing certain things. Maybe they were just trying to be like, yeah, let's leave it alone. Let's leave it alone. Huh. Running out of friends on the internet. Let it be known I gave you the benefit of the doubt. You gave who the benefit of the doubt? Let's. You gave who the benefit of the doubt? Is it your turn to stick a knife in? Because, dude, I got plenty of material I can fucking show about you. I got plenty of fucking material. I got plenty of ways that I can criticize your behavior. I could take my lens, my rose-colored glasses lens that I've tried to put on you both, and I could just excoriate you guys. 100% excoriate you guys. And guess what? It won't be a lie. It'll just be me not withdrawing from the truth of it. You know, like we did you, Let's. Yeah, exactly, Tim. There's no discussion with a closed mind. I agree. I agree, Wallace. 100% on point, GS. You do that then. Oh, so what? So you can sue me next, you fucking litigating little bagel? Huh? Is that what you're going to do? Ooh, are you going to sue me? You don't know who you're fucking with. You have no idea who you're fucking with. Dude, you're going to deselect yourself out of the gene pool. You're going to have a fucking aneurysm or a heart attack. You're hanging around with that fucking retarded Muppet. I have nothing to fear from you, bro. I have nothing to fear from you at all. You're one of those I like to litigate type people. Fucking lose my number, dude. Lose my fucking number. Forget you fucking know me. I'm getting real fucking sick and tired of your little weird threats, dude. You're a fucking creepy old man who hangs out with a fucking guy who's half your age. It's fucking creepy, dude.
You're actually marrying to a larger body.
That doesn't tell me what the purpose
is.
And
the purpose is to unify with Christ. That's the purpose of marriage. To unify with the body of Christ. And then hold on. The multiplication that comes after, if you can do it, the duty to multiply is to multiply the body of Christ.
So does religion stop us from suppose you believe in something, I believe in something. Does it stop us when we all pass from this realm? Does it stop us from going somewhere separate, or we go to the same place?
My perspective, if you're talking about my eschatology, soteriology, that my belief is that everybody actually faces the fire of God, and depending on where you are, where your heart and your spirit is, you'll experience the same God differently depending on
Very
where
good. So
you're
you
at.
leave room for other religions, unlike most Christians.
I don't
No,
make
they don't.
declarations of.
Just listen to the disdain. Listen to the disdain that Joe Cool has for Christians. Interesting.
Of absolute certainty of people's salvation, but it doesn't mean I make room. I will fight against false.
So what are you trying to say, Let's? I mean, all you do is run your fucking cock holster. What change are you really making? I mean, the very few people that fucking wait, hold up. Didn't you say, when did you ever speak for me? Didn't you fucking ask me that question, Let's? Didn't you ask, when have you ever spoken for me? You cocksucking motherfucker, dude. I fucking called. I called the fucking, when you guys got fucking harassed in that whole situation. I actually fucking called live on a show on your behalf. So fuck you, Let's. How about that? Fuck you, dude. Yeah, you got a fucking short memory, don't you? You're running out of allies, bro. Just you against the state. Dude, all you're doing is pissing into an industrial fucking fan that's on high. That's what you're fucking doing, dude. You're Don fucking Quixote. Congratulations, dude. I'm done with you, bro. You're a fucking muppet, man. You don't even deserve any more fucking interaction.
Incoherent religions and doctrines for sure.
But how do you judge if a judge? Let me ask a question. How do you judge if a religion is false? And this is my perspective: is that if evidence for creation and that narrative and a creator God is in like this much text, which is based on nothing, then do we have a better standard for saying a religion is then false?
The only way to do it, Duck,
not
is
true?
at a paradigm level. You have to test
Yeah.
the coherency. So I would lean toward coherentism, and you want to go for the whole kit and caboodle. So that means you're gonna take one whole worldview, which would consist at minimum of epistemology, morality, ethics, and metaphysics, and their account of that would have to be coherent.
Would that test
Is
be,
that-
be ultimately
I understand.
if it leads to a contradiction?
If it leads to a contradiction, yeah, that would be a good indicator
Right.
if it leads to a
So,
contradiction.
so is Jesus Christ 100% God and 100% man?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
That's
a contradiction.
incoherent, yeah.
That's a
That's not a
contradiction.
contradiction.
It's literally.
Is,
What's the
are
contradiction?
men immortal?
What's the
It's literally a
contradiction?
the
What's the contradiction?
Mortality. Men are immortal, or men are mortal and gods are not.
No, humanity is a nature. So you're
And not-
talking
and not
about.
God. And see, this is just
God's-
redefining
God's
of words.
nature is
The
100%
You're all
nature-
talking at the
man
same
and
time, right?
100% divine.
Bergen.
The nature thing is absurd.
It's
It
always
doesn't
the
make
it's
any
always
sense at all.
the
It's free
it's
definition.
always the hypostatic union that sets people off.
No,
What's the
there's other
contradiction?
things.
It was a
Just told you.
redefining the words.
Between
by the way,
being
but-
a god, 100% god, and 100% human, you have 200%, and the terms are mutually exclusive.
No,
Yeah, yeah.
what's the contradiction with God? If someone's God, what's the contradiction with them being 100% God and assuming the nature of human?
Can an orange be an apple?
Those are two material things. They're
Yeah,
not,
can an
we're not talking
orange
about
be
God.
an apple? An orange can't be 100%
No, those are two
orange
material objects.
and 100% apple. Can
Those
it?
are material objects.
Essentially, no.
Two
One is
it's
mortal.
too big for us to understand.
And
And I know,
breath
hold
easier.
on, shut the fuck up. And I'm dead serious. Like, if you can't fathom the concept of God because it's bigger than us, and that's the whole
think
piece
I can.
behind it. Like, he's
So
bigger
why are
than
you-
all of us. So
Why are
so
you? Why are you believing in something that you can't understand what you're believing in?
that's it's, you're going to fathom
You're just
it, right?
it's just
like,
follow the leader. It's just they told. Da, 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 da.
Wait,
There's-
why should
No, I agree with you, Sarah. I agree.
Wait. Do you believe? Hold on, Powder Dusty. Do you believe in
how's that follow the
complex geometry?
That's up to you guys. If you're sick and tired of, as far as I'm concerned, he's just screaming into the void right now. Nobody can hear him scream. I'm not even paying attention to the guy. That's up to you guys. If you're you're done playing with your food, deal with it.
Yes.
Do you understand it?
I don't understand it, but I also don't.
Okay, why do you believe in something you don't understand?
I don't let
Very
it run my
good.
life. Complex geometry isn't the.
Oh, now you're
Very
like,
good.
come on, dude.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Actually,
something
it's
that I
not that
can't
hard.
explain in 1 minute, but in 1 hour I can step you back from today all the way back to the writing of the Bible and pretty much prove it's all right, and actually convince all of you guys except for one phenomenon.
Nonsense. You know, ain't nobody gonna give you an hour, so you're gonna make some weird.
Yeah, well,
ass
I don't want the
claim.
hour
And
right now.
I wouldn't.
I'll defer
you
that
wouldn't
for
get
another
past me
conversation.
though. No Baptist going to tell me the church history.
Well, I'm gonna message you, and you and I are gonna talk about Orthodox and just the Bible. I'm gonna leave Baptists out.
This is so much better with the mic away from your face.
Yeah, thank you. But there's only one contention that any of us would debate on me proving the whole Bible is true to you guys, and that is whether Christ rose or not. That's it. That's the only contention that we have in all of.
I might
of the
contend
Bible.
Jonah.
There's all kinds of
Well, if
contentions.
I
in the
can
Bible.
prove to you that Christ rose and Christ taught from the Old Testament and Christ is God and God was teaching from the Old Testament, that proves the Old Testament.
If you
is
could do
correct.
all that shit, I'm jumping on board right now.
How does Christ rising
No,
from the
the
dead
old- the
prove
old-
that he is
the
God?
old-
Those
the
are
only
kid
thing I
stories.
have to do.
Vibe, those are kid stories, though.
No, let's not talk about
Kid
kid stories. There's only one point in
I
all of
agree
Christianity
110%.
that I have to
Vibe.
prove to you. Only one.
I'll take that one. Even though I thoroughly disagree with you, I'll
Yeah.
take if you can prove that. Damn it, I'll be a convert to that.
Vibe. How does Christ rising from the dead prove God?
Okay, so have you ever known
Wow.
a human outside of God? Well, okay, yeah, actually, I heard.
How does
Sarah
that
Crown-
prove
While,
God?
This is a
while
whole
you're
nother
thinking
discussion.
about that,
It's actually, I'm a
hold
Christian,
on.
and I also agree with Brenda here. It's not a good argument because Lazarus also rose from the dead. So you're using a classical foundationalist empirical analysis, and you'll never win against an atheist vibe.
Jim Bob
with this
likes to
argument.
use big words that he doesn't know.
I'm with you there.
What are you
And-
talking about, Mel?
It's hilarious.
Allow me
What
to
do you
do
mean?
some
That is the
logistics.
one-
What word don't I
have-
know, Brenda?
Historians actually acknowledge.
This one is for Brenda.
This message is sponsored in part by.
No, they don't have wrenches anymore. They don't have wrenches. No, fuck that. I don't want their support. I don't need their support. I'm not interested in their support. That's one less viper that snuck in underneath my tent. I'm stomping on vipers' heads as far as I'm concerned. Good luck to you, man. Good luck to you. You're gonna need it. Where you're going, it ain't. I'm telling you, some people just ain't. You're not built for prison. I promise you, you're not built for prison.
I want to do some logistics here really quick. I still have Balderson backstage waiting to pop up and Orthodox guys hanging out back there as well. If you have nothing to add to the conversation, please feel free to step back. Or if you're in the chat and you want Balderson or Orthodox guy up, you know what to do. Feel free to boot. Silent Zero in the with the big 5. I'm 100% human and I'm 100% soul. Oh, that's a good thought process.
No, it's
I like
not.
that.
No, that's retarded. It's like I'm 100% person and I'm 100% blood.
Flo,
Sarah?
you're 100%
Component.
stupid.
The
And
soul is a
Mitchell in
component.
with another 5.
I'm not the one trying
says,
to
"Can
explain
a
why something's true that I
specific-
don't understand.
Can a specific
Wait, is he still running? Is he back to running his mouth? Because I'm not seeing it. You can't just arbitrarily label anyone who asks questions, lays criticism, or just plain disagrees with you as a bootlicker and then complain about perceived ad hominem attacks. Yeah, right. I mean, I guess I'm just a jackboot, thug, pig, whatever, with torture cuffs. Well, if you don't like torture cuffs, don't do behavior that gets those cuffs put on you. I think they showed you a lot of fucking lenience. Walrus says, where are you now screaming at a brick? Because you can't take any responsibility for y'all's behavior. Yep. See you, let's 24-hour breathing it is. GS, will they both still have their wrenches? Nope. Jonesy, you hide people if they say anything against you, which is your right on your channel, so it's GS's right on his. Walrus says, we have been over your attempt at spin ad nauseum. Dove says, MC, you wouldn't have been able to time them out if they had wrenches. Exactly. Yep. And MC says, thanks, Dove. I forgot that. I think it's supposed to be you're welcome or no problem. I know Ellie's like getting mad at me because she wants food and she's not getting any because she threw up this morning. You're not getting any food from me, Ellie. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. It's not happening. Okay, here we go.
Apple or thing have a distinct property that no other thing shares its nature has.
Can a specific apple or thing have a
Sorry, later, y'all. Thank you
Sarah?
for. I heard from you from OTW and stuff. So, but anyways, later, y'all, and thank you very much for.
All right,
sharing your
bees.
space.
Tell
Goodbye.
OTW thanks for that.
No
shout
problem. Have a good one.
All right, y'all. Peace out.
Easy.
Peace out. A-Town. Hold on. Let me get Balderson up. All right. And yeah, this is, I'm trying to think about, can a specific apple or thing have a distinct property that no other thing that shares its
I'll be
nature?
right-
Like
right
what
back,
about
chat.
water? Because it can still evaporate, become a steam, and then it can also freeze and become an ice.
Well,
Can it
yeah, I
do
mean,
them at the same
apples.
time?
Yeah.
Wally, the chicks are doing amazing. They are stinky though. They're getting big. They're pretty soon. We're gonna put them outside. Thank God. And so that should be fun. So I think in about another 2 weeks, probably they're gonna be outside. But they're little raptors. We'll put it that way. What? Are you barking at me? Do you want to see? My dogs want me to take care of them. I'll be right back, guys. Sorry about this. Responsibilities call.
Yeah, the texture too could share a texture of like a
It's
potato.
really simple. It's really simple.
What's so simple? Why don't you just answer it and add to something instead of fucking commenting, Brendick?
The apple could have a particular weight that no other apple has, you know, down to the micron.
Technically, maybe. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. That would be its property. Property would be to weigh 10.000000000895367 grams or something like that.
So
no
what-
other apple has that. No other apple would have that weight. So it would
What-
have a property that no other apple.
What is the point of the
has.
Couldn't,
Yeah,
couldn't
where's
some,
that coming to
couldn't some
argument,
other thing actually weigh exactly the same amount if you
I don't
go out and
understand what
find it?
It's like
comment doesn't
it's a
tie
question
into
about
that.
nominalism, essentially.
Well, I am a nominalist.
So
You're a nominal.
Yeah.
So, but
Snowflakes.
in Apple,
Snowflakes.
we're saying that there's not some recursive pattern where you have an apple and an orange, and in some sense, you can essentially change what these are, and they remain somewhat stupidly on this like graph or whatever, right?
What?
Yeah. So I mean,
And
talking
Beast
about
Dynamo in with the big 5 says, "Boot Brenda. Brenda, you got 5 in the back, or until somebody gets another spot up." And it is not Mel's socket
not.
count.
No,
I will
Brenda's-
say, yeah, Brenda and Mel have both been on the same panel here before. It was very difficult, but we made it
still
through,
don't believe
folks. But this is Mel 2.0 at its finest, if I do say so
Rocky,
myself.
Rocky,
Yeah.
you're looking sharp. Did you go to Floyd's or something?
Your hair, you look less
You look
scraggly
old.
than
You look
normal.
clean and, like, sharp, dude. You go to Floyd's?
He had to wash the blood off.
Nice, dude.
Oh my! You do look nice, Rocky.
Look
You
sharp.
do
No,
look
it's a
very
compliment.
nice.
You look sharp.
You got a t-shirt on, man.
Well, that's all
Your
it is. It's a
hair.
t-shirt.
Hey, Sarah,
Rocky,
can you hear
it's
me?
your hair. Yeah, we can hear
Alright.
you.
Jim Bob, would you say that Protestant values vary from what you would call Christian values?
I wouldn't say values. I would say they share values. I would say their epistemology, their rejection ultimately of tradition, would go against an Orthodox position. In other words, the Protestant position is largely an anti-Catholic position. So its identity is based in the rejection of something that was happening and doesn't have its own sort of long-standing traditions that it could maintain. So it kind of picks and chooses. It'll take like, it'll fight against certain Catholic things that were going on, but then it'll adopt like sort of a normative authority, apostolic succession. But then it'll say, well, we don't need any authority. We're just going to kind of read our Bible on our own and come up willy-nilly on our own interpretation. So there's a mechanistic issue with Protestantism, whereas Orthodoxy, there's no Orthodox person who's a catechumen or baptized in the church
I love how these people like to shit on Protestants. You know, I love how these ortho bros like to shit on Protestants. They just willy-nilly come up with their own interpretation of the Bible versus who else's interpretation. Do you get your interpretation directly from God, Jim Bob? Does God come down on a cloud and go, Jim Bob, this is the interpretation you must go by? Does that... I'm not mocking God, and I'm not mocking you, Jim Bob. I'm asking a genuine question. With this looking down your hawkish little nose at people you consider to be inferior to you because of their epistemology, because of their worldview based on their religion. I mean, are you not to pray for discernment? Ask and ye shall receive, seek and ye shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. But wait, so what you're telling me is I gotta go to some father, even though the Bible clearly says call no man father. So you're telling me I gotta go to Father Ignazio and ask him what he thinks the Bible means, and that's the legitimate interpretation. Yeah, there can't be any trouble in that. I mean, nothing bad can happen from that, right? That's all fine, right, chat? Nothing will go wrong there, right, chat? It's all good. There's nothing to see.
Or even a priest or a bishop at this point in time that's sitting and reading the Bible and doing Bible studies with Starbucks and going, what do you think, Balderson? You know what I mean? That's not what's happening.
So what do you think, retard? I mean, you're over here giving your opinion, Jim Bob. Like your opinion is the fucking penultimate fucking decision making, right? Like you're over casting aspersions on other people of the faith, Jim Bob. Like you have the fucking answer. And your answer is to go to some guy named Father, and the Bible that you're quoting from or that you're saying that other people are interpreting wrong says call no man father. Square the circle. Square the circle. Square it. Make it make sense, Jim Bob.
You're allowed to read the book to yourself.
You can read it anytime. It's just that if you come to some conclusion, you wouldn't just trust your conclusion based on just it coming to you and being like, oh.
Well, what would you do? What would you do, Jim Bob? Would you talk to other people? Would you ask God? Would you pray on it? Would you seek discernment? Would you seek instruction from other people that might have a different understanding of it and weigh and measure it and then make a decision based on that, Jim Bob? What would you do, Jim Bob? Inquiring minds want to know. What would you do, Jim Bob? What would you do? So, you seem to be the arbiter of the right answer of how to interpret the Bible or whom you should speak to about the Bible, who seem to be the experts of said Bible, Jim Bob. Right?
It feels like I'm piecing this together now. You would always, because there's so much language, references, word concept fallacies you can fall into, simple words even that mean something different at a different time that you can misinterpret. And so this is a kind of thing that it seems reasonable even with an ancient manuscript that wasn't a Bible that you would be like, I'm not sure I'm reading this correctly, right?
Are you able to think critically and ask?
It's a big question. So Duck, why don't you go fuck yourself because you have nothing to say anyway. I'm talking to Balderson.
Go fuck myself.
Would you say that the founding of the country was based primarily off Protestant ideals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Deist, maybe a little deist.
Right. Yeah, hodgepodge.
Yeah, a little mix. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
which
Of course, the crazy cat guy has a cat in the background.
would you say that some of that mixed in there is going to be some pagan ideals?
I didn't come to that conclusion, but I wouldn't automatically say no.
It's
there might
logical.
be something in there, yeah.
So when things like the abolishing of slavery happened, would you say that that was Protestant led and very possibly having nothing to do with Christian ideals whatsoever?
No, I would reject that. If you go back to Saint Gregory of Nyssa, he wrote extensively about his counters to slavery, barbaric ownership of people, mistreatment. And
Mute
stuff.
your
So
mic.
there's a lot of
Joe Cool.
lot of writings way before that.
God,
a
you're
lot
disgusting.
of leanings toward, I guess, what you would say is like.
All right, so I made a deck, and I'm going to try it out in standard because I'm trying to do my daily, which is to do green and blue. It's called Froggy Went a Courtin'. Froggy went a courtin', and he did right. Every time I hear the wasted fool's laugh, I cringe. Yeah, the wasted fool laugh. Yeah, I agree. You know, it's I called that dude out like almost a year ago. I called that motherfucker out. Fucking retard.
A better way of living, a higher standard of treating people in general that preceded all of the Enlightenment, preceded all of the Protestant thinkers and Protestant denominations that followed. And so what happened, I think, it's a better explanation that finally came to a head, let's say, but it's not the pus. Does that make sense?
I mean, that's contrary to the Bible, though.
What's contrary to the Bible?
The anti-slavery.
Well, slavery is not ultimately wrong, even from anyone's perspective. There's actually a situation that any one of us, given the scenario, you could present a scenario where slavery, as it is, keeping it that way and improving it is actually the best outcome you can do, as opposed to just
Christian treatment of slaves were also very different than the standard norm of the time.
Why is slavery
They actually
benefit the
improved it,
outcome?
yeah.
Why is it a good thing?
So I have
What's
a
that?
little bit of a question.
Why is slavery a good thing? Why is
I don't know.
Wait,
What
did
do you
someone
mean?
say slavery
How
is a
could-
good thing?
No.
Slavery's a
How
horrible
could
thing.
slavery potentially be the best thing to choose? Well,
There
I'll
you
give you an
go, yeah.
example. If it's if it's in wartime, for instance, if you
Yeah, would you choose to become a slave or to have a chance to live or maybe work towards your freedom eventually? Or would you rather just be put to the sword? Most people would probably continue on life as a slave, right? To give an opportunity for freedom at some point in time. Most people.
if you have your let's say there's slaves in wartime, but the slaves aren't your enemy. The enemy has slaves. And
I cannot stand it, man. Like fucking Joe Cool's like got his mic open and he's doing all kinds of weird mouth ASMR shit. Can you hear it? It's nasty.
so you basically counter the enemy, and they're at a stalemate or something. They're going to surrender or something. Do you take their slaves?
Yes, and that yes.
Do you okay? You take them. Do you even against their will?
You don't make
take
them slaves,
Hold on,
though.
hold
You
on,
don't
hold
keep
on,
them
dude.
slaves, though,
No,
yeah.
no. Do you take them and rehabilitate them potentially against their own will?
You asked me, do you stop them up? It's gonna be a bunch of them wanting to remain a slave against their own will.
Yeah,
Do
like
I-
like at the time, just imagine, like we're not in fucking modern era where we can you start an OnlyFans in a treehouse and order Amazon, right? We're talking about a brutal time.
I'm
and
picturing
the
that, and we
alternative is okay, Joe. Let me finish. If there is a
Joe's too high.
potential conception that the alternative of like being in the desert or the wilderness, and that meant being free, isn't it possible that being even captured would be a relief against the alternative in that scenario?
You can play this game with any scenario, any
Just
standing
answer the
scenario.
question.
Yes,
It's human
I
nature,
suppose
though.
slavery is preferable to being, say, free
Okay,
in a volcano.
so, great. So if conditions could be that bad in a certain circumstance where what you call slavery, right, is merely getting people,
was
right,
this?
especially women. By the way, women, the fact that Christians took women who were otherwise going to be alone, right, totally alone, in a brutal time, what's worse, being alone and free, or being contained by Christians and basically reinstated into a Christian society properly? What's better?
I think we're really far away from my question,
You
which
can't
was
fucking
why
answer a damn
would
question. You're too
slavery?
stoned.
No, I followed this train of logic a
didn't
long
even- you're not
time.
even engaging
I'm
with
not
it.
sure you
Sobered
answered my.
up.
You know, it's kind of weird, Joe Cool. Everyone seems to have the same complaint about your inability to follow fucking logic trains, dude, because you're so fucking inebriated, or high, or whatever the fuck they call it. You know. I mean, this is what makes it insufferable. You know, to be on panels with these people. Mm-mm. No bueno. No bueno. It's no buenos.
My question. Why don't you try it again?
Guys,
And give me examples of when slavery is good without all of that
When
shit.
people want to trade their freedom for security, that's when.
Can I do this real? I'll try to do this really quick.
It's no longer slavery if they want to trade.
Look, I already gave you a scenario biblically where it was better for women to be taken by Christian men and reinstituted into their culture, right? Virtues.
I don't know that that's slavery. That's not an example of slavery.
What do you mean?
That's an example of freeing someone from slavery to me.
No, they didn't have a choice. They were taken. You don't even know if it was against their will, but they're literally taken by
they
force.
don't.
You're going to be a
They
part of this society now, like that.
There are two words that are translated in the English language as slavery in the Bible. The first one is actually "I am a slave," in the sense that
boy.
you are my best
Go get
friend
your
and you
toy.
saved my
Go
life.
get your toy.
My life is
Where is it?
indebted to
Go
you.
get it.
And when I'm a slave to
understand.
God, that is that one, right? Now there's
I like
another one. There's another one which actually means I am indentured to you. Now there are three types of slavery in the Bible. The Jews were enslaved by the Egyptians, just like the Americans enslaved blacks in the United States.
Just like how the NGOs that are bagel runner are trying to enslave the entire globe and treat it like it's their playground.
It's the slavery I was talking about. Yeah.
Allegedly in
Yes,
Minecraft.
and the Jews escaped that through the will of God.
Oh gosh, here we go.
However,
Oh. Yeah, and then they weren't in the desert for less than a week and bitched and looked back at Egypt and said, at least we had meat under Pharaoh. Fuck off with these fucking people.
if you look at the Torah, the first 4 books, right?
Oh, here we go.
There's slavery in that as well. However, that slavery, there wasn't a Starbucks
Here we
in
go.
every corner for your teenage son to go work at. What they would do is they would say, I mean, they're on farms and they need money and they need to feed and they do their crops. They would say, hey, you can take my oldest son and I'm going to give him to you for 7 years and he's your slave. And the Bible actually lays out some pretty
The
good
bondservant.
behavior for the owners
Rules.
of their slaves and what they should do. They weren't indentured. They
They were
weren't
clothed and
stolen.
cleaned, yeah, and fed.
Yes. They were very so. When people talk about slavery,
No,
in the
you guys
Bible,
are
they're always
both
like,
full of
oh,
shit. You're
No,
full of
we're
shit.
not.
Yeah, no.
What are you
Let
talking
When
me
about?
Paul
interrupt.
returns
Let
the
me
slave to his
interrupt.
owner,
Let's
he
go Bible study,
says
Bob.
he's not going to kill him, even though it's his right. Paul acknowledges the owner's right to kill his slave. That's not an indentured servant.
But if he's changing the definition of slave here, he's saying by slave what they meant is something more akin to indentured servant. I gave you my son.
right, but can you kill your indentured servant because it ran away?
Well, so
Mitchell
At the
Jennings
time, yes,
in
it's
with the
breaking
big
contract.
5 says the
You guys don't want
answer
me to
would have to
finish,
be
but that's
yes.
fine.
All of it is an extract.
It's
of the
not a
infinite,
conspiracy, you
But
guys.
Jesus,
Sorry.
Mitchell in with the big 5 says the answer would have to be yes. All of it is an extract of the infinite, but Jesus Christ had a distinction from our nature, but shared it. And then
Okay.
Silent Zero says, blood is part of being human. The soul is not. If someone cut my hand, my soul is still intact. Think better, you Riri.
Okay, where is your soul? Can you demonstrate some soul?
Where's
for
your
me?
mind? You want to play this trick?
Let's play this game.
Yeah, where's your mind?
It's probably in your brain. We
Oh,
don't
really?
have any.
Where?
We don't have any example of a mind
Oh,
absent a brain.
where is it?
Like I said,
What-
as
what's the-
far as
Where's your conscience? Would
Where's
be
the
a better-
locus? Yeah, where's
our
the locus?
conscience seems to be a function of our brain.
I didn't ask what you think is a function. You said, "Where's the soul?" We asked you, "Where's the mind?"
The soul and the mind are the same thing. Soul
So
and
where's the mind?
consciousness, soul and mind.
This is cool. Where's the mind?
Why is this a gotcha?
Because
Where-
you just
You made a claim.
presupposed materialism for a soul, and soul isn't a material claim. But
We don't know the
mind
answer to it.
itself, you're going to have to argue if you believe in a mind, you're going to
Are
materialize.
you 100% soul and 100% human, and they're separate things?
I'm tripartite from a Christian lens. Body, mind, soul.
And they're all separate things.
Yeah, separate, but
They're
you can have
separate
things that are
things,
separate.
technically.
Just
Oh.
Shitting where you eat, folks.
They're all
Sorry.
pretty dependent on each other, though, right?
dependent doesn't mean they're not distinct.
What evidence do you have that they are separate?
What is the separation between the sun and its rays?
What is the evidence that you have that the mind is separate from the body, or the soul separate from the body?
I would use logic to deduce that it has to
All right,
be.
let's logic through it.
Sure. If the mind is the body, then the thing you're calling evaluating would be the body evaluating the body.
We could prove the mind ain't the body. We could
But
start
that's
chopping
not
off
an issue,
body
because
parts.
right now we're minds evaluating minds, right?
No, you're giving yourself a distinction of mind that's not the body. If the mind is the brain, Powder Dusty, when you make an evaluation, what you're calling an evaluation of something is literally the mind doing a fizzing. And then you're asking, well, what's evaluating the fizzing? More fizzing?
A fizzing?
Yeah, fizzing of the brain.
Maybe. Absolutely maybe.
Well, no. Well, saying maybe would be more fizzing of the brain.
The three parts: mind,
There's no-
body, and
You have no
mind.
access to the reason we deny that the collapse of the mind and the body, the mind and the brain in this case, is because if the mind is the brain, you don't have access to knowledge. You don't have access to truth. Why? Because the brain does a thing. It's a mechanical thing that's biological that produces some sort of effects. And the thing
What do
you're
you
calling an
think brain
evaluate, hold on, dude. The thing you're calling an evaluation is also an effect that's being produced by the previous effect. So you're in this endless effect loop, right? If
Yeah,
you
but-
don't grant
but
yourself
Jim
a
Bob,
metaphysical ontology, shut up for a second.
That is 450,000 years of evolution. Just sitting there.
Evolution?
Hold on. No, don't help me, bro.
Sorry, I'm
You know
not
what?
trying to.
Let's do one-on-one evolution real quick with Duck.
No, hold on.
I
No.
dare
I want to
dude.
hear you. I want to hear you work through this brain-mind
Sure,
situation.
sure. Do you understand that if the brain is just an organism, just like the heart, right? It produces effects, right? It would just produce
Sure.
effects. Okay. The effects would be totally caused by the thing you call the brain, like an engine. Okay. So if a thought is just determined
Thoughts aren't real.
by a machine called the brain,
Where's Brick when you need him?
then the thought itself is an effect of that. So the thing evaluating, how do you determine evaluation?
That's
if
what
the brain
self-awareness
itself,
is. You don't think self-awareness exists?
That's funny. Self-awareness. We were just talking about a lack of that today, weren't we? You remember that earlier, chat?
Not for
Question.
you.
That's yeah, apparently not. The thing in question, Powder
Christian
Dusty.
coping, yeah.
The thing in question.
So,
The thing
what
in
do
question,
brains do?
dude? Oh my gosh, you're gonna ask one question and then not let me answer.
Go ahead.
it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Babylon,
So
and then we'll
you
come back
just
to my question.
you just said we have self-evaluation. Okay, that assumes that there's a knower, right? That's observing on top of the phenomenon, right?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, really? So what's observing?
You were observing yourself.
The brain is observing the brain.
Water is wet.
Observing itself.
So the brain is observing the brain.
Yes.
Okay, then why can't you explain where your thoughts are, where your ideas are, where your soul is, where your mind is? If the brain is observing the brain, you should be able to pinpoint by observation where these things are located.
What do you think? What do you think you're observing yourself with right now? You think
Well-
that your soul is observing your mind?
I believe that the mind necessarily has to be immaterial as some observer of things that are produced in the brain. So if a thought is produced in the brain and it produces something in image or in sound or in word, the thing that's observing the phenomenon, if that too is also a phenomenon, then you're just having a phenomenon.
You don't.
You're having a physical phenomenon. Like, let's break it down to chemistry, okay? It's easier. What you're saying is true, the brain is pure chemistry, right?
I don't know.
Well, if it's purely material and there's no distinction between the mind and the brain, it's all just a brain, you're reducing it to chemical reactions, right?
So hold on. I mean, sure.
Right? Okay. So if it's chemical reactions, right? Give me an example of any other chemical reaction that observes
No,
itself.
I don't know how the brain works. Nobody knows how the brain works. But but what you're doing is you're denying the ability of
a whale.
Shut the
What are you
fuck
talking
up.
about, dude, Duck?
You're denying
think
the
I
random
just
words.
caught
You
up
don't
with
think that
Jimbo.
we can recognize ourselves as an object?
Yeah, that's saying there's a we that's different than the object.
You can recognize that you are an object. Just as that thing
you're
over there is an object.
presupposing that there's a you. Under my view, there is a you. Under your view, there's just an it. So the it that's viewing yourself, you're calling yourself an object, right? If yourself, right?
Is yourself not an object?
No, yeah, no.
What?
The idea, the mind, the viewer, the knower is not identical to the body. The reason, if it was right, it wouldn't make sense for you to say, Powder Dusty. It wouldn't make sense for you to say that I'm observing my body. I'm observing myself.
You're experiencing it.
Right. The experience. You're going to evaluate an experience, right?
The experience is the metaphysical or intangible part. So you're saying that
you agree.
Only intangibles can deal with intangibles, and only
you're not dude. We've had this conversation. You're not a materialist. You're not a physicalist.
See, that's the thing that bothers me with Powder Dusty is you can have the same conversation with him over and over again. He's like a dumbass golden retriever. He just grabs the same stick, drops it at your feet. Durr! Dude, we've had this conversation. We've gone over this, bro. Why are you going right back to it like a dog returning to its own vomit and lapping it up?
I'm not.
Okay, so why are you fighting the distinction between a mind and a body?
Because he's a feminist and he just likes to fight
so hard.
Because I don't think that there's good reason for it to be distinct.
Well, if the reason is that
Lay
you
down,
don't have
dude.
knowledge possible, like you can't even evaluate because that's just an effect of physics, right? Would you agree, Powder Dusty?
I don't know the mechanics behind it.
Okay, let me do it this way. Do you believe that effects of physics out in the world are not true or false? They just happen.
I mean, sure.
Okay, like a tornado is not true or false.
Right.
It's
It's
like
it's
just
right,
an event.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you agree that out there in the world, everything we know about physical events are not true or false, they just occur. They're just events. Determined events, they just occur.
Okay.
If it's true that inside your brain, which is also under this view you're defending, is a pure material event, how is it that the only material event that you appeal to that has a different class than every other material event, how is it this one in here, it is truth apt? If an evaluation or a proposition in your brain
It's
is
not always
just a
truth apt.
material event, how is it that that's the
It's not always true.
the only material event that's truth apt, and every other one that we know
Truth-
of
Truth is a function of a claim.
claims assume evaluation, dude.
So you can observe something without that being truth apt.
I understand, but the claim, do you understand what I'm saying is the claim, you making a claim is a brain
Mhm.
physically doing a thing that's no different ultimately than a tornado doing its thing. So if the tornado isn't truth apt, how is it this purely physical object
Cool,
called the
Dove.
brain that produces what you call a claim or an observation? If that's purely physical, how does it hold the property unlike any other physical event? It holds the property of truth aptness.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so that's just called special pleading then.
Well, no, it's acknowledging when you don't know something. That's why
No,
that's
it's literally-
why I consider myself agnostic. I'm
I
not
know.
trying to make claims about things I don't know.
I know, but it's special pleading to even assume that it's the case that your brain can do that. I didn't ask how is it. I'm not really asking you how is it, because I know you don't know the answer, because if this is why it's true special pleading, because effects inside the brain, purely mechanical effects, material effects in the brain, are in the same category as any other effects in physics that happen. A
Great question,
waterfall, a
Wally.
flower, or grass. If it's the case that they're in the same category, giving the brain this special privileged position where its effects are truth apt and you can do evaluation is putting the brain into such a special class that's not like any other physical thing in the world.
Yeah, it is. These computers we're talking through are physical objects.
Yeah, and they were
Truth
made
claims are
by
coming out of them.
and who made them?
Humans.
Yeah, humans with Minds.
brains.
With
Yeah.
minds.
Okay.
So you're saying that we made computers accidentally from
what I'm
input
saying,
output?
what I'm saying is there's lots of things in existence that have those two properties.
What
So you've
other?
got-
Okay.
where
What?
you-
No. What other biological thing out there in the world?
Oh,
has
biological
intent?
now.
No. Biological effects out in the world that are purely biological, just biological, have the kind of intent where you can build a computer just from chemical reactions.
I don't know that it's just from chemical reactions.
Do you
But
think it's an accident, a chemical accident, like just
I'm
some
not.
luck
I'm
that
not
we built
making a
computers?
claim about what it is. I'm comfortable saying when I don't know something. Now, what my original question to you is why are you comfortable making a claim about something that I'm pretty sure you don't know any better than I do?
Well, I'm making a claim. My claim is that I'm making an apophatic claim. I'm actually removing the incoherency of the brain being reduced to pure matter. Why? Because it makes knowledge impossible, because it reduces all events to physical events, and no physical events are truth-apt.
Okay. So is there evidence that what you say is the case? Any sort of evidence in reality? Or is
Logic?
it just,
No. You're begging the question for materialism again. Evidence, under your view, is going to be empirical, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so
We live in
you
an
believe-
empirical world.
Okay, cool, but no. Do you believe in anything without empirical evidence?
I'm sure I do.
So why do you Why do you believe in things
Well,
like knowledge
we have-
and truth
we have
if
a lo-
there's no empirical evidence for it?
We have a lot of empirical evidence. Well, truth is defined, right?
Well, no. Why do you assume that knowledge exists if there's no empirical evidence for it?
There is empirical evidence.
How much does it weigh? What does it smell like?
It's not tangible. It's a pattern.
It's empirical, but it's
pattern.
not tangible. Okay, what pattern is knowledge and what pattern's not knowledge?
If I know how to turn on the light switch, I've built up a pattern of history where I hit the switch and the light goes on.
What do you mean? Where's the pattern? Where's the knowledge as empirical data? Where's this?
It's not a tangible thing. Knowledge is not a tangible thing.
Great. So you believe in something without empirical evidence, and you admit that you assume the existence
Knowledge-
of something that's not empirical and proven evidence.
What do you think knowledge is? Oh, and I still want to know what you think a brain does, but knowledge is certainty, right? It's not a tangible thing.
No, knowledge isn't certainty.
It's a form of certainty, right? It's not perfect certainty.
No, I
Right.
would say knowledge is totally faith-based.
It's totally faith-based.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, G2 accused me of being an anti-Semite. That's interesting. I think that's defamatory, isn't it? Interesting. By the way, I moved tonight's show to Wednesday night. I'm going to be taking tonight off. I've been at it all day here, chat. And, yeah, I'm going to take tonight off. I'm going to have fun.
Faith being
Faith in your reasoning, faith
without
in
sufficient
your
evidence.
evaluation of sense data, faith in your recollection of the past, even your example of the light switch. Developing a pattern that X is going to happen if you insert Y, that's from a past. And so you're recalling from a past, which assumes that you have faith in your recollection of the past such that you can continue the future the way you remember it in the past. That's faith.
Faith is
In your
fully-
recollection.
That's not faith, Jim Bob. If there's no possible world where Dusty presses a light switch and the light doesn't go on, or
What?
that world is the light switch is broken or the light is broken, then
What?
then there's nothing faith-based about that.
Why would he?
knowledge.
Why would he touch? Why
Evidence.
would he turn on the light if he didn't have a background knowledge of what a light switch was?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Duck, you're
I
not
turn
even
it on
in the
because I do
conversation,
have a
dude.
background knowledge. I do have the background knowledge. That's why I turned the lights.
Oh my goodness! Like Duck is such a retard, dude. I mean, he's like he's like that person that just slams on the brakes every time you start getting going. Just slamming on the brakes, slamming on the brakes, slamming on the brakes. Fucking chaos agents.
I am in the conversation.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
That's
your
not
background-
faith. That's experience.
You have faith that you're accurately decoding your experience of the past, dude. There's no way around this.
Okay.
Okay, so is
This
there a
is-
time where you inaccurately remembered something?
So this is how we get to Christianity. Completely
No.
gaslight. You don't know anything.
I didn't gaslight you.
experience
Oh my
anything.
gosh, total opposite.
This is what
You're
I've said
gaslighting
before.
me now.
Absolutely. Christianity works on people by gaslighting them.
You're just spurging because you don't want to concede to the fact that you put faith
What?
in your recollection of the past. Why is that a big thing for you to concede to?
That's not faith, though. Faith is if I've dropped a pencil 100 times and watched it fall, and then I turn my head and I drop it, I know that it fell and hit the floor. I have faith in that because I've seen it
You have a belief.
happen 100 times. The 100 times was experience. The experience gave me faith that this is the reaction that's going to happen from something I've done.
Balderson, no. The fact that we saw the sunset in the past come up right in the mornings, the fact that there's background knowledge doesn't give you a justification that it will happen tomorrow.
Sarah, can you put the old-timey music on, please? Just so I'm... okay, so I'll start, if we're doing a mini debate. My claim was that the human brain evolved over 450,000 years.
Prove
and
that.
This is from
Prove it.
A much longer evolutionary history of genetic code.
It's a great
turning into
story.
what we
One
think of as
quote
biological
at a
life.
time. Yeah,
And
no.
so
Wait,
it's
whoa. Don't
highly
gish gallop me.
believable that
Don't gish gallop
all
me.
life on Earth has
Oh,
functional
duck.
brains.
Don't gish gallop me.
Poor little simple duck. Poor simple little duck. Little ducky duck.
How we got
Don't gish gallop me. Can you demonstrate that the human evolved over how many million years?
Yeah, so I'm not a biologist. I was making a inductive claim based on what I believe the science should be able to say and create reasonable propositions from.
What are the
from a scientific perspective?
Okay.
We have fossil evidence, genetic evidence.
What's the scientific method?
Observation.
I think it starts with a certain type of observation.
Okay.
And there's hypothesis testing.
Mm-hmm.
Controls,
ensuring you can
variables.
Falsify that.
Sure. How is
Study
evolution
design and
falsifiable?
methodology choices.
Cool.
I haven't taken a 400 level.
That's cool. How do you
statistics or
falsify
research
evolution?
methods class in
That's
a
great. How do you
decade.
falsify evolution?
How do you falsify evolution?
Yeah, the claim that your brain is the product of 450 million years of evolution. How do you falsify that claim?
You can falsify. So, I would say within the theory of evolution, you can falsify specific claims. So, for example, if we didn't see any shared genes, that would be.
What up, super fast tortoise? Just trying to get my daily done today. Hello, what's up? We're just listening. We're just chilling. I'm gonna be ending as soon as this show's over here. I'm gonna be taking a break, but hope you're doing well.
really bad thing, right?
Oh, a bad thing now. Interesting.
Yeah, because
Well, what was my question,
because
Duck?
Sexual reproduction wouldn't.
That's
make any
great.
sense
What
anymore.
was my question?
Can I falsify evolution? I don't
No,
know that
no. You
I don't
made a
know that I
claim.
can.
Hold on. You made a claim that the brain evolved over 450 million years, and I asked you. That's a very specific claim. How do you falsify that specific claim?
Well, because before that, there was some other like 2.2 million years ago, preceding
How do
the
you falsify that
450,000 year
claim?
different hominids that all had we think would have brain structures very similar to humans.
That's really great. So things that are similar, it follows that they evolved from each other just because they're similar.
It would be a very zany world if it didn't. And so it's
That's
so
not an argument.
my only point. My point was that
Imagine
okay,
that in the scientific theory. It would be a very zany
let me
world
accept
if my
here for a
hunch
second.
wasn't true.
Let me accept here that brains can't produce knowledge. I would say that the way I would actually battle that, the way I said this, is the reason that idea is dead is because it's highly conceivable brains can create representations, ideas, things like this that that correspond with the actual world. And so in philosophy, the thing that is studied, especially with like epistemologists, is what can be said about that knowledge and why does that knowledge actually describe the world? Well, it's because brains are really good at that.
Oh, they're good at that. That's why it's true. That's great, Doc. You should get into some science. Listen, if correspondence requires an evaluation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the distinction between a determined effect of the brain that produces a representation? What's the difference between that and the other thing that's evaluating the representation?
The difference, like propositionally, well, I think in modal logic you can talk about what different people are capable of knowing, and I'm just learning this, but like Kit Fine talks about the essentialness of objects, apples and
Do you know what I
oranges.
asked you?
No, he has no idea.
So like if I flip a light switch,
He has no idea. He's got. I smoked. I did a lot of mushrooms, and I opened up my experientiality table. This dude's still like he's tripping on some bad mushroom trip from like fucking 12 years ago.
is it essential of a light switch that it has a current, an off-on current?
Do you know what I
there's
asked
no known
you?
In no possible world.
He has
is
no
there a
idea.
light
Trolling
that
me?
stays on all the time.
He has
Are
no
you
idea.
trolling me?
There's no possible world.
What
of
did I
a light
ask you,
switch that
Doc?
Stays on all the time.
I didn't ask
can't do
about light
that. We
switches,
agree on
bro.
that.
I asked you if you argued that the brain is capable of producing projections, models of reality that correspond to reality.
Yeah.
If I granted you a brain does that, right, internally, some sort of weird projection, 3D imagery, whatever, an image in your mind, if you will. What's the difference between the brain mechanically producing that and the thing inside the brain, under your view, that's observing that image and making evaluations?
That's a great question. So that's a great question. From my perspective, I believe the term neurofunctional describes what you're reaching at. When we think about a mechanical process that's producing some form of image, it can be tons of things, but we're thinking about, this might apply to fundamental natural laws, but it lives in a structure in the brain. It's talking about a brain state. So neurofunctional, I think, is a distinction between phenomenology, which is how we perceive things, and maybe most relevant, when we're talking about cognition, either intuition or something like this, producing propositions.
What's the we? Okay, you're just granting yourself there's a we and there's an observer and a knower, right? And you're trying to categorize what that is, but under your view that you're defending, which is strict physicalism, that the brain is a thing that produces effects, and one of the effects is producing an image of something that can be perceived and evaluated. If the brain, from your view, is purely material, the thing that's evaluating is also just a projection.
Okay, so I would walk back the fact that you haven't defined anything about what a projection is. You're talking about it like it's
I'm using
at a
your
lecture hall.
terms, dude.
I didn't say projection once. And
You
if
said the brain produces some sort of image that corresponds to the external world.
Yeah, that's typically called like if we see that, that's called consciousness.
That's great. That's ambiguous. And so the question is, what's the distinction under your materialistic view, the physicalist view? What's the distinction between the thing that's being an image being produced and the other thing that's observing the image being produced, if both are just productions of the brain?
One's neurofunctional at least.
That's just making categories. You're not telling me the distinction, meaningful
okay,
distinction between the
good
two
point.
effects.
Okay, so neurofunctional representation in the brain can be a lot of things. It can be, it can create a description of individual neurons firing.
You're telling me capability, dude.
It can, Jim Bob, when you tell people,
what do brains
this is my
do?
favorite place to go out to eat on a new date.
You're telling me, you're just telling me what things do, and you're not giving me a meaningful distinction.
From that neurofunctional definition, but that's also reason to be skeptical.
Take care, Wally. Wally says, I'm going out and I'm not going to be an asshole to others while getting work done. Amazing. Is it not? Later, people. Yeah, it's an amazing skill.
That these grand sweeping theories of everything tell us humans and tell our biologies how our brains work.
Let me ask it. Let me ask it a different way. Let me try to help you a little bit here.
Yeah.
What's the meaningful distinction between a reaction to stimuli and a meaningful evaluation of the stimuli?
A meaningful reaction.
What's the difference? Listen closely.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a brain's reaction to strict reaction to stimuli,
okay,
and a meaningful experience and evaluation of that reaction?
The experience. That's all that is. The experience versus being able to talk.
The experience is the
wanting to
experience.
talk about needing to talk, maybe about the
What makes
elements
the
of
experience
having,
not another
stimuli
reaction to stimuli? I'm asking.
interact with the body.
Like if a girl touches your wee-wee, your wee-wee does things, right? That's that piece of
That's
it.
a reaction to stimuli, yeah.
But how it makes you feel later or during that moment, how it makes you feel in terms of your emotions, like, oh my God, for the first time ever, a girl's touching my wee-wee.
That's subjective still. That's definitely
Well, I'm saying, Duck, for here's the problem that you're in. If you're holding to a physicalist view, your brain has a reaction to input and it's a reaction to stimuli that produces X. But
Okay.
under your view, the
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
that's evaluating this reaction is also a reaction to stimuli.
So yeah, but I you know, so again, I understand why we would want to delineate those things, or it seems difficult to do that. But I can just say that there's no such thing as consciousness, right? And then so all of a sudden I'm in a different camp than you. And that's where I don't think this is a totally good, I don't mean to.
I don't know. I'm going to be streaming a whole lot longer, brother. But man, what a long day at work. I've been streaming this entire time, and I'm pretty exhausted. But yeah, I'll be hanging out for a little bit longer. Let's see. Looks like I got probably however long this is going to be.
Throw an accusation like this around, but I don't think we're having a totally good faith conversation.
Yeah,
I'm
if you have
trying
a debate with me and you come out the tail end of the debate and you say you don't believe you're conscious right now,
yeah,
I would say that's bad faith, Duck.
Fact.
Can't hear you, Dusty.
Jim Bob, can I ask you a
What
question?
do brains do?
An earlier topic.
We got to figure out what brains do in Jim Bob's world.
Actually, I'd
Brains
like
are-
to get rid of the
brains are
brain
processors.
conversation. Mike, you had a
Holy shit! No, we need to know what brains
Yes,
do in
Brains
Jim
are
Bob's world.
processors.
Well, it's going to take a long time to get to that. We've been talking about brains for
Synapse.
30 minutes.
And
Yeah.
half of your brains don't even work on this panel, so we're not
Just
going to get into it.
girl.
Go ahead, Mike. Go
Jim
ahead,
Bob, I got a
Mike.
question for you earlier. Hey, you
Yes,
and
sir.
great job on whatever the other day, by the way. But you brought up in that debate that cops have no legal obligation to protect people. Fact check. I agree with you. True, obviously. My question is, for your worldview, there, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
No, it's not a good thing.
So they should be legally required to protect people.
If they can, I think from a Christian perspective, men have an obligation and cops should be men and not women. And so from that perspective, I'm merging the police force with the ontology and Christian duty of men, that you can't really separate them. And if you try to, you get into this weird, like, I don't even know what you would call it. Like you're separating the morality from the cop. And I think this is derivative of trying to separate your belief structure from politics. I don't think you can do either.
Well, now, Jim Bob, to follow up, there's more ways than just legal pressure and the law to
Sure.
affect people's behavior. So
Yeah.
I would say that shame is an incredibly powerful factor that motivates
Shame.
people and can
Yeah.
oftentimes be better than legal action.
I think in a lot of conditions they are shame and social pressure, with even the hint that it might be shame. Like people hear you say shame and they think like you're doing like the Game of Thrones like walk thing. No, shame can be actually pretty subtle and still be effective. So I agree with you. The thing is, I don't know, Millennial Mike, is I couldn't exhaust where you should use shame and where you should ultimately use force, and where those things sort of blur. Maybe it's like one of those things. I know it's kind of a cop out, but
Jim Bob,
you
what
know
the
when
fuck are you talking about?
what you don't know what I'm saying?
Duck, he's answering the question.
You're not
knows what
conscious,
you're talking
Duck.
about.
You don't
Shut
believe in
up,
consciousness. Get the fuck out of here. So what I'm
Isn't
saying
that
is,
shaming right there?
so that's what I'm saying is
doesn't
that
So it's like, it's like, why do we entertain these fucking retards on the internet? That's what I mean. I don't believe in thoughts. Thoughts aren't real. What? Like every time I heard that from Brick, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, what do you, just because they're not material doesn't mean they're not real? Oh, it's a good question. Where do they come from? Right? I don't know. Are your thoughts your own thoughts, or are they electric impulses of a machine telling you? Like, are we pre-programmed to have certain thoughts, I mean, it's an interesting question, right? But it's the argument is weird for me, right? Thoughts aren't real. Like, what are you even talking about? And like this Duck guy, it's like the car's rolling along and he's over here slamming on the brakes, like the student drivers. You know how the drive instructors have a brake pedal on their own side, where they can, in a case of an emergency, they can hit the brakes.
yeah,
It
that is
doesn't
shame.
work when you do it.
So yeah, I think shame is working. I'm just saying, like, it's hard to tell when. Sometimes it's clear when you use shame, and sometimes it's like Should it be more abrasive? You know, should it be threatening even? Like, I'm totally open to all of it.
So, I mean, you know, if you remember back to the Uvalde incident, for those who aren't familiar, that was the mass casualty event where the officers were in the hallway for 70 minutes and people were dying in classrooms and they weren't taking action. So, I mean, I'm very sympathetic to the idea that, well, I mean, shouldn't we hold these people criminally responsible? But I think probably the hesitation comes from happy prosecutors in left-wing liberal states that do everything
Special boys and girls
after police. And so I find it hard to be open to making
What are
it
you doing?
illegal to be a coward. And I find that
What are you doing, Shadow?
policy, his policy is like an internal policy
Lay
for
down.
the organization to fire somebody. I kind of find those preferable. And I agree with you. It's kind of hard to make the distinction as to where you go.
That one should be legal. I think I agree with you. It's mostly left-leaning politics that kind of like make this hard for people to do the right thing out of some sort of weird legality or potentially doing the wrong thing or messing it up even. You know, like we're always, even
I
us,
agree.
like people who are concealed carriers and people who have home defense systems, you're always running the risk of even though properly using your firearm in the right scenario, you're always risking violating some left-leaning, insane, weird law where it's well, you hit him in the shoulder. It's like, you know, he bled a lot and that's not fair. It's like, yeah, I agree with you.
Why do Republicans never get it there then? I mean, that's like my question is like, I obviously I'm not a fan of politicizing Uvalde, or any shooting or mass casualty event, but why is it so much the case that we hear so much bluster, so much big talk about guns, and then we see more guns?
It's probably because consciousness
hurting more
doesn't actually
people?
exist,
Can we
Doc.
just be honest.
Who are you right now?
I don't mean to. Like,
Who are you? I don't even know what you are right now.
Do you want more gun control, Duck?
I'm very much about. I'm not anti 2A, but I'm very much about rolling back 2A.
Okay,
Why?
so yeah, what's the catalyst there? Might it be school incidents?
I would be incredibly surprised if that wasn't part of the calculus.
So you're virtue signaling about something that you actually do.
No.
You don't politicize it?
I'm not virtue signaling. That's not.
Wait, so you want to roll back laws for people who have guns, and it only applies to people who don't care about laws?
What?
It only applies to people who do care about laws.
Or do care
When
about laws.
people break a law with a gun, then obviously they don't care about laws. The
Right.
people who would have turned in their guns, those people cared about laws and probably would not have broken another law.
Where did that come? Where did that emotional outburst come from?
Doc, that wasn't.
What do you mean emotional? He's tired of your bullshit.
There was not.
That wasn't an
really
emotional outburst. That's.
He should yell at you more,
really are a
dude.
woman.
He should
I
yell
think
at
you
you
really are
more.
a
This is a,
woman.
he's a
I'm just
grandpa.
not castrated, bro. That's all.
He's just a masculine
not
dude. You're
castrated, I'm
not.
fucking
You're a
hungry,
little
bro.
pathetic. You don't even deserve the beard, dude. You should pull it out by hand
Doc,
right
you
now.
sound like a
$100
woman.
in the chat if he starts pulling it out.
Do it.
Doc, I've arrested a lot of people in my career for having firearms or being involved in shootings, and none of them were allowed to have them legally. You know who I don't have problems with? Legal gun owners. I've interacted with them many times.
I agree.
Never had a problem. They're well educated. You are virtue signaling.
That's total bullshit.
You're standing
You
on
and
the
I
graves
both know
of
that's
children who
complete
died
bullshit.
and
What's
trying to prop
bullshit?
them up as a scapegoat.
What's bullshit?
Yeah, I don't believe that either.
Now, don't,
absolute
Jim Bob, don't
bullshit.
ask any more questions. He's just going to go off on a long
That's
tangent
true.
about
He's a
something.
nonsense machine.
But Jim Bob, to end my point, and I'll get out of here and let you guys
Sure,
get
sure.
back to it. If we have excessive use of force laws and then we put in place a lack of use of force law, we're really putting cops in a position where it's hard to hit the nail on the head with a hammer.
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
that's a good
Yeah,
point.
yeah. We're
almost
doing.
impossible.
Well,
It's actually a really good point.
let me put my conspiracy hat on for a second. I think there's certain people maybe trying to look at if there's an alternative to human policing. I'll just say that.
Well, I mean, look at the red light cameras. I mean, they're already testing a lot of that type of stuff out, which are.
I think
totally-
they're trying to make you guys fail so that you go, well, I mean, it's a big shit show, so let's get those weird dogs. Let those little dogs that don't bark.
The robot dogs.
Yeah, that's frightening. That's frightening. So I think that's a part of it. I think it's going to fail because you do need the discretion of a human being ultimately for policing, for all sorts of in-between things, in-between force, negotiating people, just dealing and reading people. Like robots can't read the person of somebody
right.
With that background knowledge. And so I think that'll fail, and maybe it'll come back around. But you would know way more than that about that than me, as far as like what has to be done to correct that. I don't know. We're incentivizing people to be police officers, right?
Yeah.
Not to mention you going out with some chick, dude, in a car with a chick who, you know, her gun can be taken away quite easily, right? That can't be good for you.
We have significantly lowered standards. For when I got hired 10 years ago, there was a different standard for male and female. The female standard was significantly lower. What they did to ameliorate this problem so that they couldn't be called out on that was to just blanket lower the standards for everybody. Not a
They're
great,
doing that
not
in
a
the
great.
military too now.
They did that in the Army. I was actually in the year that they did that in the Army. It was 1993. And because, especially for group activities, they had to lower everybody's standards because you can't have, it's only as strong as the weakest link. So the girls have to be able to keep up, especially in group activities. Well, now the guys don't get trained as hard as what they should have. So they don't exceed to what, you know, and start excelling.
What the flying fuck
They're starting
are
to do that
you
in the
talking about,
USAC.
You don't know anything, Doc. Shut up.
Everything that he said made perfectly
Probably
logical
no.
sense.
No, it absolutely did not.
It doesn't make sense. What did he say?
Why don't we hire Balderson to go scream at cops? Scream
What?
at male and women.
How is
cops
that an
so they can all
argument,
man up,
dude? I want to
right?
fucking get
Alderson's
that.
not the one
isn't
not
that a
making
female
sense
favorite?
right now.
Dude,
Did
just
you get
because I
beat
don't
up?
present
Did you get
myself
beat
as
up
a
at all?
unit doesn't mean that I'm like.
All right, I'm about burnout on this conversation, guys. Supervisor. Yeah. June 3rd, TikTok, motherfucker. We'll see what happens on June 3rd. That's a good game. All right, guys. I'm off like a prom dress. I think I've heard enough. Appreciate those of you that, and I'm sorry to have put you through the nonsense that I put you guys through. Clearly what happened, folks, is that I made you tolerate people that were basically intolerable for a very long period of time. And I would like to extend my regret for that, chat. But I do also want to thank you for showing my channel enough respect, right? That that you would give certain people leeway out of respect for me. I do appreciate that, and for the channel. That means a lot to me. That said, kid gloves are off, man. No longer underneath my wing. Life's life, man. Life's about choices. Choices have consequences. I'll just say there's been a whole lot of fucking backstabbing since I've been on fucking YouTube. Whole lot of fucking duplicitous, absolutely duplicitous people. Speaking of duplicitous. Yeah, exactly, Mike D. Well, you don't have to see it, Mike D. You can go away forever and never come back. Yeah. That's what you can do, Mike D. Hurry up, get him in. Get in your jabs. Get him in. Get him in while you can. Come on, power bottom butt pirate. All right, guys. But anyway, I'll talk to y'all later. Y'all have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow for, I don't know, I might play some video games tonight after I take a nice old man nap. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, all right, Cupcake. All right, you gave people an opportunity and a platform with grace and respect. The rest is on them, GS. Yeah, I agree. Take care, guys. And see you later, Lou.